Hey my sleepy friends, you've had a long day, so why don't we get cozy and let me tell you a story about a young woman who woke up one morning to discover she was queen of the most powerful empire on earth. This is the story of Queen Victoria, not the stern monument you might imagine, but a real person who loved, grieved, laughed, and somehow managed to give her name to an entire era. If you're new here, joining the community is easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video and let me know where in the world are you watching from and what time it is for you. It's a small click that makes a huge difference in helping us grow. Now find your favourite spot and let's begin. Imagine being 18 years old and sound asleep in your childhood bedroom. The room is familiar. The wallpaper you've seen every morning for years. The slight creak of floorboards you know by heart. The way morning light filters through curtains that have framed your dreams since you were small. Now imagine being awakened before dawn with news that will transform every single aspect of your existence forever. This was Victoria's reality on June 20th, 1837, when the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Lord Chamberlain arrived at Kensington Palace, with their solemn faces and formal court dress. Her uncle, King William IV, had died during the night, and she was now Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. No training period, no gradual transitions, just instant, absolute transformation from protected teenager to constitutional monarch. Victoria had spent her entire childhood in what historians call the Kensington system, a peculiar arrangement that sounds more like a boarding school punishment than a royal upbringing. Her mother, the Duchess of Kent, and her mother's advisor, Sir John Conroy, had kept Victoria isolated from court life, surrounded by rules and restrictions that would make a modern helicopter parent look relaxed. She wasn't allowed to walk downstairs without someone holding her hand. She slept in her mother's bedroom every night. Her companions were carefully selected, her reading material monitored, and her every movement observed and controlled. The system was designed ostensibly to protect her from the corrupting influence of her royal uncles, who were admittedly not the best role models, but it also kept her dependent, inexperienced, and theoretically easier to control once she became queen. What the architects of this system failed to anticipate was that constant restriction often breeds fierce independence in strong-willed individuals, and Victoria's will was forged steel, wrapped in silk. The moment Victoria learned she was queen, something shifted in her bearing that everyone present noticed. This small young woman, barely 5 feet tall, with prominent blue eyes and a tendency to blush easily, suddenly possessed an authority that transcended her physical presence. When she held her first Privy Council meeting just hours after learning of her accession, elderly statesmen who had governed empires were struck by her composure and dignity. Picture that first council meeting, a room full of men in their finest, formal wear, powdered wigs and gold-braided coats, all expecting to manage this inexperienced girl queen. Instead, they found someone who read the formal declaration in a clear, steady voice, who met their eyes directly, and who made it absolutely plain that she understood the weight of her new position. The Duke of Wellington, who had defeated Napoleon and wasn't easily impressed, later remarked on her extraordinary self-possession. Victoria's first act of independence was deliciously pointed. She moved her bed out of her mother's room. After 18 years of enforced proximity, she claimed her own space with the kind of determination that would characterize her entire reign. It was a small domestic gesture that represented a seismic shift in power dynamics. The Duchess of Kent, who had planned to rule through her daughter, found herself relegated to separate apartments and excluded from political influence. The young queen threw herself into her new role with an enthusiasm that surprised her advisors. She loved the red dispatch boxes that arrived daily, filled with government papers requiring her attention. She enjoyed the ceremony and ritual of court life, the formal drawing rooms and the state dinners. Most of all, she relished having her own household, her own decisions, and her own life finally under her own control. Lord Melbourne, her first Prime Minister, became something of a father figure to Victoria, though calling him that doesn't quite capture their relationship. He was a sophisticated, worldly man in his late 50s, and she was an enthusiastic teenager with opinions about everything. He taught her the intricacies of British politics with patient good humour, endured her occasional temper tantrums with grace, and genuinely seemed to enjoy her company. They would spend hours together discussing politics, literature, and court gossip, forming a bond that was part mentorship, part friendship, and entirely unconventional. Victoria's early years as queen had a quality of exhilaration mixed with bewilderment. She was discovering London society, attending the opera and theatre, dancing at balls until dawn, and generally experiencing the youth she'd been denied during her isolated childhood. She adored her new freedom with the passion of someone who had been released from benign captivity. Her journals from this period bubble with exclamation marks and underlined words, capturing her delight in everything from new gowns to political debates. But the euphoria of those first years was occasionally punctured by harsh lessons in royal vulnerability. The young queen faced criticism in the press, rumours about her relationship with Melbourne, and even questions about her judgment in various court scandals. Being queen, she was learning, meant that every mistake was magnified and every decision scrutinised by people who had strong opinions about how monarchy should function. While Victoria was adjusting to her crown, Britain itself was in the midst of a transformation that would have staggered previous generations. The country she inherited was neither the rural agricultural society of her grandparents' time nor yet the industrial powerhouse it would become by the end of her reign. It was caught in that uncomfortable space between worlds, where steam engines shared roads with horse-drawn carts, and factory workers lived alongside traditional craftsmen. The 1830s and 1840s were decades of profound social upheaval. The Industrial Revolution, though historians debate whether calling it a revolution captures its gradual grinding nature, was remaking British society from the ground up. Manchester and Birmingham had transformed from market towns into blackened industrial cities, where textile mills operated around the clock and coal smoke hung in the air like a permanent fog. The romantic image of pastoral England was giving way to the reality of urban sprawl and factory discipline. You have to understand that this transformation wasn't some distant policy issue for Victoria. She could see it when she travelled through her kingdom. The railways, which had barely existed at her birth, were now spreading across the countryside like iron veins, connecting cities and accelerating the pace of everything. The first time Victoria travelled by train in 1842, she was both thrilled and slightly terrified by the speed, though at barely 40 miles per hour it would seem comically slow to you today. The social implications of industrialisation troubled Victoria, even if she didn't always know what to do about them. Reports reached her of working conditions in factories and mines that would shock modern sensibilities. Children as young as 5 working 12-hour shifts in coal mines, families living in single-room tenements without running water or sanitation, and workers paid so little they could barely afford bread. The gap between Britain's growing wealth and the poverty of many of its citizens created tensions that occasionally erupted into violence. The Chartist movement, which demanded democratic reforms like universal male suffrage and secret ballots, represented both the promise and threat of this new industrial age. Working people were organising, demanding rights, and challenging the assumption that political power should remain concentrated in aristocratic hands. Victoria viewed Chartism with a mixture of sympathy and alarm typical of her class. She felt compassion for workers' struggles, but feared revolutionary violence that might threaten social stability. In 1842, when economic depression led to widespread unrest and rumours of Chartist uprisings, Victoria experienced firsthand the fragility of public order. Reports reached her of riots in industrial cities, of troops called out to disperse angry crowds, of genuine fear among the property classes that Britain might follow France's revolutionary path. The young queen, still in her early 20s, had to project confidence and stability even as advisors debated whether her safety could be guaranteed. But Victoria's Britain wasn't defined solely by industrial strife and social tension. This was also an era of remarkable creativity and intellectual ferment. Charles Dickens was publishing novels that exposed social injustices while entertaining millions. Scientists like Charles Darwin were developing theories that would revolutionise human understanding of the natural world. Engineers like Isambard Kingdom Brunel were building bridges, tunnels and ships that pushed the boundaries of what seemed technically possible. The Great Exhibition of 1851, held in the spectacular Crystal Palace in Hyde Park, would come to symbolise British confidence in this era of innovation. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That triumph belongs to a later chapter, after Victoria had navigated one of the most significant transitions of her life. What's worth understanding about these early years of Victoria's reign is how much the role of monarchy itself was changing. Previous British monarchs had exercised real political power, choosing prime ministers and influencing policy directly. But by Victoria's time, the constitutional monarchy was evolving into something more symbolic, representing national unity and continuity rather than exercising direct governance. Victoria would spend her entire reign negotiating this delicate balance between influence and interference, between being above politics and being politically irrelevant. The young queen was learning that modern monarchy required a different kind of power than her ancestors had wielded. It was the power of example, of moral authority, of representing ideals and values that united disparate parts of an increasingly complex society. She was becoming less a ruler in the medieval sense and more a national symbol, though she would have bristled at being reduced to pure symbolism. Now, let's talk about Albert, because no story of Victoria can ignore the man who would transform both her personal life and her understanding of monarchy. But first, let's dispel the notion that this was some fairy tale romance from the start. Victoria's path to marriage was complicated by her position, her personality, and her initial reluctance to share the power she'd so recently acquired. When Victoria first met her cousin Albert of Saxe, Coburg and Gotha in 1836, before her accession, she found him pleasant enough but hardly overwhelming. He was handsome in a classical German way, tall, well-proportioned, with carefully combed hair and serious eyes, but he was also rather formal, got tired early at evening parties, and had the kind of earnest intellectual interest that 18-year-old Victoria found slightly boring. Their second meeting in 1839 produced dramatically different results. Victoria had been queen for 2 years and had grown accustomed to her independence. She wasn't particularly eager to marry and had made it clear to advisers that she would choose her own husband in her own time, thank you very much. When Albert visited Windsor Castle that October, Victoria took one look at him descending from his carriage and experienced what she would later describe as a complete change of heart. Albert had matured in the intervening years. He was 20 years old now, with a bearing that combined continental sophistication with genuine warmth. More importantly, he possessed qualities that Victoria's isolated upbringing had left her craving: intellectual depth, artistic sensibility, and a seriousness of purpose that matched her own growing sense of royal responsibility. Within days of his arrival, Victoria knew she wanted to marry him. Here's where the story gets charmingly complicated. As queen, Victoria had to propose to Albert, not the other way around. Constitutional protocol required it, and while this might sound like a modern romantic gesture, it actually placed Victoria in an awkward position. She had to risk rejection, had to articulate her feelings, and had to make herself vulnerable in a way that queens rarely had to experience. Victoria proposed to Albert on October 15th, 1839, in a private moment that she recorded in her journal with her characteristic enthusiasm and underlining. Albert accepted, and Victoria experienced a happiness that seemed to surprise her with its intensity. For someone who had spent years carefully maintaining royal dignity and emotional control, falling in love was both exhilarating and slightly terrifying. Their wedding in February 1840 was a relatively modest affair by royal standards. Victoria wore a white satin dress rather than traditional ermine and velvet robes, inadvertently setting a fashion trend that continues today. The ceremony at the Chapel Royal was beautiful but brief, and Victoria's journal entry that evening radiates contentment that feels both royal and utterly ordinary. The early years of Victoria and Albert's marriage represented a profound adjustment. For both of them, Victoria had been absolute in her household since becoming queen, answerable to no one, and accustomed to having her way. Now she had to navigate sharing her life with someone who had his own opinions, priorities, and vision for monarchy. Albert, meanwhile, had to figure out how to be consort to the most powerful woman in the world without either dominating her or being reduced to decorative irrelevance. The solution they eventually developed was a working partnership that would define both their marriage and Victoria's reign. Albert became Victoria's private secretary, political advisor and intellectual companion. He brought organisational skills, artistic taste, and a progressive vision of monarchy's role in modern society that complemented Victoria's instinctive conservatism and emotional intensity. They worked together on official papers, discussed political issues, and jointly shaped the public image of the monarchy. But their partnership extended far beyond political collaboration. Albert introduced Victoria to serious art and music, took her to exhibitions and concerts, and encouraged her appreciation for culture and learning. He designed new palaces and gardens, reformed royal household management, and brought Germanic efficiency to what had been a somewhat chaotic English court. Under his influence, Windsor Castle and Buckingham Palace became showcases of modern taste and artistic excellence. Their domestic life, away from state occasions and political duties, reveals the human warmth beneath the formal portraits. They had 9 children over 17 years, and while Victorian parenting seems somewhat distant by modern standards, their letters and journals show genuine affection for their growing family. They bought Osborne House on the Isle of Wight as a private retreat, and Albert designed much of it himself, a place where they could be relatively normal parents rather than queen and prince consort. Victoria discovered that marriage and motherhood didn't diminish her power but rather gave her new dimensions of understanding. She could be simultaneously a constitutional monarch managing complex political relationships and a wife dealing with the ordinary frustrations of married life. She was learning that strength comes in various forms, and that allowing herself to depend on Albert actually made her a more effective queen. Albert's influence on Victoria was profound but gradual. He softened some of her impulsiveness, encouraged her intellectual development, and helped her understand monarchy as a force for moral and social progress rather than simply political power. Under his guidance, Victoria became more thoughtful about her role in British society, and more conscious of the symbolic importance of royal behaviour and royal example. On December 14, 1861, Albert died of typhoid fever at Windsor Castle, and Victoria's world collapsed so completely that she would spend the rest of her life trying to put the pieces back together. He was only 42 years old. They had been married for 21 years. Victoria was 42 herself, still in what should have been the prime of her life, suddenly alone in a way that felt absolutely unbearable. The depth of Victoria's grief shocked even those who knew her well. This wasn't the dignified mourning expected of royalty. It was raw, overwhelming devastation that she made no attempt to hide or minimise. She withdrew from public life almost completely, spending months in darkened rooms wearing black that she would never stop wearing. She kept Albert's rooms exactly as they had been, with his clothes laid out daily and fresh water placed in his bedroom as if he might return at any moment. You need to understand that Victoria's mourning wasn't simply personal grief, though it was, certainly that. It was also the loss of the person who had helped her understand her role, who had been her intellectual companion and political advisor, and who had given structure and meaning to her reign. Without Albert, Victoria felt not just bereaved, but fundamentally lost, as if the map she'd been following had suddenly disappeared. The British public initially responded to Victoria's loss with genuine sympathy. Albert had grown popular during his lifetime, and people understood that the Queen had lost her husband. But as months stretched into years and Victoria remained in seclusion, public patience began wearing thin. People started questioning what they were paying taxes for if their monarch refused to appear in public or fulfill ceremonial duties. This was a crucial moment in the Victorian monarchy, though Victoria herself probably didn't see it that way through. Her grief. The British people were increasingly democratic in their expectations. They wanted a monarch who was visible, who participated in national life, and who gave them something tangible in return for the cost of maintaining royal households. Victoria's prolonged withdrawal created a crisis of legitimacy that would take years to resolve. Albert's death also revealed something about Victoria's character that had perhaps been obscured by their partnership, her remarkable capacity for endurance. Fewer people might have abdicated or completely collapsed under such profound loss. Victoria grieved intensely but continued working, continued managing government business, and continued being queen even when she felt incapable of being anything at all. It was resilience born not of strength but of duty. She kept going because stopping wasn't an option. Gradually, imperceptibly, Victoria began rebuilding herself around the absence at her centre. She couldn't replace Albert, didn't want to, but she learned to function without him. She relied increasingly on her Scottish servant John Brown, whose blunt Highland manner and lack of courtly deference provided a refreshing contrast to the careful circumspection of most royal attendants. Their friendship would scandalise polite society and fuel rumours that Victoria herself found both amusing and irritating. Benjamin Disraeli, who became Prime Minister in 1868, played a crucial role in drawing Victoria back into public life. He understood that the Queen responded to flattery, personal attention, and appeals to her sense of duty. Where others had tried to argue Victoria into resuming her responsibilities, Disraeli charmed her into it, writing her flattering letters and treating state business as secrets shared between friends. It was manipulation, certainly, but manipulation in service of both Victoria's well-being and the monarchy's survival. By the early 1870s, Victoria was gradually returning to public visibility, though she never fully resumed the active social life of her early reign. She held courts and levees, appeared at state occasions and showed herself to her subjects with increasing frequency, but she also maintained boundaries that would have been unthinkable earlier in her reign, refusing to participate in events she found too demanding or emotionally difficult. What emerged from this long period of grief was a different kind of monarchy than Britain had known before. Victoria had learned that she could be queen without being constantly visible, that her symbolic importance didn't require her physical presence at every ceremonial occasion. She was pioneering a more private model of monarchy that would influence how future British royals balanced public duty with personal life. The experience of profound loss also gave Victoria a deeper empathy for her subjects' sufferings. When disasters struck, mining accidents, factory fires, shipwrecks, Victoria's messages of condolence carried genuine feeling born from her own experience of grief. She understood, in a way she perhaps hadn't earlier, that being queen meant bearing witness to both the joys and sorrows of an entire nation. Victoria's black mourning dress became iconic, transforming from a personal expression of loss into a symbol of Victorian propriety and emotional depth. She was demonstrating that grief deserved respect and time, and that rushing through sorrow or hiding it away wasn't necessary or healthy. In an era that often demanded emotional restraint, Victoria's prolonged mourning gave permission for others to grieve openly and honestly. While Victoria mourned and gradually returned to public life, the world that bore her name was transforming with a speed that would have seemed miraculous to earlier generations. The Victorian era, that period from 1837 to 1901, became synonymous with progress, innovation, and the particular combination of moral earnestness and material ambition that characterised 19th century Britain. Let's start with the physical transformation of daily life, because this is where Victorian innovation becomes tangible and real. The gaslight that had been a luxury in Victoria's youth became standard in middle-class homes by mid-century. Telegraph wires spread across continents, allowing near instantaneous communication over distances that had previously required weeks of travel. Photography evolved from daguerreotype curiosities to commonplace documentation of ordinary life. Each of these changes sounds modest in isolation, but together they revolutionized how people experience time, space, and possibility. The Great Exhibition of 1851, that triumph that Albert had championed and organized, captured Victorian optimism at its zenith. The Crystal Palace itself, a massive structure of iron and glass housing exhibits from around the world, demonstrated both British engineering prowess and industrial confidence. Over 6 million people visited during its months of operation, including Victoria herself, who attended numerous times and recorded her wonder in journals that bubble with exclamation marks. But the Victorian world was never as uniformly progressive as its champions claimed. Beneath the gleaming innovations and expanding empire lay persistent poverty, exploitation, and inequality that reformers spent decades trying to address. The same industrial system that created unprecedented wealth also created urban slums where children died of preventable diseases and workers endured conditions that would be illegal today. Victorian Britain was simultaneously the workshop of the world and a society where many workers could barely afford to feed their families. Victorian social reformers attacked these problems with characteristic energy and moral certainty. The Factory Acts gradually limited child labour and improved working conditions. Public health reforms brought clean water and proper sewage systems to cities where cholera had been a regular visitor. Compulsory Education Acts ensured that children received at least basic schooling rather than spending their entire childhoods in factories or mines. Progress was real but frustratingly slow, and the Victorian compromise between capitalism and compassion never fully resolved its internal contradictions. The British Empire expanded dramatically during Victoria's reign, reaching its greatest extent and transforming Britain into the predominant global power. India became the crown jewel after the 1857 rebellion led to direct British rule, and Victoria would eventually take the title Empress of India in 1876. Africa was carved up in the scramble for colonies that mixed missionary zeal, commercial ambition, and strategic calculation in roughly equal measure. The familiar pink-coloured territories on world maps expanded until Britain controlled roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and population. Victoria's personal relationship with this empire was complex and somewhat contradictory. She took genuine interest in her colonial subjects, corresponded with Indian servants and African chiefs, and seemed to believe sincerely in Britain's civilizing mission. Yet she also supported policies that enforced British dominance through military force and economic exploitation. Like many Victorians, she combined humanitarian sentiment with imperial assumptions, never quite recognising the contradiction between promoting Christian values and maintaining colonial hierarchies. The Victorian approach to social issues combined moral earnestness with practical reform in ways that feel both admirable and frustrating from our modern perspective. Victorians believed intensely in personal responsibility, self-improvement, and moral rectitude, which sometimes translated into judgmental attitudes toward poverty and suffering. Yet they also created institutions, hospitals, orphanages, schools, libraries, that genuinely improved lives and expanded opportunities for millions of people. Victorian culture celebrated domesticity and family life with an intensity that shaped expectations for generations. The ideal Victorian home became a sanctuary from the harsh commercial world, with the wife, mother as its moral centre, and the husband, father as provider and protector. Victoria and Albert's own family life became the model for this domestic ideal, their image reproduced in countless prints and photographs that brought royal domesticity into ordinary British homes. But this idealised domesticity obscured complicated realities. Victorian families could be sites of genuine warmth and affection, but also of patriarchal control and hidden dysfunction. The emphasis on propriety and respectability sometimes meant that problems, domestic violence, addiction, mental illness, were hidden rather than addressed. The Victorian home was simultaneously a real source of comfort and a performance of values that didn't always match lived experience. Victorian literature and art captured both the confidence and anxiety of this transforming era. Dickens exposed social injustices while entertaining middle-class readers. The Bronte sisters explored women's inner lives and passionate emotions beneath respectable surfaces. Tennyson's poetry combined medieval romance with Victorian doubt. The Pre-Raphaelite painters rejected industrial ugliness in favour of medieval-inspired beauty, while inadvertently creating some of the era's most iconic images. Science and religion engaged in increasingly fraught dialogue as discoveries challenged traditional beliefs. Darwin's theory of evolution, published in 1859, forced Victorians to reconsider humanity's place in nature and relationship to the divine. Geological discoveries revealed an Earth far older than biblical chronology suggested. Victoria herself remained conventionally religious, but many of her subjects were wrestling with faith in ways that earlier generations hadn't confronted. As Victoria aged into her 70s and 80s, she transformed from the Widow of Windsor into something approaching a living monument. The Jubilees celebrating her reign, the Golden Jubilee in 1887 marking 50 years, and the Diamond Jubilee in 1897 marking 60 years, became occasions for national celebration that transcended simple royal pageantry. People who had never known any other monarch-lined streets to glimpse this small, stout, elderly woman who had somehow become synonymous with their entire era. The Golden Jubilee in 1887 revealed the complexity of Victoria's relationship with her subjects. She was genuinely moved by the outpouring of affection, surprised that people still cared after her long years of semi-seclusion. The procession through London streets showed her an empire at its height. Representatives from India, Africa, the Caribbean, and all the pink territories on the map gathering to honour their queen. Victoria recorded her emotions in journals that capture both pride in Britain's achievements and a certain weary awareness that time was passing and she was part of history rather than simply living it. By this point, Victoria had served as queen for 5 decades, longer than most of her subjects' entire lifetimes. She had outlived most of her contemporaries, seen technologies transform from curiosities to commonplace, and witnessed social changes that would have astonished her 18-year-old self. She was the last living link to a Britain that had been predominantly rural, pre-industrial, and more socially stratified than the rapidly modernising country of the 1880s and 1890s. Victoria's political influence in these later years operated through personal relationships rather than constitutional authority. She had become an expert at managing prime ministers through a combination of personal charm, emotional appeal, and occasional outright manipulation. She knew she couldn't directly control policy anymore. Constitutional monarchy had evolved beyond that. But she could influence, suggest, and sometimes obstruct through the careful application of royal prerogative and personal persuasion. Her relationships with her prime ministers revealed different facets of her character. Gladstone, the great liberal statesman, irritated her intensely with his earnest moralising and tendency to treat her like a public meeting rather than a person. Disraeli, meanwhile, had discovered the key to managing Victoria. Treat her as a woman first and a queen second, flatter her shamelessly, and make governance seem like an intimate collaboration. The contrast between these relationships showed how much Victoria valued personal attention and emotional connection alongside political competence. The family Victoria and Albert had created now sprawled across European royalty. Her children and grandchildren had married into virtually every royal house on the continent, earning Victoria the nickname Grandmother of Europe. This dynastic network gave her personal stakes in European politics and created family connections that would be tested tragically in the wars of the early 20th century. When Victoria gathered her extended family for her Diamond Jubilee, the photographs captured a moment of European royalty that would never come again. Many of these relatives would be fighting each other within 2 decades. Victoria's later years also saw her becoming increasingly concerned with her legacy and how history would remember her. She commissioned official biographies, carefully edited her journals for eventual publication, and tried to shape the narrative of her reign. She wanted to be remembered not just as the queen who presided over British expansion, but as someone who had tried to rule conscientiously and care for her subjects' welfare. Whether history would grant her this legacy remained uncertain even as she worked to secure it. The Diamond Jubilee in 1897 was even more spectacular than the Golden Jubilee, a global celebration of empire and monarchy that brought representatives from across the world to honour the ageing queen. Victoria, now unable to walk easily and suffering from various ailments, participated in the festivities with characteristic determination. She appeared in an open carriage, acknowledging cheering crowds with the regal bearing she had cultivated over 6 decades of practice. But beneath the pageantry and celebration, careful observers could see signs of an era ending. The Victorian certainties, faith in progress, confidence in empire, belief in British supremacy, were beginning to fray at the edges. The Boer War at the end of the 1890s revealed military weaknesses and moral complications that challenged assumptions about British righteousness. Social movements were demanding changes: women's suffrage, workers' rights, Irish Home Rule, that threatened established hierarchies. The world was shifting beneath Victoria's feet, moving toward a 20th century that would look very different from the Victorian age. Victoria's health declined gradually through the final years of the 1890s. She suffered from rheumatism, had difficulty with her eyesight, and tired easily. But she continued working, continued managing her household and following political developments, and continued being queen because that's what she had done for most of her conscious life. The role had become so fundamental to her identity that separating Victoria the person from Victoria the Queen was essentially impossible. Victoria died on January 22nd, 1901, at Osborne House, surrounded by her children and grandchildren. She was 81 years old and had been queen for 63 years, longer than any British monarch before her, and longer than most would have thought possible when she ascended at 18. Her passing marked the end not just of a reign, but of the entire 19th century, as if history itself had been waiting for her to finish before moving forward. The funeral procession through London streets drew enormous crowds of people who had never known any other monarch. Victoria had been queen when their grandparents were young, and had been a constant presence through all the transformations of the Victorian age. Her death felt like the closing of an era, and in many ways it was. The Edwardian period that followed would have a different character, a lighter tone, and a sense of living in the calm before a storm that would arrive with World War I. But what exactly was Victoria's legacy? This question has occupied historians ever since, and the answers are as complex as Victoria herself. She didn't create the Victorian age, it was named after her, not by her, but she helped shape its character and came to embody its values. Her influence operated less through direct political action than through moral example and symbolic representation of what Victorians believed about duty, family, and national purpose. Victoria's model of constitutional monarchy influenced how future British royals would understand their role. She demonstrated that monarchs could remain politically relevant without directly exercising political power, and that symbolic importance could be as significant as constitutional authority. The modern British monarchy, with its carefully calibrated balance between tradition and adaptation, public visibility and private life, owes much to patterns Victoria established during her long reign. Her commitment to duty, even through profound personal loss, set a standard that subsequent monarchs have tried to emulate. Victoria showed that royalty meant service rather than simply privilege, that being queen required personal sacrifice and consistent dedication to responsibilities that couldn't be delegated or escaped. When Elizabeth II would later speak about dedicating her life to royal service, she was echoing patterns Victoria had established more than a century earlier. The Victorian emphasis on domesticity and family values, which Victoria and Albert had modelled so publicly, influenced British society for generations. The ideal of the respectable middle-class family, morally upright, hard-working, devoted to self-improvement, became a cultural touchstone that persisted well into the 20th century. Whether this influence was entirely positive is debatable, but its reality is undeniable. Victoria's relationship with empire remains perhaps the most complicated aspect of her legacy. The British Empire reached its greatest extent during her reign, and she took the title Empress of India in a period when European imperialism was intensifying. Modern perspectives recognise the exploitation and violence inherent in imperial expansion in ways that Victorians generally didn't, creating a legacy that can't be celebrated uncritically. Victoria's genuine interest in colonial subjects doesn't erase the structural inequalities of the system she represented. The Victorian age's emphasis on progress and improvement, while sometimes producing self-righteous hypocrisy, also drove genuine reforms that expanded opportunities and improved lives. The Factory Acts, public health reforms, and education expansion, these weren't simply top-down impositions, but reflected Victorian beliefs about social responsibility and the possibility of making things better. Victoria's support for these reforms, however inconsistent, aligned monarchy with progressive causes in ways that enhanced royal legitimacy. Perhaps Victoria's most enduring personal legacy is simply how long and consistently she performed the role of Queen. 63 years of dutiful service created a sense of continuity and stability that helped Britain navigate the massive social and economic transformations of the 19th century. People might disagree about policies or disapprove of royal behaviour, But they knew Victoria would still be queen tomorrow, providing a fixed point in a changing world. The Victorian world that carried her name, with its particular combination of moral, earnestness and material ambition, its faith in progress and anxiety about change, its genuine humanitarian impulses and persistent social inequalities, reflected broader forces than any single person could create. But Victoria's long presence helped it give this era a sense of coherence and identity that it might not otherwise have possessed. In the end, Victoria's legacy is less about specific policies or political decisions than about demonstrating how monarchy could adapt to modern conditions without losing its essential character. She showed that royalty could be simultaneously ordinary and exceptional, that queens could be wives and mothers without diminishing their authority, and that monarchy could survive by evolving rather than by insisting on unchanging tradition. As you prepare for sleep tonight, perhaps the most valuable thing to understand about Victoria is how thoroughly human she remained despite spending most of her life in positions that discouraged normal human feelings. She was someone who laughed easily, cried openly, loved deeply, and grieved without reservation, the qualities that made her an effective monarch: her sense of duty, her emotional honesty, her capacity for both firmness and compassion, weren't royal attributes but human ones, just applied on a larger stage. Victoria's journals, which she kept throughout her adult life, reveal a woman of genuine feeling and complexity. She could be petty and vindictive, generous and warm-hearted, intellectually curious and frustratingly stubborn, often all on the same day. She experienced the ordinary struggles of marriage and parenthood, the universal sorrows of loss and aging, and the common human needs for love, purpose and recognition. The difference was that she experienced these things while being queen, which complicated everything without changing the fundamental emotional truths. Think about young Victoria, 18 years old and suddenly queen, navigating responsibilities she hadn't been prepared for with nothing but her own intelligence and determination to guide her. Think about Victoria in love, discovering that being queen didn't protect her from the vulnerability and joy of romantic attachment. Think about Victoria grieving, demonstrating that profound loss doesn't respect rank or position. Think about elderly Victoria, looking back on 6 decades of service and wondering if she'd done enough, made the right choices and fulfilled her purposes. What made Victoria remarkable wasn't that she transcended human limitations, but that she worked within them while carrying responsibilities that would have overwhelmed many people. She was often wrong, sometimes petty, and occasionally stubborn beyond reason. She held views on empire and social hierarchy that we now recognise as profoundly flawed, but she also showed up, did the work, and kept going through personal tragedies that might have justified giving up entirely. The Victorian age ended officially with Victoria's death in 1901, but its influence continued shaping British society and culture for decades afterward. The values Victoria represented, duty, family, moral earnestness, faith in progress, continued informing British identity, even as the 20th century challenged and sometimes overturned them. When people speak about Victorian values, they're often referring less to historical reality than to an idealised image that Victoria herself helped create through the example of her life and reign. Your own life probably contains more Victorian influence than you realise. The expectation that work should be meaningful and contribute to something larger than yourself, that's partly Victorian. The ideal that families should provide emotional warmth alongside practical support, Victoria and Albert helped popularise that model. The belief that individuals can improve themselves through education and effort, thoroughly Victorian. Even your assumptions about privacy, domesticity, and the separation between public and private life owe something to patterns established during Victoria's era. The photographs of Victoria that survive, and she was one of the most photographed people of the 19th century, show a progression that captures both personal aging and historical change. Early photographs show a young woman with soft features and elaborate hairstyles, still recognisably the girl who became queen. Middle-age photographs capture someone more substantial, confident in her position, and comfortable with authority. Late photographs show an elderly woman in black, stern-faced and dignified, looking like everyone's formidable grandmother, who nonetheless might surprise you with unexpected humour or tenderness. But photographs can't capture everything. They don't show Victoria's laugh, which contemporaries described as full and genuine. They don't reveal her speaking voice, which was apparently musical and pleasant. They don't capture her handwriting in journals and letters, where her personality comes through in exclamation marks, underlined words, and passages that radiate emotion. The Victoria of photographs is frozen, formal, and preserved. But the real Victoria was animated by feelings, thoughts, and experiences that no image could fully contain. Victoria's relationship with her own legacy was complicated by her awareness that she was becoming a historical figure while still living. She knew that historians would analyse her reign, that her journals would be read by people who never knew her, and that her life would become material for interpretation and judgment. This awareness made her self-conscious in ways that earlier monarchs hadn't been, trying to shape how she would be remembered even as events continued to unfold. The Victorian era's combination of progress and limitation, of expanding possibilities, alongside persistent inequalities, reflects tensions that remain unresolved in modern societies. We still wrestle with questions about how to balance individual freedom with social responsibility, how to pursue economic growth while protecting human welfare, and how to honour tradition while embracing necessary change. These aren't uniquely Victorian dilemmas, but Victorians confronted them with a directness and moral seriousness that makes their struggles feel relevant to contemporary concerns. Victoria's influence on the British monarchy specifically created patterns that persist today: the emphasis on family values and moral example, the careful balance between visibility and privacy, and the sense that royalty represents national continuity and shared values. All of these reflect Victorian precedents. When modern royals engage in charitable work, support social causes, or present themselves as devoted family members, they're following a template that Victoria helped establish. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about Victoria is simply that she remained recognisably herself throughout her long reign. She didn't become a different person when she became queen, and she didn't lose her essential character through 6 decades of performing a role that might have consumed a weaker personality. The woman who died at 81 retained fundamental qualities of the girl who became queen at 18. The emotional intensity, the strong opinions, the capacity for deep feeling, and the sense of duty combined with genuine humanity. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider this. Victoria lived through a period of change more profound than most humans experience in their lifetimes. She was born in a world of horse-drawn carriages and candlelight, and died in a world of automobiles and electric lights. She witnessed the transformation of Britain from an agricultural society to an industrial powerhouse, saw science challenge religious certainties, and watched as democratic movements reshaped political expectations. Through all these changes, she provided a sense of continuity and stability that helped people navigate uncertainty. The small bedroom at Osborne House, where Victoria spent her final hours, has been preserved much as it was. You can visit it today and see the simple iron bed where she died, the view across to the Isle of Wight that she loved, and the domestic simplicity she preferred in her private spaces. It's a reminder that even queens die in ordinary rooms, that the trappings of monarchy fall away at the end, leaving only the human person facing the universal human experience of mortality. Victoria's children and grandchildren gathered around her deathbed, creating a scene that mixed royal protocol with genuine family grief. Her son, who would become Edward VII, held one hand while her grandson, the future German Kaiser Wilhelm II, supported her other arm. It was a moment when the personal and the political, the maternal and the monarchical, and the intimate and the historical all converged into a single experience that was simultaneously unique and universal. In her final months, Victoria reportedly said that she didn't want to die. She felt she still had work to do, responsibilities to fulfill and purposes to serve. It's a sentiment that captures something essential about her character, the sense that life meant service, that having privileges required giving something back, and that being queen was ultimately about duty rather than power. Whether you agree with her vision of monarchy or not, there's something admirable about someone who remained committed to their responsibilities literally until their final breath. The world Victoria left behind in 1901 was vastly different from the one she'd inherited in 1837. Britain had become the world's dominant industrial and imperial power. Science and technology had transformed daily life in ways that would have seemed like magic to earlier generations. Social reforms had expanded rights and opportunities for millions of people. The Victorian age, with all its achievements and limitations, its progress and problems, its genuine humanitarian impulses and persistent injustices, had reshaped not just Britain but much of the world. But Victoria's most personal legacy might be the example she provided of resilience in the face of loss, her determination to continue being queen after Albert's death, to find meaning and purpose despite overwhelming grief, and to serve others even while mourning privately. This demonstration of human strength in the face of devastation has resonated with people for generations. Victoria showed that you can be profoundly damaged by loss without being destroyed by it, that grief and duty can coexist, and that broken hearts can continue beating. As the last words of this story settle around you like a soft blanket, think about what Victoria's life represents beyond the historical facts and royal pageantry. Here was someone who spent most of her life performing a role that demanded constant public presence, while trying to maintain some private sense of self. She had to be simultaneously a symbol and a person, both ordinary and exceptional, human and institutional. Victoria's story reminds us that leadership, whether of nations or simply of our own lives, requires showing up consistently even when we don't, feel capable, continuing to work even when motivation fades, and finding ways to serve purposes larger than ourselves, even as we attend to personal needs and desires. These aren't uniquely royal challenges, but universal human ones, just played out on a particularly visible stage. The Victorian age that bore her name was ultimately about people trying to navigate rapid change while holding on to values they believed important. That challenge hasn't disappeared. If anything, it's more intense in our contemporary world of even faster technological and social transformation. Victoria's example suggests that maintaining core commitments while adapting to new circumstances isn't a contradiction but a necessity, that change and continuity can coexist, and that progress doesn't require abandoning everything that came before. When you wake tomorrow morning and go about your daily life, you'll be participating in a world that Victoria helped shape. The calendar you check has remnants of Victorian timekeeping reforms. The institutions you interact with, schools, hospitals, libraries, many were established or transformed during her era. The assumptions you carry about family, work, privacy and public life all bear traces of Victorian influence. History isn't something that happened in the past and ended. It's a continuous stream that flows through the present, connecting us to people we never knew but whose choices still affect our lives. Victoria would probably be both amazed and somewhat bewildered by the 21st century world. The technology would astonish her. The social changes would challenge many of her assumptions, and the transformed role of monarchy would likely confuse someone who understood royal authority very differently. But she might also recognise continuities. People still fall in love, still grieve losses, still struggle with balancing personal desires and public responsibilities, and still wonder if their lives matter and what they'll leave behind. The Queen, who once was a young girl waking up to learn she ruled an empire, who fell in love and raised children and grieved unbearably and kept working anyway, who grew old watching the world transform around her. She's been gone for over a century now, but something of her persists. In institutions she influenced, in patterns she established, and in the example she provided of someone trying to live honourably within the constraints of their circumstances. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, you're participating in a ritual as old as humanity. The telling of stories about people who came before us, trying to understand what their lives mean and what we can learn from them. Victoria's story is ultimately about an ordinary person given extraordinary responsibilities and finding within herself the resources to meet them imperfectly but persistently. It's a story about love and loss, duty and resilience, the weight of expectations, and the relief of finally laying them down. Sleep well, knowing that the challenges Victoria faced, how to live authentically while meeting others' expectations, how to maintain purpose through changing circumstances, how to balance personal needs with public responsibilities, how to keep going when loss makes continuing seem impossible. These challenges connect you across the centuries to a small woman in black who was once queen of half the world and who, despite everything, remained fundamentally human until the end. The Victorian age is gone, but Victoria herself remains present in memory, in influence, and in the example of a life lived with determination, feeling, and an unshakable sense that duty matters, love matters, and showing up every day even when it's hard matters most of all. Rest easy, and may your dreams be gentle. Imagine trying to comprehend 65,000 years. That's roughly how long humans have called Australia home, which means Indigenous Australians were already ancient when the pyramids were built, already had established cultures when Rome was founded, and had been telling their stories for tens of thousands of years before anyone wrote down the Epic of Gilgamesh. The journey begins in what Indigenous Australians call the Dreamtime, though that English word doesn't quite capture the concept. It's not really about dreams or sleeping, but about a time when the world was being formed, when ancestral beings travelled across the land creating everything you see today. These weren't gods sitting on mountaintops issuing commands. They were more like the land itself becoming conscious, shaping itself into existence through story and song. Picture the continent as it might have appeared to those first arrivals, a place so different from today's Australia that you'd barely recognise it. The climate was wetter. Vast lakes covered areas that are now desert, and megafauna roamed the landscape like something from a natural history museum come to life. There were giant wombats the size of small cars, marsupial lions that would make today's big cats look modest, and kangaroos that stood 10 feet tall. Australia was essentially a continent-sized wildlife park, featuring animals that evolution had been tinkering with in isolation for millions of years. The people who arrived during this time came by sea, which tells you something remarkable about human ingenuity. They couldn't have walked. Even during ice ages, when sea levels dropped dramatically, there was always water between Asia and Australia. So these weren't accidental castaways washed up on random shores. They were deliberate voyagers who looked at the ocean and decided to see what lay beyond it, making them possibly the world's first true mariners. What they found was a continent that required completely different survival strategies from anywhere humans had lived before. The seasonal patterns they'd known in Asia didn't apply here. The plants and animals were unlike anything they'd encountered. Traditional hunting techniques needed adaptation. It was like being handed a cookbook written in an unfamiliar language for ingredients that didn't exist back home. But humans are remarkably good at figuring things out, and these early Australians became experts at reading a landscape that seemed determined to keep its secrets. They learned which plants were edible, which could be made edible through careful preparation, and which should never be touched. They discovered that certain rocks, when struck together, produced better tools than others. They figured out that fire, used strategically, could transform the landscape into a more productive hunting ground. This last innovation, the systematic use of fire to manage the land, was probably the most consequential decision in Australian history. By burning specific areas at specific times, Indigenous Australians created a mosaic of different habitats, encouraging certain plants while discouraging others, making it easier to hunt, and essentially becoming the continent's first environmental managers. The Australia that Europeans would eventually encounter wasn't pristine wilderness untouched by human hands. It was a carefully cultivated landscape, shaped by thousands of years of deliberate management. The Dreamtime stories that emerged from this period weren't just entertainment or religious texts. They were encyclopedias of practical knowledge encoded in narrative form. A story about an ancestral being travelling from waterhole to waterhole was also a survival map. A tale about animals behaving in certain ways contained observations about ecology and seasonal patterns. These stories were technology, passed down through generations with the kind of precision that modern people reserve for manufacturing specifications. Different groups developed different stories for different landscapes, because Australia isn't one environment but dozens. The tropical north had little in common with the temperate south. The coastal regions bore no resemblance to the arid interior. Each environment required its own body of knowledge, its own set of stories, and its own understanding of how to live sustainably in a specific place. By the time European ships appeared on the horizon, Indigenous Australians had developed hundreds of distinct cultures, speaking more than 150 languages from multiple language families. Imagine more linguistic diversity in one continent than in all of Europe. These weren't primitive tribes waiting for civilization to arrive. They were sophisticated societies with complex social structures, extensive trade networks, and bodies of knowledge that had been refined over millennia. Their population was probably somewhere between 300,000 and 1 million people, though estimates vary because, and here's an important point, Indigenous Australians didn't live like Europeans. They didn't build cities, construct permanent monuments, or practice agriculture in ways Europeans would recognise. This didn't mean they were less advanced. It meant they developed a different kind of sophistication, one based on deep ecological knowledge and sustainable resource use rather than environmental transformation. Chapter 2: The Island Continent in Isolation. While the rest of the world was writing history, building empires, and generally making a fuss about civilization, Australia remained largely separate from these global dramas. The continent's isolation was so complete that it developed like a parallel universe where evolution took different paths and human societies followed different trajectories. This isolation produced some wonderfully strange results. Mammals in Australia decided that the whole placental thing was overrated and stuck with the marsupial approach, carrying babies in pouches and generally doing mammalian life differently. Plants evolved in directions that baffled later botanists. Entire ecosystems developed without any of the animals or plants that dominated other continents. For Indigenous Australians, this isolation meant their cultures evolved without the disruptions that characterised other parts of the world. There were no invasions from distant empires, no wholesale adoptions of foreign religions, and no waves of migration bringing new technologies or diseases. Change happened slowly, driven by internal dynamics rather than external pressures. This doesn't mean Indigenous Australian societies were static or unchanging. That's a myth that Europeans would later use to justify colonisation. Cultures evolved, new practices emerged, trade routes shifted, and knowledge continued to accumulate. But the pace of change was different, and the direction was oriented toward deepening understanding of the land rather than transforming it. The coastal Aboriginal groups developed sophisticated fishing techniques, including fish traps that could be seen from space, extensive stone arrangements that channeled fish into catching areas. Inland groups created wells in the desert, maintained complex water management systems, and knew how to find moisture in the most unlikely places. Northern groups traded with Indonesian fishermen who came seasonally to harvest trepang, creating economic relationships that predated European contact by centuries. The seasonal round, the cyclical movement of groups through their territories, timed to coincide with the availability of different resources, was a marvel of logistical planning. It required detailed knowledge of when specific plants would fruit, when certain animals would be most available, and how to arrange social gatherings so that dispersed groups could come together for ceremonies, marriages, and the exchange of goods and knowledge. These gatherings were like conferences where the latest innovations were shared, alliances were confirmed, and young people learned from elders across multiple communities. Information travelled slowly by modern standards but reliably, moving along trade routes that connected groups separated by thousands of miles. The spiritual life of Indigenous Australians was inseparable from their practical life. The Dreamtime wasn't ancient history, it was an eternal present, constantly renewed through ceremony and song. Initiation rituals weren't just social markers, but educational intensives where young people learned the deep knowledge of their culture. Sacred sites weren't merely symbolic, but were actual places where specific events and creation occurred, as real to Indigenous Australians as historical battlefields are to modern nations. Art served multiple purposes, aesthetic expression certainly, but also as mnemonic devices, territorial markers, and records of knowledge. Rock art sites across Australia contain images tens of thousands of years old, making them some of humanity's oldest continuous artistic traditions. Some paintings have been maintained and renewed for so long that they represent unbroken chains of cultural transmission, stretching back into periods that European history considers prehistoric. The boomerang, probably Australia's most famous contribution to world technology, existed in forms ranging from simple throwing sticks to precisely engineered returning boomerangs that required sophisticated understanding of aerodynamics. Different designs served different purposes, and the knowledge of how to make and use them was specialised and valued. Language was treated with a reverence that modern societies reserve for sacred texts. Some languages had special forms used only for ceremonies, others had secret vocabularies known only to initiated men or women. The precision of indigenous languages in describing ecological relationships, kinship structures, and temporal concepts often exceeded what English could express, requiring borrowed terms when anthropologists tried to explain these concepts to European audiences. As the centuries rolled past, and remember, we're talking about a time span that makes the entire history of Western civilization look like a weekend, indigenous Australian societies continued their steady existence. They weathered climate changes that turned lakes into deserts, adapted to shifting resources, and maintained cultural continuity across time periods that saw empires rise and fall in other parts of the world. Chapter 3. Distant Ships and First Encounters. By the 17th century, European ships had begun appearing in Australian waters like confused guests at a party they weren't invited to. These weren't planned voyages of discovery so much as navigational accidents, ships bound for the Dutch East Indies that had miscalculated, Portuguese vessels that might have visited but left no clear records, and Chinese traders whose presence is suggested by artefacts but remains historically ambiguous. The Dutch were the first Europeans to definitely make contact, though contact might be too generous a word. Dutch navigators touched various points along the Australian coast between 1606 and 1756, took one look at the arid landscapes they encountered, and essentially decided the whole continent wasn't worth the effort. They named it New Holland, with all the enthusiasm of someone naming a particularly boring committee, noted the presence of indigenous people without much interest, and sailed away to find places with more obvious commercial potential. These early encounters were like two people trying to have a conversation without sharing a language, context, or basic understanding of what the other wanted. Dutch sailors saw empty land without the markers of civilization they recognised. No cities, no agriculture, no obvious wealth. Indigenous Australians saw strange visitors who clearly had no idea how to survive in this country and would probably leave soon. The most famous of these early visitors was William Dampier, an English pirate, explorer and serial exaggerator, who visited the northwest coast in 1688 and again in 1699. Dampier's descriptions of indigenous Australians were spectacularly uncharitable, calling them the miserablest people in the world. This from a man whose career highlights included piracy, and whose survival skills apparently didn't include figuring out how to thrive in a desert climate without thousands of years of accumulated local knowledge. But Dampier's accounts circulated in England and Europe, creating impressions that would influence later attitudes. The irony is that the people Dampier dismissed as miserable had been living successfully in one of Earth's harshest environments for millennia, while Dampier needed elaborate ships, supplies from Europe, and navigational instruments just to visit briefly. Then came James Cook in 1770, and suddenly the Europeans got serious about this land they'd been ignoring. Cook's voyage along the east coast was different from earlier visits, because it was systematic, scientific, and accompanied by artists and naturalists who documented everything they saw. Joseph Banks, the expedition's botanist, was so excited by the new species he found that the expedition's first landing site was named Botany Bay in honour of his enthusiasm. Cook's encounters with indigenous Australians along the coast were mixed. At some places, local people showed curiosity about the visitors. At others, they made it clear the strangers should leave. There was a notable incident at Botany Bay where indigenous men tried to drive the British away, which was both brave and completely reasonable, given that armed foreigners had just shown up uninvited. What Cook and his crew didn't understand was that they were meeting people with established territories, complex societies, and no particular interest in European trade goods or Christian salvation. The indigenous Australians who watched Cook's ship sail past weren't awestruck by European technology. They were probably wondering what these people wanted and when they'd leave. Cook's journals described Indigenous Australians more charitably than Dampier had, noting their apparent contentment and health. He observed that they seemed to want nothing that Europeans possessed, which Banks found remarkable. Here were people who looked at European goods, metal tools, cloth, manufactured items, and basically shrugged. This should have suggested that Indigenous Australians had successful material cultures that met their needs, but Europeans tended to interpret it as evidence of primitiveness rather than cultural difference. The really consequential part of Cook's voyage came when he sailed into Possession Island and, in one of history's more questionable legal manoeuvres, claimed the entire eastern coast of Australia for Britain under the doctrine of terra nullius, land belonging to no one. This was nonsense, obviously. The land belonged to the hundreds of indigenous groups who had lived there for 65,000 years. But European law had developed convenient fictions that allowed colonisers to ignore indigenous ownership, and terra nullius was one of the most pernicious. Chapter 4. The First Fleet and Unwanted Beginnings. Britain's decision to colonise Australia had nothing to do with the continent's potential, and everything to do with a criminally overcrowded prison system. After losing the American Revolution, Britain suddenly lacked a convenient place to ship convicts, and Australian colonisation was essentially a massive exercise in out-of-sight, out-of-mind criminal justice policy. Picture the First Fleet, 11 ships carrying about 1,500 people, including over 700 convicts, sailing to the other side of the world to establish a colony in a place none of them had ever seen. The voyage took 8 months, which gives you plenty of time to contemplate your life choices. These weren't hardened criminals for the most part, but people convicted of theft, poaching, and other crimes that were more about poverty than violence. When the First Fleet arrived at Botany Bay in January 1788, they discovered that Cook's glowing descriptions had been somewhat optimistic. The bay was shallow, exposed to wind, and generally unsuitable for settlement. After a few days of looking around and probably reconsidering their entire plan, they moved north to Port Jackson, what would become Sydney Harbour, and on January 26th, Arthur Phillip established the first European settlement on Australian soil. That date, January 26th, would eventually become Australia Day, though Indigenous Australians understandably view it as Invasion Day, the beginning of dispossession, disease, and cultural destruction. It's a date that carries very different meanings depending on your perspective, which tells you something about how complicated Australian history remains. The early colony was a disaster waiting to happen, with the emphasis on disaster. Britain had sent convicts and guards, but not nearly enough farmers, supplies, or people who knew anything about agriculture in Australian conditions. The first crops failed. Supplies ran low, people went hungry. The colony survived its first years through a combination of desperate improvisation, limited trade with indigenous groups, and supply ships from Britain that arrived with frustrating irregularity. Indigenous people of the Sydney region, the Eora Nation, watched these newcomers with a mixture of curiosity, concern, and growing alarm. At first, there might have been hope that the British would leave once they realised how unsuited they were to local conditions. But as the settlement persisted and expanded, it became clear these visitors intended to stay. The relationship between colonisers and Indigenous Australians deteriorated quickly. The British saw empty land ready for use. Indigenous Australians saw their territories being occupied, their resources being depleted, and their way of life being threatened. Spears met muskets. Traditional hunting grounds became British farms. Sacred sites were cleared for buildings. Smallpox hit Sydney's indigenous population in 1789, killing roughly half the Eora people. Whether this was deliberately introduced, as some historians argue, or accidentally transmitted remains debated. Either way, the impact was catastrophic. European diseases against which Indigenous Australians had no immunity would prove more deadly than European weapons over the following decades. Some Indigenous people tried to work with the colonisers. Bennelong, a Eora man, learned English and tried to bridge the cultural divide. He travelled to England, met King George III, and returned to Sydney wearing English clothes. But Bennelong's story didn't have a happy ending. He eventually became estranged from both cultures, too changed to fully return to his previous life, but never truly accepted by British society. The colony slowly stabilised and grew. More convicts arrived. Free settlers began coming, lured by land grants. The British pushed further inland, and with each expansion, Indigenous Australians were pushed off their traditional lands. Sometimes this happened through negotiation or coercion. Often it happened through violence that colonial authorities preferred not to document too carefully. By the early 1800s, the pattern was set. British settlements expanded along the coast and inland. Indigenous resistance met military response. Diseases spread through indigenous populations faster than the settlements themselves expanded, and Britain began to realise that this prison colony might actually become something more substantial. Chapter 5. Wool, Gold, and the Rush to Claim a Continent. The transformation of Australia from penal colony to economic powerhouse happened faster than anyone expected, and it had a lot to do with sheep, specifically merino sheep, whose wool turned out to grow exceptionally well in Australian conditions. By the 1820s, wool exports were making certain colonists very wealthy, and suddenly Australia looked less like a dumping ground for criminals and more like an opportunity for ambitious settlers. The land grants that Britain offered free settlers were generous. To put it mildly, thousands of acres to anyone willing to establish a farm. Of course, these grants completely ignored that the land belonged to indigenous groups who had managed it for millennia. But colonial authorities operated under the convenient fiction of terra nullius, treating Australia as empty land free for the taking. Squatters, settlers who simply moved onto land without official permission, pushed the boundaries of settlement even faster than colonial governments could keep track of. They'd find good grazing land, establish sheep stations, and essentially dare the authorities to do anything about it. Most of the time, the government eventually recognised these illegal settlements, because stopping them would have required resources the colony didn't have. For Indigenous Australians, this expansion was catastrophic. Their traditional lands were taken for sheep stations, waterholes were monopolised by pastoral stations, hunting grounds were fenced off. When Indigenous people continued to use their traditional territories, which they had every right to do, they were treated as thieves and trespassers on their own land. Frontier violence escalated into what historians now recognise as guerrilla warfare. Indigenous groups conducted raids on pastoral stations, taking sheep and supplies. Settlers responded with punitive expeditions that often turned into massacres. Colonial authorities mostly looked the other way, and most of this violence went unrecorded, making it difficult to know the full extent of the deaths. Then came 1851, and everything accelerated. Gold was discovered, first in New South Wales and then in Victoria, sparking one of history's great gold rushes. Suddenly Australia was flooded with prospectors from around the world, Chinese miners, American 49ers who'd missed California's gold rush, British workers seeking fortune, and adventurers from everywhere. The gold rushes transformed Australia's demographics and economy overnight. Melbourne grew from a small town to a substantial city within a few years. The population doubled in a decade. Wealth poured in from the goldfields, funding construction, commerce, and the beginnings of an Australian identity that was less about being British and more about being Australian. The goldfields were remarkably democratic compared to most of 19th century society. Anyone could try their luck. Convicts who'd served their time, free settlers, Indigenous Australians, Chinese immigrants, and people from every social class. Your success depended on luck and determination rather than birth or connection. This created a rough egalitarianism that would influence Australian culture for generations. Of course, this democracy had limits. Chinese miners faced particular discrimination, blamed for everything from taking gold that should have gone to Europeans to undermining wage standards. Taxes and restrictions specifically targeted Chinese miners, revealing that Australian egalitarianism extended mainly to Europeans. Indigenous Australians were largely excluded from the goldfields, pushed aside by the rush of prospectors flooding across their territories. The Eureka Stockade incident in 1854 became one of the founding myths of Australian democracy. Miners in Ballarat, frustrated by expensive licences and government corruption, built a stockade and raised a flag. Soldiers attacked, killing about 30 miners in a brief violent confrontation. The rebellion failed militarily but succeeded politically. It led to reforms that made the colonies more democratic and became a symbol of Australian independence and workers' rights. By the 1860s, Australia had been transformed from a collection of prison colonies to a prosperous, growing society. The convict era was ending. The last convict ship arrived in Western Australia in 1868. Free immigration now dwarfed forced transportation. Cities were growing, industries were developing, and the colonies were gaining increasing autonomy from British rule. But this prosperity came at a cost that wasn't equally distributed. While European settlers celebrated growth and opportunity, Indigenous Australians faced continuing dispossession, violence, and population collapse. Their numbers had decreased dramatically from pre-contact levels, ravaged by disease, violence, and the destruction of traditional ways of life. Chapter 6. Making a Nation from 6 Arguments. By the 1890s, Australia consisted of 6 separate colonies: New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, South Australia, Western Australia and Tasmania, each with its own government, laws, and tendency to view the others as rivals or inconveniences. Getting them to agree to form a single nation was like trying to organise a family reunion where everyone thinks they should be in charge. The push for federation came from a mixture of practical needs and nationalist sentiment. The colonies needed to coordinate defence. There were periodic scares about foreign powers, especially Russia and later Germany, threatening Australian waters. They needed to standardise railway gauges, which were embarrassingly different across colonial borders, meaning goods had to be unloaded and reloaded when crossing from one colony to another. And there was a growing sense that Australians shared enough in common to deserve their own nation, rather than remaining a collection of British colonies. The process of creating this nation involved a lot of arguing. Constitutional conventions met, debated, adjourned, and met again. Representatives from each colony lobbied for their interests. Small colonies worried about being dominated by large ones. Large colonies resented giving small colonies equal representation. Everyone had opinions about everything, and getting 6 colonies to agree on constitutional language proved only slightly easier than actual nation-building usually is. One of the key compromises involved creating a federal capital in New South Wales to appease the most populous colony, but locating it at least 100 miles from Sydney, to appease Victoria, which thought Sydney had too much influence already. This eventually led to Canberra, a purpose-built capital that would become famous for its planned layout, bureaucratic atmosphere, and ability to make visitors wonder why anyone thought building a city from scratch in sheep-grazing country was a good idea. The constitution that emerged in 1901 created a federal system that borrowed heavily from both Britain and the United States. There would be a parliament with 2 houses, a House of Representatives based on population, and a Senate giving equal representation to each state. Executive power would rest with a Prime Minister and Cabinet, responsible to Parliament, and the British monarch would remain head of state, represented by a Governor-General, because cutting ties completely with Britain seemed too radical for 1901. What the Constitution didn't address, at least not positively, was Indigenous Australians. Section 127 specifically excluded Aboriginal natives from being counted in the national census. Section 51 gave the federal government power to make laws about all people except the Aboriginal race. This exclusion wasn't accidental oversight but deliberate policy, reflecting prevailing beliefs that Indigenous Australians were a dying race that would soon vanish entirely, solving what colonisers viewed as the Aboriginal problem. The other notable exclusion involved what would become known as the White Australia policy. The Immigration Restriction Act of 1901 was designed to keep non-Europeans, especially Chinese and Pacific Islander people, from immigrating to Australia. It used dictation tests that could be administered in any European language to exclude unwanted immigrants, a system so transparently discriminatory that it became a model for racist immigration policies elsewhere. Federation Day, January 1st, 1901, was celebrated with enthusiasm by most white Australians. There were parades, speeches and general celebrations of the new Commonwealth of Australia. For Indigenous Australians, it was just another day in an ongoing dispossession, now to be conducted by a federal government instead of colonial ones. Chapter 7. Wars, Depression, and Defining Australian Identity. The new Australian nation barely had time to settle into existence before World War I came along, and, like a demanding relative, insisted Australia prove its maturity through military service. When Britain declared war in 1914, Australia was automatically at war too. That's how the British Commonwealth worked, and Australians volunteered in extraordinary numbers. The Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, the Anzacs, landed at Gallipoli in Turkey in April 1915 as part of a British-led campaign that was supposed to knock the Ottoman Empire out of the war. Instead, it turned into an 8-month military disaster where Allied forces were pinned on beaches and cliffs, taking heavy casualties for no strategic gain. The campaign failed completely, but something interesting happened in that failure. Australians developed a national mythology. Anzac Day, April 25th, became Australia's most important national commemoration, not celebrating victory, but honouring sacrifice, mateship, and the Anzac spirit of endurance under impossible conditions. There's something distinctly Australian about choosing a military defeat as your defining national moment, suggesting that how you handle adversity matters more than winning. Over 60,000 Australian soldiers died in World War I, a staggering number for a nation of fewer than 5 million people. Hardly a town or suburb wasn't touched by grief. War memorials went up in every community, listing names that often represented significant percentages of local young men. The war changed Australia from a collection of former colonies into a nation that had proven itself on the world stage, though the price of that proof was heartbreakingly high. The 1920s brought recovery and prosperity. Briefly, Australia's economy grew, cities expanded, and there was a sense that the worst was behind. Then came 1929 and the Great Depression, hitting Australia particularly hard because the economy depended heavily on exports of wool and wheat, both of which collapsed in value. Unemployment reached 30%. People queued for government relief that barely kept families fed. Shanty towns grew on city outskirts. The Great Depression tested Australian institutions and social cohesion in ways that would influence politics for generations. Labour unions gained strength, pushing for better conditions and greater economic equality. Conservative forces worried about radicalism and communism. Political tensions ran high, occasionally spilling into violence. Australia weathered the Depression without revolution or dictatorship, which was something of an achievement given what was happening in other parts of the world, but the experience left lasting marks on Australian society. World War II came along just as Australia was recovering from the Depression, and this time the threat was existential. When Japan entered the war, Australia suddenly faced invasion by a military power that was advancing rapidly through Southeast Asia. The fall of Singapore in 1942, where British promises of defence collapsed and thousands of Australian soldiers were captured, marked a turning point in Australian strategic thinking. Prime Minister John Curtin made a famous declaration that Australia would look to America rather than Britain for security, explicitly acknowledging that Britain could no longer protect its distant dominion. American General Douglas MacArthur made Australia his headquarters for the Pacific War. American servicemen flooded into Australian cities. The Battle of the Coral Sea stopped Japanese naval forces heading toward Australia. For the first time, Australians faced war in their own region, rather than fighting in distant European or Middle Eastern campaigns. The war accelerated Australia's transformation from British colony to independent nation. After 1945, there was no going back to assuming Britain would handle defence and foreign policy. Australia needed to develop its own international relationships, strengthen its military, and think about its place in the Asia-Pacific region, rather than imagining itself as a distant outpost of Europe. Chapter 8. Post-war Transformation and Cultural Awakening. The decades after World War II saw Australia transform more rapidly than in all its previous history. The government launched a massive immigration program under the slogan "Populate or Perish," bringing over 2 million immigrants between 1945 and 1947-1965. The initial focus was on British immigrants, but as numbers fell short, Australia expanded to accept displaced persons from Europe: Poles, Ukrainians, Yugoslavs, Greeks, and Italians. This immigration challenged the White Australia policy's assumptions without directly confronting them. The government tried to maintain the policy while accepting Southern Europeans who earlier generations might not have considered properly white. Italian and Greek immigrants faced discrimination, were called derogatory names, and struggled for acceptance, but their presence began diversifying what it meant to be Australian. These immigrants changed Australian food, culture, and cities. Suburbs that had been relentlessly British became multicultural neighbourhoods. Coffee culture arrived with Italian immigrants who were horrified by Australian coffee habits. Greek restaurants introduced Australians to cuisines beyond meat pies and fish and chips. European immigrants brought different attitudes about food, family and leisure that gradually influenced broader Australian culture. The 1950s and 1960s were also when Indigenous Australians began organising more effectively for civil rights. They had fought in both world wars, worked in industries supporting the war effort, and then returned to lives defined by discrimination and legal restrictions. In Queensland and the Northern Territory, Indigenous workers on cattle stations lived under conditions barely distinguishable from servitude. In southern states, Indigenous people faced segregation in housing, education and public spaces. The Freedom Rides of 1965, inspired by American civil rights activism, saw students from the University of Sydney travel through rural New South Wales, documenting discrimination and protesting segregation in swimming pools, cinemas and other public spaces. These protests brought national attention to inequalities that most urban Australians preferred not to think about. The real breakthrough came in 1967, with a referendum asking Australians to remove constitutional provisions excluding Indigenous Australians from the census and prohibiting the federal government from making laws for them. Over 90% voted yes, one of the highest referendum results in Australian history. It didn't immediately change Indigenous lives, but it represented a shift in national attitudes, an acknowledgement that exclusion and discrimination had to end. The White Australia policy's dismantling happened gradually through the 1960s and early 1970s. First, restrictions eased slightly, then exceptions multiplied. Finally, in 1973, the Whitlam government officially ended racial discrimination in immigration policy. This opened Australia to Asian immigration, fundamentally changing the nation's demographic trajectory. Vietnamese refugees arrived after the Vietnam War, establishing communities that enriched Australian society. Asian skilled migration increased. By the 1980s, Australia was receiving immigrants from every continent, transforming cities into genuinely multicultural places. Sydney and Melbourne became among the world's most diverse cities, with neighbourhoods where dozens of languages could be heard and restaurants representing cuisines from every corner of the globe. These changes weren't smooth or universally welcomed. There were tensions, racist incidents, and political movements resisting multiculturalism. Pauline Hanson's One Nation Party emerged in the 1990s, arguing that Asian immigration threatened Australian identity. But these resistance movements represented minorities. Most Australians adapted to diversity, recognising that multiculturalism wasn't destroying Australian identity but creating a new version of it. The arts flourished during this period. Australian cinema experienced a renaissance with films that explored Australian themes and landscapes. Rock bands like AC/DC and INXS achieved international success. Australian literature gained recognition beyond simply being exotic British writing from the Southern Hemisphere. There was growing confidence that Australian culture could stand on its own terms rather than constantly referencing British or American models. Chapter 9: Land Rights, Reconciliation and Unfinished Business. The 1970s and 1980s saw Indigenous Australians push harder for land rights, recognition and self-determination. The case that changed everything was Milirpum v Nabalco, the Gove land rights case, where Yolngu people from Arnhem Land challenged mining on their traditional country. They lost in court, but the case generated national attention and political pressure that couldn't be ignored. Prime Minister Gough Whitlam responded by establishing the Aboriginal Land Rights Commission, which led to the Northern Territory Land Rights Act of 1976. This was the first legislation recognising Indigenous land ownership based on traditional connection rather than British legal concepts. Indigenous communities could now claim unallocated Crown land in the Northern Territory if they could prove traditional ownership. It was limited and didn't extend to the rest of Australia, but it established the principle that terra nullius was a fiction and Indigenous land rights existed. The real bombshell came in 1992 with the Mabo decision. Eddie Mabo, a Meriam man from the Torres Strait Islands, had been fighting since 1982 for recognition that his people owned their traditional lands. The High Court's decision in Mabo v Queensland finally overturned terra nullius, ruling that native title existed and had survived British colonisation, where Indigenous people maintained continuous connection to land. This was revolutionary, like discovering that the legal foundation of Australian land ownership had been built on quicksand. It didn't mean all Australian land suddenly reverted to Indigenous ownership, but it meant that Indigenous people could claim native title, where they could prove continuous connection, and where the land hadn't been developed or granted away under other legal processes. The Native Title Act of 1993 tried to create a framework for recognising these rights, while protecting existing property owners. The result was complex, legalistic, and often frustrating for Indigenous claimants, but it was still remarkable progress compared to the blanket denial of Indigenous rights that had characterised Australian law for 2 centuries. The stolen generations issue emerged into public consciousness during this period. For decades, Australian governments had systematically removed Indigenous children from their families under assimilation policies, placing them in institutions or with white families. The idea was to breed out Indigenous identity by raising children without connection to their culture, families, or communities. The 1997 Bringing Them Home report documented this practice in devastating detail. Tens of thousands of children forcibly removed, families destroyed, cultures disrupted, and psychological trauma that affected not just individuals but entire communities across generations. The report recommended a formal apology, but Prime Minister John Howard refused, arguing that present generations shouldn't apologise for past actions. This refusal became increasingly controversial. In 2008, newly elected Prime Minister Kevin Rudd made a formal apology to the stolen generations in Parliament, acknowledging the suffering caused by forced removal policies. It was an emotional moment. Many stolen generation survivors were present in Parliament, and the apology was broadcast nationally. It didn't undo the harm, but it represented official acknowledgement of historical injustice. Yet progress on Indigenous issues remained frustratingly slow and uneven. The gap in life expectancy, health outcomes, education, and employment between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians persisted despite numerous government programs. Remote Indigenous communities face particular challenges: inadequate services, limited economic opportunities, and the ongoing impacts of historical dispossession. Constitutional recognition of Indigenous Australians became a long-running debate. The Constitution still contained provisions from 1901 that excluded or marginalised Indigenous people. Multiple proposals for constitutional reform were debated, designed and discussed, but creating change that satisfied both Indigenous communities and required referendum majorities proved elusive. The 2017 Uluru Statement from the Heart, issued by Indigenous leaders, called for constitutional reform establishing a voice to Parliament, a permanent Indigenous advisory body that would ensure Indigenous communities had input into policies affecting them. The proposal sparked debate about constitutional change, Indigenous representation, and the relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australia that continues today. Chapter 10: Modern Australia in a Changing World. As the 20th century ended and the 21st began, Australia found itself navigating an identity that was increasingly complex. No longer simply British, but not quite willing to embrace being Asian despite geography, Australia occupied an interesting middle ground, a Western democracy in the Asia-Pacific region, with a population becoming more diverse with each passing year. The Sydney Olympics in 2000 became a showcase for this modern Australia. The opening ceremony featured Indigenous performers prominently. Cathy Freeman, an Indigenous athlete, lit the Olympic flame and later won gold in the 400 metres while carrying both the Australian and Aboriginal flags. It was a moment of national pride that tried to bridge historical divisions, though many noted that Olympic symbolism was easier than addressing substantive Indigenous disadvantage. The Republic debate simmered throughout the 1990s and came to a head with a 1999 referendum asking Australians if they wanted to replace the British monarch with an Australian president. The result was complicated. Polls showed many Australians supported becoming a republic in principle, but the specific model proposed, where Parliament would elect the president, didn't satisfy either monarchists or Republicans who wanted direct election. The referendum failed, and Australia retained Queen Elizabeth II as head of state, a reminder that changing constitutional arrangements requires more than vague sentiment. Australia's economy transformed during these decades through a process politely called economic reform, but which involved significant pain for many communities. Manufacturing declined as globalization shifted production to Asia. Mining boomed as China's growth created enormous demand for Australian iron ore, coal and natural gas. Service industries expanded, The economy grew overall, but the benefits weren't distributed equally, with inner-city professional workers doing well, while outer suburban and regional areas struggled with job losses and declining services. The mining boom of the 2000s and 2010s brought extraordinary wealth, particularly to Western Australia, where iron ore mines produced billions in export revenue. This created an interesting dynamic where mining companies and state governments grew rich, while debates raged about whether enough wealth was being captured for broader public benefit through taxes and royalties. Climate change became an increasingly divisive political issue. Australia is particularly vulnerable to climate impacts. Droughts become more severe, bushfires more frequent and intense, coral bleaching threatens the Great Barrier Reef, and coastal communities face rising seas. Yet Australia's economy depends heavily on coal and gas exports, creating political tensions between environmental concerns and economic interests. The millennium drought of the late 1990s through 2000s hit southeastern Australia particularly hard. Major cities implemented water restrictions, farmers watched crops fail, and debates about water management dominated politics. The drought eventually broke, but it previewed challenges that climate change is expected to intensify. Then came the Black Saturday bushfires of 2009 in Victoria, the deadliest bushfires in Australian history, killing 173 people and destroying thousands of homes. The fires generated their own weather systems, moved faster than people could flee, and demonstrated the devastating potential of extreme fire conditions combined with strong winds and record temperatures. Immigration remained contentious. Successive governments struggled with asylum seekers arriving by boat, implementing increasingly harsh deterrence policies. Offshore detention centres in Nauru and Papua New Guinea held asylum seekers in conditions that drew international criticism. The political calculation was that being perceived as tough on borders won more votes than humanitarian concerns cost, revealing uncomfortable truths about Australian political priorities. Meanwhile, Australia's relationship with China grew more economically important and politically complicated. China became Australia's largest trading partner by far, buying Australian resources at scales that drove economic growth. But strategic concerns about China's rising power, its treatment of ethnic minorities, and its increasingly assertive foreign policy created tensions between economic interests and security concerns. The COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 to 2021 revealed both strengths and limitations in Australian governance. Border closures and lockdowns contained the virus more successfully than in many countries, keeping death rates relatively low. But border policies separated families, locked international students and temporary residents out of support systems, and exposed inequalities in who could afford to weather extended lockdowns. State border closures, previously unthinkable, became routine, with states protecting their populations by restricting movement in ways that divided families and disrupted businesses. The pandemic revealed that Australian federalism, designed for an era of slow communication and transport, could create as many problems as it solved in a crisis requiring rapid, coordinated response. The Voice to Parliament referendum in 2023 asked Australians whether they supported constitutional change to establish an Indigenous advisory body. Despite initial polling showing support, the referendum failed, with many Australians voting no for varied reasons. Some opposed constitutional change, others wanted practical action instead of symbolic recognition, and some were influenced by misinformation campaigns about what the Voice would actually do. The referendum's failure highlighted ongoing challenges in reconciliation. While most Australians supported Indigenous rights in abstract terms, building consensus for specific reforms proved difficult. The gap between symbolic recognition and substantive change remained frustratingly wide. Chapter 11. The Land Itself, Australia's Enduring Character. As we wind down this long journey through Australian history, it's worth considering the land itself, this vast, ancient continent that has shaped everyone who has lived here, from the first humans who arrived 65,000 years ago to the most recent immigrants stepping off a plane last week. Australia is the flattest, driest inhabited continent, with soils among the oldest and least fertile on Earth. This isn't prime agricultural land that generously yields whatever you plant. It's a landscape that demands respect, knowledge, and adaptation. Indigenous Australians learned this over millennia. European settlers took longer and made more mistakes, sometimes spectacular ones. The distances are almost incomprehensible to people from smaller countries. You can drive for hours, days even, and see nothing but scrubland, the same eucalyptus trees stretching to every horizon. There's a reason Australians measure distance in time rather than kilometres. It's about 4 hours up the road, means more than it's 350 kilometres away. Because the real question is how long you'll be driving through that emptiness. Yet this emptiness isn't really empty. The outback that looks barren to European eyes teems with life if you know how to look. Lizards sheltering under rocks, birds nesting in impossible places, and plants that survive years without rain and then burst into bloom when moisture finally comes. Indigenous Australians could read this landscape like Europeans read books, seeing stories, resources and knowledge in every feature. The coasts tell a different story, lush, green, and where most Australians actually live. Over 80% of the population clusters along the coastline, particularly the eastern and southeastern coasts, leaving the interior largely uninhabited except for mining operations and small towns, connected by impossibly long roads. This creates an odd situation where Australia is simultaneously one of the most urbanised countries in the world and one with vast spaces where human presence is minimal. The Great Barrier Reef, stretching for over 2,000 kilometres along the Queensland coast, is the world's largest living structure, visible from space. It's a reminder that, while the land is ancient and weathered, the surrounding oceans are dynamic and alive. The reef faces existential threats from warming waters and ocean acidification, making it a symbol of broader environmental challenges. Australian wildlife remains gloriously weird. Monotremes, mammals that lay eggs, exist nowhere else. Marsupials dominate where placental mammals rule elsewhere. Venomous creatures abound, snakes, spiders, jellyfish, and even a venomous platypus, because apparently regular platypi weren't strange enough. Yet for all the dangerous wildlife reputation, Australia is remarkably safe if you exercise basic common sense, unlike places with large predators that actually hunt humans. The seasons run opposite to the Northern Hemisphere, which creates ongoing calendar confusion. Christmas happens in summer, requiring Australians to maintain European traditions like hot roast dinners in sweltering heat, while knowing that singing about snow and winter wonderlands is geographically nonsensical. Some things persist through cultural inertia, regardless of environmental fit. Chapter 12. What Australia means today. As you settle deeper into your pillow, let's consider what Australia represents in the early 21st century. Not the tourist brochure version with beaches and opera houses, but the more complex reality of a nation still working out what it wants to be. Australia is one of the world's most successful multicultural democracies, a place where people from every continent live together, with generally less conflict than history might predict. Over 30% of Australians were born overseas, and in cities like Sydney and Melbourne, that percentage approaches 40%. This diversity is now woven into Australian identity rather than threatening it, though individual incidents of racism remind us that acceptance isn't universal. The Australian sense of humour, self-deprecating, ironic and slightly irreverent toward authority, remains a defining characteristic. Australians instinctively deflate pomposity, value authenticity over pretension, and use nicknames as signs of affection. This can sometimes frustrate visitors from more formal cultures, but it creates a social environment where hierarchy is less rigid than in many societies. Mateship, that quintessentially Australian concept, values loyalty, helping others, and standing by your friends. It emerged from the harsh conditions of early colonial life, where cooperation meant survival, got reinforced through military experiences, and now shapes everything from workplace culture to political rhetoric. Though mateship has historically been quite masculine in its emphasis, contemporary understanding has broadened to include more diverse forms of solidarity and community support. The tyranny of distance, Australia's isolation from major world centres, has shaped national psychology in interesting ways. Australians are simultaneously provincial and cosmopolitan, deeply attached to local places while being enthusiastic international travellers. The distance creates a kind of fortress mentality sometimes, but also produces people who are comfortable with crossing cultural boundaries. Sports occupy an almost religious place in Australian culture. Cricket, Australian rules football, rugby league, rugby union, soccer, and countless other sports generate passion that can seem disproportionate to outsiders. But sports serve as social glue, creating shared experiences and identities that bridge other divisions. State rivalries in sports are intense, but mostly good-natured, except when they're not. The beach lifestyle isn't tourist mythology, but genuine cultural practice for millions of coastal Australians. Learning to swim, understanding surf conditions, and spending summer days at the beach aren't luxury activities but normal parts of life. Surf life-saving clubs are community institutions that combine sport, service, and social connection. Australian English has evolved into its own dialect with distinctive pronunciation, vocabulary, and idioms that can confound even native English speakers from other countries. The tendency to abbreviate everything, arvo for afternoon, servo for service station, brekkie for breakfast, combined with distinctive slang, creates a language that is simultaneously familiar and foreign to other English speakers. Yet underneath these cultural characteristics, deeper questions persist. What does reconciliation with Indigenous Australians actually require beyond symbolic gestures? How does Australia balance its Western political traditions with its Asian geography? What responsibilities come with extraordinary resource wealth in a world facing climate change? How do you maintain social cohesion as diversity increases? These aren't questions with easy answers, and different Australians answer them differently. The Australian political system produces stability, but sometimes at the cost of bold reform. The combination of compulsory voting, preferential voting, and frequent elections means that politicians must appeal to median voters, creating pressure for centrist policies. This prevents extremism, but can also prevent necessary change when that change requires short-term sacrifice for long-term benefit. Indigenous disadvantage remains Australia's greatest domestic challenge and moral failing. Despite decades of programs, policies and good intentions, gaps in health, education, employment and incarceration rates persist. Until these gaps close, Australia cannot claim to have truly reconciled with the injustices of colonisation and their continuing impacts. Epilogue. Stories that continue. As you drift towards sleep, remember that history isn't a story that ended, it's one that continues. The Australia that exists today is dramatically different from the one that existed in 1788, or 1901, or even 1988. And the Australia that will exist in 2088 will be different again, shaped by decisions being made now and challenges not yet visible. Indigenous Australians, after surviving 65,000 years, including 2 centuries of dispossession and destruction, continue to maintain cultural traditions, revive languages, and assert rights to land and self-determination. Their story, the longest continuous human story on Earth, didn't end with colonisation. It adapted, persisted, and continues. The immigrant families who arrived from Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas are creating new chapters in Australian history, bringing traditions that enrich and complicate what it means to be Australian. Their children and grandchildren will blend these traditions with Australian culture in ways that continue the evolution that has characterised this continent for millennia. Environmental challenges, from climate change to species extinctions to water scarcity, will require Australians to reconsider their relationship with this ancient land. Perhaps this will create opportunities to learn from Indigenous knowledge systems that sustained human life here for thousands of generations, without depleting resources that support future generations. The Great Barrier Reef, struggling under warming seas, reminds us that some losses might be irreversible without rapid action. The increasingly intense bushfire seasons warn that climate change isn't a distant threat but a present reality requiring adaptation and mitigation. The drought-prone inland teaches that water is precious and cannot be taken for granted. Australia's geographic position, tucked below Asia in the southern hemisphere, will continue shaping its strategic and economic future. The rise of Asia, particularly China and India, creates both opportunities and challenges that will define Australian foreign policy for generations. The Republican debate will resurface, probably when Queen Elizabeth II's reign ends, forcing Australians to reconsider what constitutional links to Britain mean in an era when Australian identity has evolved far beyond its colonial origins. Cities will continue growing, sprawling across land that was recently farmland or bush, creating environmental and infrastructure challenges that require creative solutions. the Australian dream of owning a detached house on a quarter-acre block will become increasingly difficult as land prices rise and density increases. Technology will transform work, education, and social connections in ways we can barely imagine, just as previous generations couldn't imagine how television, air conditioning, and the internet would reshape Australian life. But through all these changes, something fundamental about Australia will probably persist: the particular quality of light that has inspired artists for millennia, the distinctive accent and humour, the casual approach to social hierarchy, and the fierce attachment to place that characterises both Indigenous and settler Australians in different but sometimes overlapping ways. The story that began 65,000 years ago when the first humans crossed the water to reach this continent continues. It has been a story of adaptation, survival, conflict, creativity, and constant change. It has included tragedies that should never be forgotten and triumphs worth celebrating. It has been shaped by Indigenous knowledge, British colonisation, multicultural immigration, and countless individual decisions that accumulated into historical forces. As you fall asleep tonight, you're connected to this ongoing story, whether you're Australian yourself or simply someone interested in how human societies evolve, adapt, and sometimes transcend their origins. Australia's history, like all history, isn't a collection of dates and facts, but a web of human experiences, choices, and consequences that continue resonating through time. The land itself, ancient, weathered, patient, has witnessed all of this and will witness whatever comes next. The stars that wheel overhead are the same stars that guided Indigenous navigators for thousands of generations, that confused early European explorers, and that now mark the southern sky for everyone who calls this continent home. Sleep well, knowing that history is never truly finished, that every ending is also a beginning, and that the oldest inhabited continent on Earth continues its journey into an unknowable but fascinating future. The story of Australia, like the best bedtime stories, invites you to dream, not just of what was, but of what might be. Nikola Tesla's boyhood in the small village of Smiljan, nestled in the rural reaches of the Austrian Empire, now Croatia, was as far removed from the noise of modern contraptions as one might imagine. Yet even amid this pastoral backdrop, Tesla found ways to indulge his curiosity. His father, Milutin, was an Orthodox priest often occupied by religious duties, but he also possessed a serious library where young Nicolaus snuck away to read. In fact, Tesla frequently credited these secretive explorations for sparking his fascination with science. Meanwhile, his mother, Juka, a resourceful and gifted woman, crafted household tools with her hands, granting Tesla a first-hand look at the interplay between imagination and utility. One story that rarely gets retold, overshadowed perhaps by grander anecdotes, involved a small wooden water wheel he built at age 9, determined to harness the churning stream that ran behind his home. Tesla carved rough paddles from scavenged driftwood and improvised an axle from a broken cart part. While the contrivance was crude, it worked, sort of. It sputtered and jammed more often than it spun, but this half-success taught him the power of redirecting natural forces. Even as a child, he recognised that nature housed tremendous energy, just waiting to be tapped. It was also during these early years that Tesla started experiencing acute visualizations. Later, he described how bright flashes before his eyes would conjure vivid images of objects he hadn't even witnessed before. This phenomenon, which he called his mind's eye, sometimes unsettled people around him, but it had a silver lining. Whenever an idea flickered through his consciousness, he could examine its details in these mental pictures, rotating and refining them before he ever set pen to paper. This unique ability, often minimized in popular accounts, shaped his inventive process. Of course, not all was idyllic. As a schoolboy, Tesla nursed a rebellious streak and loathed rote memorization. His teacher once scolded him for insisting that the Earth was a giant magnet, telling the class that Tesla was letting his imagination run wild. The teacher was unaware of how close Tesla was to the truth, nor how that minor humiliation inspired him to study magnetism more thoroughly. Some say the seeds of his future AC motor began here, in the tension between authority and Tesla's unwavering self-belief. In spare moments, the young Tesla found camaraderie with friends who joined in his experiments, like building hand-cranked contraptions or trying to talk through tin can telephones. Yet, If a contraption failed, Tesla vanished into introspection, recalculating every step in his mind. In those hours, no one could pry him away from his reflections. It was as if he was lost in that luminous inner workshop. Despite bouts of quiet withdrawal, Tesla still lived in a household that valued performance, especially rhetorical flair. His father believed in the power of eloquence and would often deliver stirring orations. Perhaps this is how Tesla learned to present radical ideas with poise. He also gleaned from his mother the virtue of patient tinkering, an aspect overshadowed by stories of his brilliant flashes of insight. Though untrained formally, Duca's improvisational skills showed him that great inventions need not come from grand laboratories. They could begin at a humble table or by the riverside, as long as one had the drive to see them through. By the time he reached adolescence, Tesla had devoured nearly every science book in his father's library. He immersed himself in electricity, magnetism, and mechanical wonders, his fascination growing with each page. Late at night, when the household slept and a single kerosene lamp flickered in the corridor, Tesla mulled over new concepts, making mental notes on how to apply them. He never just read, he scouted for clues, each bit of knowledge layering onto his mental designs. These experiences in Smiljan formed the bedrock of a lifetime of invention. While the world would one day witness Tesla's theatrical experiments and transformative discoveries, it all began beside a murmuring creek and within the hush of a modest library. There, free from urban clamour, Tesla learned the value of curiosity, observation, and sustained determination. It was in this unassuming domain, where wooden water wheels sputtered and a boy's imagination soared, that the seeds of an extraordinary destiny first took root. Perhaps most telling, these formative years cemented in Tesla a lifelong pattern of introspection and experimentation. The young inventor not only absorbed knowledge, he reinvented it in his imagination. For him, Smiljan was not a backwater. It was a secluded incubator for unexplored possibilities. Tesla's departure from home was spurred by academic pursuits that beckoned him to larger arenas, eventually landing him at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz. The environment there demanded rigour, which suited Tesla's capacity for total immersion. He sank his teeth into mathematics, physics, and mechanics with a feverish intensity. Professors noted his uncanny ability to answer complex theoretical questions without referencing textbooks, a result of his extraordinary mental visualization. However, the spark that truly lit his imagination was the direct current, DC, electrical machinery in the school's labs. Conventional wisdom suggested DC was the future of power, but Tesla found its inefficiencies maddening. Observing how DC motors generated sparks and wasted energy, he questioned how nobody noticed a better pathway. When one professor pronounced that harnessing alternating current, AC, at scale, was an impossibility, Tesla resisted the urge to argue. Instead, he spent late nights in his boarding room, sketching out rotating magnetic fields in his head. If he dozed off at all, it was with diagrams dancing across his eyelids. Despite his academic prowess, Tesla's stint in Graz did not end smoothly. Exhaustion, and perhaps an underlying rebellious streak, contributed to friction with university administrators. He once rigged an experiment to demonstrate a refined method for measuring electric resistance. When the apparatus short-circuited, Tesla found himself facing the wrath of a professor outraged by unorthodox experimentation. Feeling unwelcome, Tesla walked out, leaving conventional academia behind. From Graz, Tesla moved to other opportunities, including a brief and often overlooked period in Marburg, now Maribor, Slovenia. There, a shadow seemed to fall over him. Separated from the camaraderie of classmates, he grappled with bouts of anxiety. Without structured lab access, Tesla turned to solitary experiments, tinkering with leftover scraps of metal and wire. Yet the gloom of isolation gnawed at him, and he eventually returned home for a spell. His confidence rattled, but not shattered. It was in Budapest, while working at the Budapest Telephone Exchange, that Tesla began to regain his footing. In that frenetic workspace, he was tasked with improving the nascent telephone system's design. One lesser circulated story details how Tesla once clambered onto a rooftop to adjust overhead lines, the lightning flashes giving him new ideas about high-frequency current. Colleagues regarded him as eccentric competent. Crucially, it was during a routine walk through Budapest's city park that the notion of the rotating magnetic field crystallized in his mind. Inspired by a poem he recited aloud, Tesla abruptly stopped, drew a stick from the ground, and began tracing swirling diagrams in the dirt. He explained to his companion how 2 or more alternating currents, out of phase, could induce a rotating field capable of spinning a motor. That eureka moment set the course for his next inventions. It was an unveiling of practical AC concepts in the most unassuming of settings, far from any official laboratory. Shortly after, Tesla found himself with an opportunity in Paris, working for the Continental Edison Company. His tasks involved troubleshooting installations of Edison's DC systems, the very technology that had vexed him back at Graz. Even so, the job introduced him to real-world engineering challenges, from power outages to generator malfunctions. By day, Tesla tackled these issues, becoming something of a specialist in diagnosing electrical breakdowns. By night, he refined sketches of his AC motor, desperately wishing for the chance to build a prototype. The interplay between the daily grind of DC hardware maintenance and the nightly pursuit of AC innovation lent Tesla's life a peculiar duality, an unresolved tension between the present and what he believed the future should be, although overshadowed by the high drama of later years. These formative experiences taught Tesla resilience. He learned how to negotiate limited resources, how to observe the smallest anomalies in mechanical performance, and how to coax visions from his mind into workable sketches. More importantly, his confidence in the feasibility of AC power solidified, even as he undertook the tedium of DC-based assignments. The world around him might have regarded AC as a flight of fancy, but in his eyes it was the rightful heir to the electrical throne, waiting for its moment to shine. Tesla's fateful journey to the United States in 1884 has often been romanticized, yet a host of lesser-known details enrich that narrative. He arrived in New York with next to nothing, carrying a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison from his former employer in Paris. The letter supposedly claimed Tesla was an exceptional engineer who would produce wonders. In popular retellings, this encounter frames Tesla and Edison as instant rivals. But in truth, their relationship began with cautious respect. Edison recognized Tesla's competence right away and put him to work on projects deemed too intricate or menial for others. There's a story, one not widely circulated, that Tesla fixed a defective shipboard lighting system, saving Edison's company from contract penalties. Tesla never used it as leverage. Still, Edison noticed. Intrigued by Tesla's meticulous approach, he assigned him to redesign DC generators. Tesla toiled day and night, confident his improvements would prove their worth. And they did, but when he sought remuneration, misunderstandings piled up. It wasn't a single dispute over a massive bonus, more a pattern of unkept promises and blurred expectations. By early 1885, the veneer of cordiality evaporated, and Tesla left Edison's employ. That was the genesis of a rivalry later amplified by newspapers, driven more by conflicting technologies than personal hatred. Financial troubles beset Tesla almost immediately. With few acquaintances in New York, he found himself digging ditches for $2 a day. Yet it might have been that physical labour, under a harsh sun, that sharpened his resolve. He told a friend that while his body dug ditches, his mind was far away, describing elliptical arcs of thought. Where some might have fallen into despair, Tesla saw an interval to refine his intended path. That path led to the formation of Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing, his first entrepreneurial venture in America. He secured backers who, at first, promised to let him develop arc lighting systems and eventually his prized AC motors. However, once Tesla delivered an efficient arc lighting solution, those investors showed no interest in AC. Capital wanted quick returns, not imaginative leaps. Frustrated, Tesla found himself pushed out of the very company bearing his name. This episode left him wary of business partnerships and taught him that investors valued immediate profit over long-term vision. Undeterred, Tesla began to demonstrate his AC motor concept in small lecture halls around the city. One venue, the back room of a modest Manhattan building, had an audience of barely 20 people. But among them was Alfred S. Brown, a Western Union superintendent who recognized Tesla's potential. Another backer, Charles Peck, also attended. Together, they formed a partnership with Tesla, pledging to support his AC technology. These unglamorous sessions laid vital groundwork for Tesla's next breakthrough. Soon, with newfound supporters, Tesla established a laboratory at 89 Liberty Street, Manhattan. Amid coils of wire and improvised setups, he tinkered relentlessly. The space was cramped but offered freedom. He constructed prototypes of the polyphase AC motor, painstakingly refining them until they could run smoothly under load. Maintaining a consistent rotating magnetic field was one challenge. Ensuring it didn't damage the apparatus over time was another. Tesla tackled each obstacle systematically, relying on mental simulations before any real-world tests. One anecdote from this period recounts Tesla experimenting with high-speed turbines that let out unnerving whines. Passers-by grew wary, prompting multiple visits from the local fire brigade after neighbours complained of sparks. Tesla, oblivious to the fuss, would apologise earnestly, then resume his adjustments the moment they left. Such episodes highlight his tendency to live almost entirely in his realm of ideas, paying little heed to outside alarm. While public fascination with electricity was on the rise, spurred by the novelty of electric lights, most industrialists still viewed AC with caution. Tesla's goal was not simply to make AC motors feasible, but to persuade key players that this technology was reliable, safe, and profitable. Each small success in his lab bolstered his resolve, inching him closer to a grand future shaped by alternating current, truly unstoppable. By 1888, Tesla was ready to unveil his AC motor to the world, and the venue was the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. While typical accounts highlight the significance of this event, few explore the hushed excitement that filled that lecture hall. Attendees included professors, journalists, and industrial titans, all abuzz with talk of a new era in electrical distribution. Some were openly skeptical, others arrived hoping to witness the demise of what they considered an impossible dream. Tesla walked onto the stage with a calm demeanour, unveiling his motor and discussing its principles with methodical precision. Crucially in the audience sat George Westinghouse, who had embraced AC for power transmission. Impressed by Tesla's clarity and the elegant simplicity of his motor, Westinghouse quickly reached out. In negotiations, he purchased Tesla's patents for a substantial sum and promised royalties for every horsepower generated by his inventions. While mainstream retellings mention the deal, the nuance of their discussions, shaped by Tesla's vision for future expansions of AC, often remains overlooked. With Westinghouse's backing, Tesla moved into a well-resourced facility in Pittsburgh to refine his designs for commercial production. The cultural shift from his Liberty Street lab to an industrial setting was stark. Tesla sought perfect synergy of frequency and voltage, while corporate engineers focused on the standardized parts. Despite tension, seeing his motors mass-produced thrilled him. He was elated when AC Systems lit parts of the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, showcasing a cityscape aglow with alternating current, courtesy of Westinghouse and Tesla. A lesser-known interlude occurred when Tesla visited Niagara Falls to survey the planned hydroelectric station. Standing at the brink of the thundering cascade, he reportedly mused that harnessing such power would reflect humanity's harmony with nature. When it went online, delivering electricity as far as Buffalo, it proved AC's potency. Yet the war of the currents, fueled by Edison's campaign labelling AC dangerous, cast shadows on these achievements. Edison's allies staged gruesome demonstrations, electrocuting animals to highlight AC's hazards. Tesla, though offended, avoided direct public attacks. Instead, he showcased AC's safety in flamboyant ways, passing high-frequency currents through himself to light lamps. Newspapers seized on these spectacles. Tesla disliked theatrics for mere hype, but saw them as necessary to shift perception. Tesla's finances briefly soared. His arrangement with Westinghouse promised substantial gains as AC spread. However, Westinghouse soon faced financial strain from the Niagara project and market fluctuations. When bankers threatened the Westinghouse company, Tesla made a dramatic choice. He released Westinghouse from the heavy royalty agreement. Some see it as altruism. Others suspect that he believed broader AC adoption would bring even greater wealth down the line. Either way, this decision cost him millions. That shift altered Tesla's partnership with Westinghouse. Meanwhile, his growing celebrity pushed him to chase new ideas. Fascinated by high-frequency currents and wireless power, he found out that AC power distribution was only a starting point. His pivot from engineer to visionary signaled the dawn of a new phase. Yet the transition was uneasy. Industry leaders wanted market-ready products, not grand experiments. Tesla, ever the dreamer, yearned to break boundaries. This clash set the stage for his most audacious projects, some of which risked isolating him from commercial backers. Even so, as AC quietly became the worldwide standard, Tesla's decisive role could not be denied. He had toppled the seemingly immovable DC regime and paved the road for an era defined by alternating current, a feat that left him eager to explore even more uncharted terrain. These wins fueled Tesla's restless imagination, propelling further innovation. By the mid-1890s, Tesla had garnered a reputation as an inventor who might rewrite the laws of nature with each new contrivance. In truth, his methods combined meticulous trial and error with nights of solitary reflection. He fashioned advanced coils to produce high-voltage, high-frequency alternating currents, creating dramatic arcs of artificial lightning. While crowds flocked to watch his public lectures in Manhattan, Tesla was growing restless, longing for a place where he could attempt even bigger experiments unencumbered by city constraints. That desire took him to Colorado Springs in 1899. Perched at a higher altitude where thinner air helped facilitate certain high-voltage tests, the remote location was an ideal laboratory. He set up shop at the edge of town, building a structure equipped with a tall mast jutting above the roofline. Locals spoke in hushed tones about lightning machines and eerie after-dark glows. Some worried about potential catastrophe, while others were simply curious about the lanky figure who wandered fields at odd hours, studying the interplay of natural lightning. Inside that workshop, Tesla probed frontiers that mainstream scientists had scarcely imagined. He fixated on the resonance of Earth's ionosphere, believing signals could be beamed wirelessly across vast distances if properly tuned. According to diary entries, he meticulously recorded every spark, every flash, every ear-splitting crack of artificial thunder. On occasion, he produced such intense discharges that the crackle could be heard for miles. One account claims that he caused the local power station's generator to overheat, prompting a short-lived blackout. Ever the polite guest, Tesla apologized, then resumed tinkering. In Colorado, Tesla crystallized his grand vision, a system of global wireless communication and power distribution. The townspeople, hearing rumors of free electricity, speculated he might supply power at no cost. Tesla's goals, however, were subtler. He pictured networks of towers resonating with the Earth's natural electrical charge, carrying voice or energy anywhere. This concept was a precursor to technologies that would surface decades later, from radio transmissions to radar and beyond. Yet life in Colorado was more than just experiments and thunderous arcs. Tesla occasionally mingled with the locals, regaling them with tales of Europe and his earlier exploits in New York. Despite his eccentric schedule, he possessed impeccable manners. One story recounts how he gave a personal demo of wireless lamps to a bewildered blacksmith, who later insisted Tesla was pulling electricity from thin air. Such encounters spurred legends of Tesla as a wizard, blending science with something like sorcery. Still, financing these colossal tests drained Tesla's resources. His main backer, J.P. Morgan, had initially supported the wireless project, likely anticipating a monopoly on global information. But once Morgan realized Tesla's schemes were far more ambitious and riskier than mere wireless telegraphy, his enthusiasm cooled. Tesla pressed on, convinced one decisive demonstration would open funding floodgates. That breakthrough, however, remained elusive. Newspapers amplified rumors about Tesla's activities, some claiming he was attempting to signal distant planets. Though Tesla did speculate about extraterrestrial intelligence, his real focus lay on terrestrial wireless. The lurid headlines, while fueling his legend, did little to alleviate his financial pressures. Eventually, funds ran low, forcing Tesla to close the Colorado lab in 1900. He left with crates of notes and undiminished zeal, convinced he could still bring wireless power to the masses. For townspeople left behind, the memory of glowing skies and roiling static lingered, a testament to the spectacular possibilities that science could conjure. For Tesla, Colorado Springs became a pivotal chapter, a proving ground that fortified his belief in the limitless potential of electrical resonance. It was there he most clearly foresaw a connected world, bound less by wires than by the atmospheric and earth-circling energies he aimed to harness. In hindsight, Colorado was the overture to his next attempt at global electrification, an attempt that would manifest in the towering outline of Wardenclyffe on Long Island's shores. Upon returning to New York, Tesla consolidated his findings from Colorado Springs into an audacious new venture, the Wardenclyffe Tower Project. With financing from JP Morgan initially obtained under the premise of groundbreaking wireless telegraphy, Tesla purchased land in Shoreham, Long Island, overlooking the Atlantic. Construction began in 1901. The looming structure stood nearly 187 feet high, topped by a bulbous metal dome, and extended deep below ground through a network of iron rods. Many observers had no idea what to make of it. Tesla, ever enigmatic, preferred sweeping claims about sending both signals and energy across continents. What often goes unappreciated is how deeply Tesla believed in the underlying physics. His notes show that Wardenclyffe wasn't limited to broadcasting telegraph signals. He intended it as the first of many transmitters, all resonating with Earth's natural electrical cavities to convey messages or even power to any matching receiver worldwide. In his mind, it wasn't fantasy. It was a logical leap from the high-voltage experiments he had run in Colorado Springs. However, the timing was not in his favour. In the same year that Wardenclyffe's skeletal form emerged from the treetops, Guglielmo Marconi successfully conducted the first transatlantic radio transmission. Reporters hailed Marconi as a giant in wireless communication. Tesla, outraged, pointed out that his own patents on alternating current and related technologies predated Marconi's work. Nevertheless, the public and financiers were smitten with Marconi's simpler, more immediately marketable setup. Morgan's patience wore thin. Why bankroll Tesla's massive tower if Marconi's apparatus sufficed for long-distance signalling? Wardenclyffe, still incomplete, hemorrhaged money. The crew building it dwindled, salaries went unpaid, and Tesla found himself pleading for fresh capital. Each conversation with Morgan ended in terse demands for tangible proof, which Tesla couldn't produce fast enough. Desperate for funds, Tesla tried licensing auxiliary inventions, turbines, pumps, and even a plan to harness geothermal heat. But investors questioned his broader intentions, wary he might pivot their money into the tower. As financial constraints tightened, Wardenclyffe remained a half-realised vision. By 1905, the site was effectively deserted, the tower a silent monument to Tesla's ambitions and the shifting tides of investor faith. During these bleak years, Tesla's public persona grew more eccentric. Journalists occasionally interviewed him, only to hear about proposals for death rays or atmospheric power. Rumours circulated that he was becoming a recluse. Yet his mind stayed agile, continuing to churn out possibilities. He foresaw solar energy as a future mainstay, though few listened. The industrial world seemed enthralled by oil and coal, while Tesla's musings about sun-powered engines drew smirks. Wardenclyffe was never fully operational, and the newspapers offered little sympathy. Some newspapers ridiculed him, portraying him as an unrealistic idealist. Others barely mentioned his name, focusing instead on Marconi's ongoing successes. The sting of being overshadowed was palpable. Tesla clung to the belief that one day the world would recognize the practicality of wireless power. Indeed, later generations would adapt many of his principles for radio and beyond. But in his time, the tower's failure left him saddled with debt and weighed down by public skepticism. Even so, Tesla didn't abandon optimism. He often spoke as if Wardenclyffe had simply been delayed, not cancelled. In private, he refined sketches of improved transmitters, reimagined the tower's design, and kept dreaming of a worldwide grid of resonant stations. He believed that the planet itself, with its vast electrical potential, could be turned into a conduit of universal energy. The fact that society wasn't ready did little to dampen his conviction. Despite setbacks, fragments of Tesla's vision crept into later technological revolutions. Wireless communication would evolve in leaps and bounds, though powered by the more conventional means. Concepts like global connectivity and broadcast energy, dismissed in Tesla's day, surfaced decades afterward in varying forms. Yet at the dawn of the 20th century, Tesla faced only mounting bills, evaporating capital, and a tower rusting away on Long Island. The heartbreak of Wardenclyffe marked a turning point, leaving Tesla to operate mostly on the margins of an industry he had once revolutionized. As the 20th century marched on, the world Tesla had done so much to illuminate surged ahead. The AC systems he championed became the backbone of modern infrastructure, yet Tesla himself slipped from the spotlight. He moved between New York hotels, sometimes leaving unpaid bills behind. Public interviews grew sparse. When he did speak, he mentioned theories of beam weapons, weather manipulation, and advanced propulsion, sowing intrigue even as some questioned his grasp on reality. But his notebooks, to the extent they survive, reveal how these ideas built on earlier experiments rather than mere whimsy. A lesser-known facet of Tesla's later life was his nightly ritual of feeding pigeons in Bryant Park. Observers saw a solitary figure scattering seeds by lamplight, but Tesla found solace in caring for those birds, claiming a special bond with one white pigeon in particular. It may have seemed an odd pastime for a renowned inventor, yet it reflected a familiar pattern. Tesla's deep empathy for natural phenomena, creatures included. Meanwhile, patent disputes raged over the origins of radio. Tesla had filed patents before Marconi's breakthroughs, yet Marconi was lauded for bringing wireless transmission into the mainstream. The legal entanglements dragged on for years. In 1943, the US Supreme Court finally recognized Tesla's priority for certain critical radio patents, though this vindication arrived too late to alter his financial straits. He was never able to capitalize on the official ruling, nor did it quell the public's association of radio primarily with Marconi. Tesla spent his final stretch of life at the New Yorker hotel. Though short on funds, he still scrawled ideas on scraps of paper, proposing cosmic ray engines and new power methods. Visitors who managed to see him might find him animated and eloquent, speaking in polished tones about harnessing the energy of the sun or channeling power from the Earth's magnetic field. He believed that a teleforce beam could end war by making national borders impenetrable. To many, these notions sounded impossible, yet Tesla's track record left room to wonder. When he passed away on January 7, 1943, in room 327, he left behind boxes of documents that soon became the subject of intense scrutiny. Authorities seized some of his papers, fueling rumours of hidden innovations or weapons too dangerous for public consumption. Conspiracy theories flourished. While the reality likely involved routine security concerns, the secrecy lent mystique to Tesla's legacy. It became hard to disentangle fact from folklore over the decades. Tesla's standing in popular consciousness swung wildly. Edison's name overshadowed his for a time, especially in school textbooks. Only later did your movements rise to credit Tesla for his revolutionary contributions to AC power, radio technology, and more. Modern engineers, scientists, and curious laypeople uncovered his patents and writings, marvelling at how he'd anticipated entire fields of inquiry, from robotics to wireless communication. His pioneering theories on resonance and frequency also informed aspects of modern electronics, though that debt was seldom acknowledged until much later, in daily life. Tesla's true genius shines in the simplest of ways. Flick a light switch, and you reap the benefits of alternating current. Use wireless devices, and you operate on a principle Tesla believed could reach across the planet. The synergy he envisioned between inventor, nature, and the unstoppable march of progress remains a potent reminder of how one brilliant mind can shape whole eras. Tesla's story is, above all, a study in perseverance and paradox. He shunned the pursuit of wealth yet needed capital to materialize his dreams. He relished public demonstrations yet often worked alone, lost in interior worlds. He was both lauded and dismissed, recognized as a key figure in electrifying the modern world, yet branded at times as an eccentric on the fringes of acceptable science. Even so, he left an imprint rivaled by few. Long after his death, the hum of AC power lines, the glow of electric lamps, and the chirp of wireless signals echo Tesla's influence. He never saw the breadth of his triumph in person, yet the future he glimpsed was not mere fantasy. It was an inevitable extension of the forces he harnessed so elegantly. And though the man himself passed in relative obscurity, his ideas still crackle with a vitality that defies the boundaries of time and imagination.
Picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair by a crackling fire, maybe with a warm cup of tea steaming beside you. Tonight, we're going to take a gentle journey back through time, to an era when castles dotted the landscape like stone flowers, and family trees looked more like family wreaths. You're about to discover how medieval Europe's obsession with keeping bloodlines pure created some of the most entertainingly twisted family dynamics in human history. Let's start in the year 1247, in a castle somewhere in what we'd now call France. You're walking through the wonderful hall, and something feels off. Not scary off, mind you, just peculiar. Every portrait lining the wall seems to feature the same prominent nose, the same slightly drooping eyelid, and the same unfortunate chin that juts forward, like a castle's drawbridge, permanently stuck halfway down. It's as if one person posed for every family portrait across 3 centuries, just changing their clothes and hairstyles to keep things intriguing. The culprit wasn't artistic laziness or a painter with limited imagination. This was the Habsburg jaw. Though the Habsburgs hadn't quite perfected their signature look yet, medieval nobility had discovered what they thought was the perfect solution to a very real problem. How do you keep your wealth, power, and bloodline secure when you're surrounded by ambitious neighbours who'd love nothing more than to marry into your fortune and claim a piece of your kingdom? The answer seemed obvious at the time. You marry your cousin, and if that works out well, maybe your children will marry their cousins too. After all, who better to trust with your family's future than, well, your family? It was like keeping your money in a family-owned bank, except the currency was DNA, and the interest rates were absolutely terrible. You see, medieval Europe operated on a simple principle that would make modern relationship counsellors weep into their tissues. Blood was thicker than water, and the thicker, the better. Kings and queens looked at their family trees and thought, why let all these perfectly noble bloodlines wander off into other families when we could just loop them back around? It was a time when recycling was not only fashionable, but also a means of creating truly memorable genetic combinations, rather than preserving the environment. The church, despite its medieval origins, attempted to curb this enthusiasm. Before marriage became a taboo, they established rules about how closely related you could be. But here's where it becomes delightfully absurd. These same nobles who couldn't marry their first cousins would spend fortunes on papal dispensations, basically permission slips from the Pope, to marry their second cousins instead. It was akin to obtaining a hall pass to circumvent the rules, but the restrictions were based on genetics, and the cost of the hall pass surpassed the cost of most people's castles. Imagine being a medieval wedding planner in those days. Instead of worrying about seating charts based on divorces or political disagreements, you would be frantically sketching family trees to ensure that the bride and groom weren't accidentally related as uncle and niece. Let us examine the lineage through your great-grandmother's second marriage. Oh dear, it appears you're related in 3 distinct ways. Should we prioritise the closest relationship or the most recent one for the announcement? Should we go with the closest relationship or the most recent one for the announcement? The irony, of course, was delicious. These families were so concerned with keeping their bloodlines pure that they kept making them increasingly concentrated, like reducing a sauce until it becomes too intense for anyone to actually enjoy. What started as an attempt to preserve noble characteristics ended up creating some truly unique family reunions where everyone genuinely did look like distant relatives, because they were. You're still in that castle, and now you're looking more closely at those portraits. The resemblance isn't just striking, it's almost supernatural. 3-year-old Lord Timothy has the same weak chin as his great-great-grandfather, and Lady Margaret's distinctive nose appears to have been passed down with the precision of a medieval mason's measurements. This isn't mere coincidence, it's the result of your gene pool merging into a mere puddle. Let's wander over to medieval Spain, where the situation was getting particularly intriguing. Picture yourself as a visiting dignitary attending a royal wedding. You're handed a programme that includes a family tree to help you understand how the bride and groom are related. You unfold it, expecting something straightforward, and instead find what looks like a diagram for a very confused electrical circuit. The bride is the groom's second cousin through his mother's side, but also his third cousin through his father's side. And if you follow this dotted line here, technically his step-aunt through a previous marriage that was annulled, but the relationship somehow still counts. Medieval record keepers developed impressive skills at diplomatic language. Instead of writing "married his cousin," they'd craft elaborate phrases like "united in holy matrimony with his beloved kinswoman," or "joined with one of compatible noble bearing and familiar bloodline." It was like medieval spin control, making family reunions sound like diplomatic summits. The mathematics of medieval marriage were staggering. In some royal families, you could trace 7 different paths connecting any husband and wife. It wasn't just that everyone was related, it was that everyone was related in multiple, overlapping ways. Your spouse might simultaneously be your second cousin, third cousin once removed, and fourth cousin twice removed. Family gatherings must have required name tags, not just with names, but with relationship flowcharts. Consider the case of poor Charles II of Spain, who appears later in our story. By the time he was born, his family tree had been so thoroughly tangled that his parents were more closely related than typical siblings. His coefficient of inbreeding was higher than what you'd encounter in laboratory mice bred specifically for genetic uniformity. The man's jaw protruded so far forward that he couldn't chew properly, and his tongue was so large that his speech was barely intelligible. Yet somehow, the man was considered the pinnacle of royal breeding. Medieval physicians, bless their well-meaning hearts, had no idea what was happening. They developed elaborate theories about noble blood and refined humours to explain why royal families developed such distinctive characteristics. When little Prince Ferdinand was born, with the family's signature jutting jaw, physicians would nod sagely and explain that the trait demonstrated the purity of his noble essence. It was like having a genetic lottery where all the winning numbers were the same, but everyone convinced themselves that these traits proved they were lucky. The tragic comedy reached its peak when families would celebrate these distinctive features as proof of their superiority. That prominent forehead wasn't a sign of genetic bottlenecking. It was evidence of noble bearing. Rather than being the product of chromosomal confusion, those slightly crossed eyes were a sign of royal reflection. Medieval courts developed an entire aesthetic around what were essentially genetic accidents, turning medical textbook examples into fashion statements. You can imagine the portrait artists of the time developing very diplomatic techniques. How do you depict a person whose features, concentrated through generations of inbreeding, resemble a caricature of nobility? The answer was to lean into it, creating artistic styles that made everyone look slightly surreal, as if the distortions were intentional artistic choices rather than unavoidable biological realities. You're now sitting in on a medieval council meeting, and the discussion isn't about taxes or territorial disputes. It's about marriage prospects for the young prince. The advisors have spread a massive chart across the oak table, and they're using coloured threads to trace family connections like they're planning a military campaign. In a way, they are. Medieval marriage wasn't romance, it was strategic alliance building with a side of genetic roulette. Every union was a treaty, every child a potential diplomatic asset, and every family tree a battle map showing who controlled what bloodlines. You watch as the advisors debate the merits of various cousins, like they're discussing trade routes or fortress locations. The Duke's daughter brings strong claims to 3 counties, one advisor notes, moving a blue thread across the chart. However, she's also the prince's second cousin, through both maternal and paternal lines. Another advisor responds, yes, but consider the consolidation benefits. Their children would have undisputed claims to all territories involved. It was like medieval monopoly, except instead of buying properties, they were collecting relatives. The church's prohibition on close relative marriages created an entire industry of genealogical detective work. Families employed specialists whose only job was to trace bloodlines and identify the most distant possible relatives who still brought useful political connections. These medieval relationship consultants functioned similarly to modern dating app algorithms, analysing compatibility based on factors such as territorial holdings, political alliances, and genetic distance, albeit with a limited understanding of the latter. Papal dispensations became medieval Europe's most expensive permission slips. Want to marry your first cousin? That'll be a cathedral's worth of gold, please. Second cousin? Although it remains expensive, it is still within reach. The Pope's office developed an elaborate sliding scale based on how closely related the happy couple were. It was like paying extra fees for premium relationship violations, and business was booming. Picture yourself as a young noble in this system. Your marriage prospects weren't determined by personality compatibility or shared interests. They were calculated based on territorial maps and bloodline charts. Your ideal spouse was someone who was related closely enough to keep the family wealth concentrated, but distantly enough to avoid needing the most expensive papal dispensation. Romance was finding someone you were only related to in 2 or 3 ways instead of 7. The paperwork alone was staggering. Medieval marriage contracts read like international treaties, complete with genealogical appendices, territorial transfer agreements, and detailed succession plans. A simple "I do" required documentation that would make modern divorce lawyers weep with joy. Couples needed to prove their bloodlines, document their dispensations, and provide certified family trees going back generations. Some families got creative with their relationship mathematics. If you couldn't locate a suitably distant relative who brought favourable political connections, you could adopt someone into the family first, then arrange a marriage. It was like medieval relationship hacking, creating artificial family connections to justify strategic unions, while still maintaining the appearance of keeping bloodlines pure. The truly ambitious families played long-term genetic chess, arranging marriages not just for immediate political gain, but to set up advantageous relationships for their grandchildren. They'd marry siblings into different branches of target families, creating multiple connection points for future generations. It was family planning with a 30-year strategic horizon, except the strategy was based on a medieval understanding of genetics, which is to say, no understanding at all. Medieval courts developed elaborate etiquette around acknowledging these complex relationships. You couldn't just introduce your spouse as my wife, you needed to specify my beloved wife and second cousin once removed through the Burgundian line. It was like medieval name tags needed footnotes, and every social gathering required a genealogist on standby to sort out who could sit next to whom without creating awkward family dynamics. You've moved from the council chamber to the castle nursery, where things get both more heartwarming and more concerning. Medieval child rearing in noble families was like running a very exclusive, very expensive laboratory experiment in genetic concentration, except nobody realised they were conducting an experiment. Picture the castle's nursery wing, where little Lord Geoffrey is learning to walk with the distinctive family gait, a slight rolling motion that's been passed down for 6 generations. His sisters are practicing their curtsying with the family's characteristic head tilt, which developed because several generations of inbreeding created inner ear issues that affected balance. What looks like refined noble bearing is actually adaptive behaviour around genetic quirks. Medieval tutors faced unique challenges that would stump modern educators. How do you instruct children in mathematics when their family's genetic concentration has resulted in learning disabilities that will remain unexplained for another 5 centuries? The solution was to assume that noble children learned differently because they were naturally superior, not because cousin marriage had created some interesting neurological variations. The castle physicians developed specialised medical knowledge that was simultaneously impressive and completely wrong. They could accurately describe the symptoms of what we now know as genetic disorders, but their explanations were fascinating works of creative fiction. That distinctive Habsburg jaw. The family's noble blood was so pure that ordinary facial structures couldn't contain it. those vision problems are affecting multiple family members? Noble eyes, evidently, possess a refinement that surpasses common sight. You're observing the children's daily lessons, and there is something both poignant and absurd about their education. Little Lady Catherine is learning heraldry, memorising coats of arms that represent the same few families arranged in slightly different combinations across centuries. Her brother is studying genealogy, which in their family requires charts that look like abstract art projects. Their family tree has so many interconnecting branches that tracing any lineage looks like following a drunken spider's web. Medieval noble children developed remarkable skills at diplomatic relationship navigation that would impress modern social workers. By age 8, they could explain how they were related to visiting dignitaries in 3 different ways and which relationship took precedence in which social situations. Well, technically, Lord Roderick is my great-uncle through marriage, but also my second cousin by blood, so I should address him using the cousin protocols unless grandmother is present, in which case the uncle relationship takes precedence because it comes through her side of the family. The education system adapted effectively to these genetic realities, although this adaptation was not intentional. When multiple children in the same family struggle with similar learning challenges, medieval educators assumed the evidence proved that noble minds worked on higher planes than common intellects. They developed teaching methods that were effective for children with learning disabilities, although they believed they were creating advanced curricula intended for superior noble minds. Castle life developed around accommodating what we now recognise as the results of genetic concentration. Meals were prepared in ways that made them easier for family members with jaw problems to eat. Lighting was arranged to help relatives with vision issues navigate safely. Family members who struggled with balance or coordination were helped by the placement of the furniture. These weren't recognised as medical accommodations, they were just the way noble households operated. The children's play activities were charmingly adapted to their circumstances. Tag became a more contemplative game when several players had coordination issues. Hide and seek worked differently when some children had vision problems that made hiding easier but seeking harder. The players developed elaborate group activities that unintentionally provided excellent social therapy for children dealing with various genetic quirks, although everyone assumed they were merely inventing more refined forms of noble entertainment. Medieval toy makers created special playthings for noble children that were actually therapeutic devices in disguise. Puzzles designed to help with fine motor skills were presented as intelligence challenges for superior minds. Games that provided speech therapy were marketed as refinement exercises for noble discourse. It was accidental occupational therapy disguised as luxury entertainment, and it worked remarkably well. You're now in the magnificent dining hall during a feast, and the seating arrangement looks like it was planned by someone with a mathematics degree and a deep understanding of medieval social anxiety. The head table isn't just organised by rank, it's a careful dance around genetic relationships, political alliances, and the complex etiquette of acknowledging multiple forms of family connection simultaneously. Medieval dinner conversation in noble households required skills that would challenge modern diplomats. When everyone at the table had overlapping, sometimes contradictory relationships with each other, you couldn't simply engage in casual conversation about the weather. When your father was also your dinner companion's second cousin, brother-in-law, and political rival, the question, "How's your father?" took on a significant weight. The entertainment during these feasts adapted to the unique characteristics of inbred nobility in ways that were both considerate and completely unconscious. Minstrels learned to sing more slowly and clearly because several generations of genetic concentration had created hearing and processing issues in many noble families. They believed they were creating more refined and contemplative musical styles. In reality, they were actually developing accommodations for medieval accessibility. You're observing the dinner conversation. and it's like watching a very polite, very complex form of verbal gymnastics. When Lord Baldwin mentions his recent marriage, 3 other people at the table have to navigate the fact that his new wife is their relative in different ways. The conversation becomes a careful dance around relationship acknowledgements. Congratulations on your union with our dear cousin. Well, she's my cousin through the maternal line, but I believe she's your cousin through marriage, Lord Edmund? Medieval etiquette books developed increasingly complex rules for these situations, though they didn't quite understand why such rules were necessary. There were specific protocols for addressing relatives who outranked you, relatives who outranked you in some family lines but not others, and relatives whose relationship to you changed depending on which ancestor you traced your connection through. It was like medieval Robert's Rules of Order, but for genetic complexity. The castle's record keepers had evolved into part genealogist, part diplomat, and part social worker. They maintained massive charts tracking not just family relationships, but the emotional and political implications of those relationships. When planning seating arrangements, they had to consider not just who was related to whom, but which relationships were currently being emphasised for political reasons and which were being diplomatically ignored. Medieval gift-giving became an art form of relationship acknowledgement that would confuse modern etiquette experts. Wedding presents had to acknowledge the couple's relationship to the giver in multiple ways. You might present them something as their cousin, something else as their political ally, and a third item acknowledging their connection through a different family line. It was like giving layered presents that told the story of your family's genetic history. The dinner entertainment often included genealogical performances that were part history lesson and part family therapy. Bards would recite family lineages, but they had to carefully navigate a complicated web of relationships without accidentally highlighting uncomfortable genetic concentrations. It was storytelling that required both poetic skill and diplomatic immunity. You noticed that conversations naturally developed careful euphemisms around the realities of their genetic situation. Instead of saying inbreeding, they talked about preserving noble bloodlines. Rather than mentioning genetic problems, they discussed the refined nature of noble constitutions. They developed an entire vocabulary that acknowledged their reality without quite admitting what was happening. Medieval feasts became elaborate social rituals that helped families navigate their genetic complexity with dignity and grace. The formal structure of these events provided a framework for managing relationships that were too complicated for casual interaction. Everyone knew their role, their place, and which aspects of their multiple family connections to emphasize in what contexts. It was like dinner theatre where everyone was both performer and audience, and the script was written by generations of genetic mathematics. You're now visiting the castle's medical wing, where medieval physicians are performing intellectual gymnastics that would impress modern creative writing teachers. These dedicated healers are examining patients whose genetic conditions won't be properly understood for centuries, and they're coming up with explanations that are fascinating examples of medieval medical imagination. Picture yourself observing a consultation between the court physician and young Lord Richard, whose Habsburg jaw has progressed to the point where speaking clearly requires considerable effort. The doctor, stroking his beard thoughtfully, explains that this distinctive facial structure is actually evidence of noble blood being so refined that it requires more space to flow properly through the facial region. It's like medieval medical fiction, except everyone believes it's scientific fact. Medieval medical texts from noble courts read like fantasy novels written by people who had genuine sympathy for their patients but absolutely no understanding of genetics. They describe noble melancholy, depression from genetic factors, refined constitutions, autoimmune issues from inbreeding, and superior sensitivities, neurological problems from genetic concentration. These physicians were creating medical mythology in real time, and their patients were grateful for explanations that preserved their dignity. The treatments developed for noble families were often surprisingly effective, although the doctors did not understand the reasons behind this effectiveness. When treating noble digestive refinement, intestinal problems from genetic factors, physicians prescribed digestible foods and small, frequent meals. When addressing aristocratic visual sensitivity, eye problems from inbreeding, they recommended better lighting and reduced eye strain. They were accidentally providing excellent medical care while completely misunderstanding the underlying conditions. You're watching a particularly creative diagnostic session where the physician is examining Lady Eleanor, whose balance problems and fine motor difficulties are being explained as signs that her noble spirit is too refined for ordinary physical coordination. Careful exercise, adaptive equipment masquerading as luxury items, and a modified daily routine constitute the prescribed treatment, which is actually perfect physical therapy. It's accidental medicine that works despite being based on completely wrong assumptions. Medieval apothecaries developed special preparations for noble families that were essentially early pharmaceuticals for genetic conditions, though they thought they were creating luxury wellness products. Tonics for noble nervousness contained ingredients that we now know help with anxiety disorders. Preparations for aristocratic digestive delicacy included herbs that helped with metabolic issues. They were practicing evidence-based medicine while thinking they were providing premium lifestyle products. The most creative medical theories emerged around reproductive health in noble families. Physicians noticed that noble couples often had difficulty conceiving healthy children, genetic compatibility issues, but they explained these factors as evidence that noble reproduction was naturally more selective and refined than common breeding. They developed fertility treatments that were actually quite sophisticated, though their theoretical explanations read like medieval romance novels. Court physicians became experts at diplomatic medicine, treating real conditions while providing explanations that preserved their patients' social status and self-image. When addressing the learning difficulties common in inbred noble children, they'd explain that noble minds simply operated on different, more sophisticated levels than ordinary intellects. They'd prescribe educational modifications while framing them as advanced noble training techniques. Medieval medical records from noble households reveal physicians who were genuinely caring and effective, despite working with completely inaccurate theoretical frameworks. They documented symptoms with remarkable precision, developed innovative treatments through careful observation, and created support systems for their patients that addressed both medical and social needs. They were practicing compassionate medicine while creating elaborate fictional explanations for what they were treating. The pharmaceutical preparations created for noble families often contained ingredients that modern medicine recognizes as genuinely advantageous for genetic conditions. Medieval physicians, through careful observation and trial and error, identified herbs and compounds that addressed symptoms they couldn't properly explain. They were conducting successful medical research while thinking they were just creating more refined versions of common remedies. You're in a castle courtyard in the late Middle Ages, watching the sun set on a time when people were doing genetic experiments without even knowing it. European noble families are beginning to see that they may need to change their marriage customs, but they don't know why. The epiphany came slowly, like the sun rising over the European nobility. Families started to see that their refined bloodlines were making kids that had a harder time with everyday activities. The noble houses that were the most pure were having the hardest time having healthy heirs. Even the most innovative medical hypotheses were having a difficult time explaining away trends that were becoming impossible to ignore. You're watching a family council meeting where the advisors are talking about things that would have been unimaginable 100 years ago. They're saying that the family might want to think about making marriage alliances with cousins who are a little more distant, Not because there's anything wrong with the way they're doing things now, but because it might be politically smart to widen their circle of possible brides. It's like witnessing folks find fire while acting like they were merely attempting to make their home warmer. The church started to change its rules about how to distribute out money, but it didn't say that the old rules had been bad. The Pope's offices began to encourage marriages between families that had never been connected before. They framed this as a way to bring Christians together, not as a way to deal with genetic issues. It was a change in diplomatic policy that met medical goals without admitting medical grounds. In the Middle Ages, record-keeping slowly changed from focusing on genetic purity to focusing on the political and territorial benefits of marriage. Family histories began to focus more on the strategic benefits of marriages and less on the genetic ties between spouses. It was like watching medieval spin control change in real time to address a public relations issue that wouldn't be fully understood for hundreds of years. The transition wasn't sudden or dramatic. It was a gradual recognition that survival required some adjustments to traditional practices. Noble families began sending their children to courts in different regions, creating opportunities for marriages that were politically advantageous but genetically beneficial, though nobody used that second term yet. It was like accidentally discovering hybrid vigour while thinking you were just improving your diplomatic connections. You're witnessing the beginning of the end of an era when European nobility conducted one of history's largest unintentional genetic experiments. Families that had spent centuries perfecting the art of marrying within increasingly narrow circles began the slow process of expanding their horizons, though they framed it as political strategy rather than genetic necessity. Medieval physicians began developing new theories that accidentally encouraged genetic diversity while maintaining the fiction that noble blood was naturally superior. They started suggesting that occasionally introducing foreign noble essences could strengthen and refine existing bloodlines. It was like recommending genetic diversity while pretending it was luxury bloodline enhancement. The most successful noble families of the later medieval period were those who mastered the art of balancing genetic health with political advantage, though they didn't think about it in those terms. They found ways to marry outside their immediate family circles while maintaining the social fiction that they were preserving noble bloodline purity. It was diplomatic genetics practiced by people who didn't know genetics existed. As you watch this medieval sunset, you're witnessing the end of Europe's great experiment in genetic concentration. The noble families who survived and thrived were those who learned to value political alliance over bloodline purity, even if they never quite admitted that's what they were doing. They'd discovered that the strongest bloodlines were actually the most diverse ones, though they'd never used those words to describe their new marriage strategies. The legacy of medieval inbreeding lives on in European royal portraits, where you can still trace the distinctive features that travelled through centuries of concentrated bloodlines. Those portraits tell the story of families who loved each other enough to make terrible genetic decisions, and who were wise enough, eventually, to quietly change course without admitting they'd made mistakes. It's a story of human adaptability, medieval resilience, and the surprising power of accidental wisdom to correct even the most well-intentioned errors. And so, as our medieval tale draws to a close, you can rest easy knowing that even the most tangled family trees eventually find ways to grow new branches, and that sometimes the best solutions come from people who solve problems they don't fully understand in ways they never quite intended.
You know how you sometimes catch yourself embellishing a story just a little bit? Perhaps you incorporate a subtle detail to enhance its appeal during dinner parties? Well, imagine if your entire profession was built on doing exactly that, except instead of impressing your neighbours, you were fooling entire kingdoms and occasionally starting wars by accident. Welcome to the wonderfully weird world of medieval and Renaissance map-making, where lying wasn't just acceptable, it was practically a job requirement. Picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair by the fireplace. maybe with a cup of something warm, while we explore one of history's most charming professional scams. Upon reflection, that's precisely the truth of the situation. For centuries, the most respected cartographers in Europe were essentially running elaborate cons, and everyone just went along with it because, frankly, nobody knew any better. You see, back in the day, and we're talking roughly from the 12th century all the way up to the 1600s, making maps was less about accuracy and more about filling up all that space on parchment. Imagine you're a mapmaker in, say, 1347. You have a beautiful piece of vellum laid out on your desk, and you possess a clear understanding of the Mediterranean's appearance, as sailors have navigated its waters for centuries. You can draw Italy with your eyes closed, and the coastline of Spain holds no mysteries. But then you get to the edges. The vast unknown awaits you. And here's where things get intriguing, because you can't just leave blank spaces. That would be admitting ignorance. Medieval professionals had about as much tolerance for admitting they didn't know something as your average teenager today. So what do? You make stuff up, and not just little stuff. We're talking about entire continents, mythical islands, and creatures that would make Hollywood monster designers weep with envy. The best part, everyone expected you to do this. It wasn't considered fraud, it was considered filling in the gaps with your best educated guess, even if your education came entirely from tavern stories and fever dreams. Take the Hereford Mappa Mundi, created around 1300. This thing is gorgeous, a work of art that happens to also be a map. But if you tried to use it for navigation, you'd probably end up somewhere in the Atlantic having a chilly, very wet conversation with some very confused fish. The mapmaker included everything from the Garden of Eden, helpfully located in Asia, to various monsters scattered around Africa, because apparently medieval cartographers believed that the further you got from Europe, the more likely you were to run into something with too many heads. The funny thing is, these weren't mistakes in the way we think of them today. These were deliberate creative choices. Medieval mapmakers operated under the assumption that the world was full of wonders, and if they hadn't personally seen proof that a particular wonder didn't exist in a particular place, well, it might as well go on the map. It was really an optimistic lie. The kind of fibbing that says, sure, there might be a unicorn over there, why not? And the customers loved it. Kings and wealthy merchants didn't want boring, accurate maps. They wanted maps that told stories, maps that confirmed everything they'd heard about the exotic edges of the world. A map lacking monsters was devoid of imagination, which diminished its purpose. The quest wasn't just about filling space, though. In a world where information travelled slowly, and often became thoroughly mangled, medieval mapmakers operated. By the time a story about a distant land had travelled from explorer to trader to scholar to mapmaker, it had usually picked up so many embellishments that it bore about as much resemblance to reality as a fish story told by your uncle after his fourth beer. So as you drift off tonight, remember that somewhere in history there's a mapmaker who drew a perfectly lovely island that never existed, populated it with creatures that never lived, and convinced half of Europe that it was a real place worth visiting. And honestly, the world was probably somewhat more interesting for it. Now you might be wondering how exactly one goes about lying professionally on maps without getting fired, exiled, or fed to whatever monsters you've been drawing in the margins. The answer is surprisingly simple. You don't call it lying. You call it interpretation of available sources or synthesis of traveller accounts. It's all about the marketing, really. Medieval and Renaissance mapmakers had the technique down to an art form. They'd take a grain of truth, maybe a sailor's story about seeing land on the horizon, and grow it into a full-fledged continent complete with cities, rivers, and the occasional dragon. Think of it as the original version of making a mountain out of a molehill, except the molehill might not have existed either. The map-making process back then was part detective work, part creative writing, and part wishful thinking. You'd gather every scrap of information you could find. Ancient texts, travellers' tales, other maps, and wild guesses from people who claimed to know someone who once met a guy who sailed somewhere vaguely in that direction. Subsequently, you would arrange all the gathered information on your workbench and endeavour to make sense of it, fully aware that a significant portion was likely inaccurate and the remainder was certainly dubious. But the best part is that everyone knew how the system worked and accepted it. If everyone was aware of the joke, it wouldn't be considered fraud. Kings commissioning maps weren't expecting GPS-level accuracy. They wanted something impressive to hang on the castle wall, something that would make visiting dignitaries go ooh and ah, and maybe feel a little intimidated by the vast scope of their host's geographical knowledge. The true experts devised their own nuanced strategies to mitigate their risks. They'd include little notes in Latin that, roughly translated, meant things like, "This information comes from sources of questionable reliability," or, "Here there might be dragons, but honestly, who knows?" These disclaimers were usually written in tiny script and tucked away in corners where nobody would notice them unless they were specifically looking. One of the most famous examples of organised cartographic creativity was the island of Brazil. Not Brazil, the country. It's spelled differently and actually exists. No, we're talking about Brazil with an S, a mythical island that appeared on maps of the North Atlantic for over 500 years. It showed up on different maps in different locations, sometimes round, sometimes crescent-shaped, sometimes accompanied by smaller islands, sometimes flying solo. Mapmakers continued to include it because their peers had done so, and they felt it was important to respect established precedent. The island had a whole mythology built around it. Some claimed it was shrouded in mist and only appeared every 7 years. Others said it was inhabited by an advanced civilization that had mastered invisibility, which was certainly a convenient explanation for why nobody could ever find the place. Sailors occasionally claimed to have spotted it in the distance, but somehow it always vanished before they could get close enough to land. It's interesting how the situation unfolded. What makes this story even more amusing is that people kept mounting expeditions to find Brazil well into the 18th century. Real money changed hands. Real ships set sail. Real sailors spent real weeks searching empty ocean for an island that existed only in the collective imagination of the European map-making community. It resembled a centuries-long game of concealment, with no one bothering to acknowledge that one of the participants was purely fictional. The mapmakers themselves often seemed to understand that they were in the entertainment business as much as the information business. Their maps were gorgeous works of art, filled with elaborate compass roses, decorative borders, and sea monsters that looked like they'd been designed by someone who really enjoyed their work. These maps served not only as functional documents, but also as conversation pieces, status symbols, and windows into a world that blended elements of reality and fantasy. And you know what? Maybe that wasn't such a negative thing. In an age when most people never travelled more than a few miles from where they were born, these maps offered glimpses of a larger world filled with possibilities. While most of those possibilities were entirely fictional, they ignited the imagination in a manner that purely accurate maps might not have. Sometimes an occasional creative embellishment makes life more interesting, even if it occasionally leads to disappointment when you actually try to visit the places that sounded so wonderful on paper. If you've ever wondered what happens when an entire profession decides to collectively believe in something that doesn't exist, the story of Antillia is a perfect case study. This island, which never was, never could be, and never should have been, managed to appear on maps for over 200 years, complete with detailed coastlines, inland cities, and enough backstory to fill a novel. The legend went something like this. Way back in 711 AD, when the Moors conquered Spain, 7 bishops fled across the Atlantic with their congregations and founded 7 cities on a mysterious island. These bishops, being resourceful types, supposedly built a thriving Christian civilization complete with gold mines, pearl fisheries, and excellent defensive capabilities that kept them safe from both Moorish invasion and whatever sea monsters happened to be in the neighbourhood. Now, you'd think that an island large enough to support 7 cities and their surrounding farmlands would be pretty hard to miss. You'd be right, but that didn't stop mapmakers from dutifully including Antillia on chart after chart, usually placing it somewhere in the Atlantic west of Portugal and Spain. The island migrated around a bit from map to map. Apparently even imaginary islands were subject to continental drift. The really impressive part was how detailed these depictions became over time. What started as a simple blob labelled Antillia gradually evolved into carefully drawn coastlines with bays, peninsulas and river mouths. Mapmakers added the 7 cities, each with its name and approximate location. Some even included roads connecting the cities, because apparently medieval cartographers were thorough in their fiction. Portuguese sailors, being practical people, occasionally set out to find this convenient Atlantic paradise. After all, if there really was an island full of Christians sitting on gold mines, it seemed worth checking out. These expeditions had a remarkable talent for almost finding Antillia. Sailors would return with stories of seeing land in the distance, or finding beaches covered with mysterious sand, or encountering unusually tame birds that must have come from some nearby civilization. No one ever succeeded in landing on Antillia, but they achieved a tantalizingly close approach. The best part of these near discoveries was how they reinforced the island's existence in everyone's minds. If sailors were consistently almost finding Antillia, that was practically proof that it was out there somewhere. The fact that almost and actually are completely different things didn't seem to bother anyone much. It was the geographical equivalent of my girlfriend lives in Canada. Technically unprovable, but not technically impossible either. Christopher Columbus knew about Antillia. In fact, some historians think his calculations about the distance to Asia were partly based on the assumption that he could stop for supplies at this mythical island on the way. Imagine his surprise when he kept sailing west and found a completely different set of continents instead. However, it is likely that accidentally discovering the Americas while searching for a fictional island is one of the more significant mistakes in human history. What's fascinating is how long Antillia persisted even after explorers started finding actual islands in the Atlantic. Once explorers discovered and mapped the Azores, Antillia simply relocated further west. When the Caribbean islands were found, Antillia relocated again. It was like a geographical game of musical chairs, with the mythical island always managing to find a new empty spot on the map where it could theoretically exist. The island finally started disappearing from maps in the late 16th century, not because anyone proved it didn't exist, but because mapmakers were running out of empty ocean to put it in. The Atlantic was getting crowded with real islands, and there wasn't room for imaginary ones anymore. It was a practical decision rather than a philosophical one. Antillia didn't die because people stopped believing in it. It died because reality was taking up too much space. But even today, you can find the remnants of this centuries-long geographical fiction. The Caribbean islands are still called the Antilles, a name that comes directly from our seven-city island that never was. Every time someone mentions the Lesser Antilles or the Greater Antilles, they're invoking the memory of those 7 bishops in their imaginary Christian paradise. It's probably the most successful piece of medieval fake news in history, outlasting the civilization that created it by several centuries. You're likely beginning to understand that medieval mapmakers had a relatively relaxed approach to factual accuracy, but we haven't yet discussed their most delightful creation, the decorative monster. If you don't populate the vast unexplored regions on your map with terrifying creatures, what's the purpose? The decoration wasn't just random doodling during slow afternoons at the cartography shop. Monster placement required meticulous consideration of geography, mythology, and customer expectations. You couldn't simply place a dragon anywhere and consider the task complete. Different regions called for different types of fantastic fauna, and a professional mapmaker needed to know the difference between a good spot for a sea serpent and a prime location for a man-eating plant. The phrase, "Here be dragons," has become famous as a shorthand for the unknown, but actual medieval maps rarely use those exact words. Most mapmakers were more creative in their warnings. They'd include detailed illustrations of whatever horrible creature supposedly lived in each unexplored region, often with instructive little notes about its feeding habits, temperament, and preferred method of devouring unwary travellers. Africa was particularly well stocked with fascinating wildlife, according to medieval mapmakers. The continent apparently hosted everything from giants who lived backwards, whatever that meant, to tribes of people with their faces in their chests, to animals that were basically lions but with human hands instead of paws. These weren't just random monster designs. They came from a long tradition of travel literature that had been enthusiastically embellished over generations of retelling. Classical authors, who had never visited the places they described, provided the source material for many of these creatures. Pliny the Elder, writing in Rome in the 1st century, compiled a natural history filled with second-hand accounts of distant lands and their exotic inhabitants. His work included dog-headed men, people with backwards feet, and various other anatomical impossibilities that medieval mapmakers copied faithfully onto their charts. Nobody seemed to question whether Pliny might have been a bit gullible, or whether his sources might have been pulling his leg. Sea monsters were another growth industry. The ocean was vast, largely unexplored, and perfect for hosting creatures of any size, and description the mapmaker's imagination could conjure up. Some maps featured relatively modest sea serpents. basically large snakes with fins and an attitude problem. Others depicted multi-headed beasts the size of islands, capable of creating whirlpools by swimming in circles. The most famous sea monster of the cartographic world was probably the Kraken, though it went by various names depending on which mapmaker was drawing it. This creature was typically depicted as an enormous octopus or squid, large enough to wrap its tentacles around entire ships and drag them down to whatever passed for the bottom of the medieval ocean. The Kraken had the advantage of being based on something real. Giant squids do exist. But the mapmakers' versions were usually about 10 times larger than anything that actually lived in the sea. What made these monster maps particularly entertaining was how specific they got about the creature's behaviours. It wasn't enough to just draw a dragon. You needed to include information about what the dragon ate, how it interacted with local human populations, and whether it was the sort of dragon that hoarded treasure or the sort that just enjoyed setting things on fire for recreational purposes. Some maps included detailed notes about seasonal migration patterns for various monsters, as if these were real animals that someone had been carefully studying for years. The economics of monster maps were pretty straightforward. Customers wanted their money's worth, and a map covered with blank spaces didn't look like money well spent. Filling those spaces with carefully researched mythological creatures showed that the mapmaker had really done their homework, even if their homework consisted entirely of making things up. A map with good monster coverage looked authoritative, comprehensive, and worth displaying prominently in your castle's main hall. The funny thing is, some of these imaginary creatures were more thoroughly documented than real animals that lived in places mapmakers could actually visit. You could find incredibly detailed descriptions of griffins and their nesting habits, but good luck finding accurate information about, say, regular European birds that any mapmaker could have observed by walking outside their workshop. Running a successful map-making business in medieval times required a delicate balance between giving customers what they expected and avoiding the kind of spectacular failures that might damage your professional reputation. It was similar to fortune-telling, but instead of foretelling the future, you were describing places that might or might not exist, in locations that were probably completely wrong. The most successful mapmakers developed what we might call the strategic hedge, ways of including exciting exotic content, while subtly protecting themselves from accusations of outright fabrication. They'd copy information from other respected maps, which provided a kind of professional cover. If your map turned out to be wildly inaccurate, you could always point to your sources and suggest that any errors were inherited rather than invented. This process led to one of the most amusing aspects of medieval cartography, the perpetuation of mistakes through what amounted to professional courtesy. If a respected mapmaker included a particular island or monster or impossible river on their chart, other mapmakers would often include the same feature, even if it didn't make much geographical sense. Nobody wanted to be the one cartographer who left out something that everyone else considered important, even if everyone else was completely wrong about it. The price structure for medieval maps reflected these realities in intriguing ways. Basic maps with just the essential geographical features were relatively affordable. But if you wanted the full treatment, complete with monsters, mythical islands, detailed illustrations and exotic place names, you paid premium prices. Essentially, the most expensive maps were works of art that incorporated geographical information, not just attractively designed geographical documents. Wealthy customers often commissioned custom maps that emphasized whatever regions or features they were most interested in. A merchant planning trade routes might want extra detail in commercial ports and shipping lanes, while a nobleman might prefer elaborate illustrations of his family's coat of arms scattered across various continents. Some designers primarily designed maps as conversation pieces, prioritizing visual impact and entertainment value over geographical accuracy. The map-making guilds that developed in major European cities served partly as professional organizations and partly as quality control systems. They established standards for things like parchment quality, ink formulations, and artistic techniques, but they were remarkably flexible about accuracy requirements. A map could be completely wrong about the basic shape of continents and still earn guild approval, as long as it was beautifully executed and based on appropriately prestigious sources. Competition between map-making centres led to some creative approaches to marketing. Venetian maps emphasised their access to information from eastern trade routes, while Spanish maps highlighted their expertise in Atlantic exploration. Eventually, English cartographers promoted their developing expertise in northern waters, While Portuguese mapmakers asserted that they had unique knowledge of African coastlines, each regional map-making tradition developed its own signature style of educated guessing. The rise of printing in the 15th century democratized map distribution, but didn't necessarily improve map accuracy. If anything, printing made it easier for mistakes to spread quickly and widely. A single inaccurate printed map could influence hundreds of other maps, creating cascading errors that persisted for generations. The same technology that should have made corrections easier actually made widespread misinformation more durable. Customer feedback was rarely immediate enough to affect map-making practices significantly. If you bought a map that turned out to be wrong about the location of a particular island, you probably wouldn't discover the error for years, if ever. You might think you made navigation errors instead of the map being wrong. This built-in delay between creation and verification meant that mapmakers could maintain successful careers based on information that was consistently, spectacularly wrong. The most successful mapmakers learned to manage customer expectations without explicitly admitting the limitations of their knowledge. They developed a professional vocabulary full of terms that sounded authoritative, while actually meaning your guess is as accurate as mine. Phrases like, according to the most reliable sources, and, as reported by experienced navigators, could cover a multitude of uncertainties without technically constituting fraud. Change came slowly to the world of map-making, partly because the old system worked so well for everyone involved. Customers got beautiful, entertaining maps full of wonderful possibilities. Mapmakers got to exercise their creativity while earning steady livings. Sailors got convenient excuses for failed voyages. After all, if the monsters didn't attack you, those tricky currents around the mythical islands probably would. But eventually, reality started intruding on this comfortable arrangement. The problem began with Portuguese sailors in the 15th century, who had the annoying habit of actually visiting the places they were supposed to visit, and then coming back with inconveniently accurate reports about what they'd found there. Instead of respectfully confirming the established geographical wisdom, these explorers kept insisting that coastlines were shaped differently than the map suggested, that certain islands didn't exist, and that the monsters were surprisingly absent from areas where they were supposed to be abundant. Vasco da Gama's voyage around Africa was particularly troublesome for traditional mapmakers. Here was someone who had actually sailed around the entire continent, mapped its actual coastline, and returned with detailed information about what was really there. This kind of first-hand knowledge was deeply inconvenient for cartographers who had spent decades perfecting their artistic interpretations of African geography based on centuries-old second-hand accounts. The Spanish exploration of the Americas created similar problems. Columbus and his successors consistently found new continents in areas where established maps depicted empty oceans, yet they lacked the taste to return tangible evidence of their discoveries. Gold, exotic plants, and indigenous people were much harder to argue with than theoretical discussions about what might exist in distant waters. The Protestant Reformation introduced an unexpected twist to the situation. Medieval maps had often included religious elements, the Garden of Eden, various biblical locations, and Christian symbolism integrated with geographical features. As religious authority became more contested in some parts of Europe, the theological aspects of traditional map-making came under scrutiny along with everything else. Some reformers argued that mixing religious doctrine with geographical information was inappropriate, which eliminated one of the traditional justifications for including speculative content on maps. The invention of more accurate navigation instruments gradually raised the standards for what constituted acceptable, geographical information. When sailors could determine their latitude with reasonable precision, maps that placed familiar locations hundreds of miles from their actual positions became problematic. The magnetic compass, the astrolabe, and eventually more sophisticated tools made it harder for mapmakers to hide behind the excuse that navigation was inherently uncertain. Competition from explorers turned cartographers put additional pressure on traditional mapmakers. People who had actually visited distant places could produce maps based on direct observation rather than scholarly speculation. These explorer cartographers didn't necessarily create more beautiful maps, but their charts had the compelling advantage of actually working for navigation purposes. Although customers valued beauty, those who intended to use their maps for real travel placed a greater value on functionality. The printing industry's development created both problems and opportunities for mapmakers. On one hand, the ability to produce printed maps more quickly and cheaply than hand-drawn ones opened up new markets and increased the availability of geographical information. On the other hand, printing made it easier to compare maps from different sources, which highlighted inconsistencies and errors that might have gone unnoticed when each map was a unique manuscript. Scientific method was perhaps the most serious long-term threat to creative cartography. As scholars began emphasizing direct observation, reproducible experiments, and systematic skepticism about received wisdom, the traditional approach to map-making looked increasingly unscientific. Maps based on centuries-old texts and theoretical speculation didn't fit well with the new emphasis on empirical evidence and logical analysis. The transition wasn't immediate or complete. Even as more accurate information became available, many mapmakers continued including traditional elements alongside newer, more reliable content. Some maps from the 16th and 17th centuries show an almost schizophrenic split between carefully surveyed coastlines and mythical interior features, as if the cartographers couldn't quite bring themselves to abandon the old ways entirely. As you settle in for the end of our journey through the wonderfully deceptive world of medieval map-making, it's worth considering what we lost when cartography became a science instead of an art form. Yes, modern maps are infinitely more accurate, infinitely more useful, and infinitely less likely to send you sailing off the edge of the world or into the waiting tentacles of a hungry kraken. But they're also infinitely less likely to spark your imagination or make you wonder what might be waiting just beyond the next horizon. The golden age of creative cartography officially ended sometime in the 18th century, when the combination of better instruments, systematic exploration, and scientific rigour made it impossible to maintain the old traditions of educated guessing and artistic interpretation. The last mythical islands disappeared from authoritative maps. The sea monsters were relegated to decorative corners, and the vast blank spaces labelled terra incognita gradually filled with disappointingly real geographical features. But the influence of those centuries of cartographic creativity lingered in unexpected ways. The age of exploration was partly motivated by maps that showed a world filled with wonderful possibilities, islands of gold, passages to the Orient, and lands inhabited by exotic peoples and fantastic creatures. If the maps of Columbus's time had accurately depicted the vast empty ocean he would actually encounter, would he have sailed west? If generations of optimistic cartographers hadn't inflated the potential rewards, would the great voyages of discovery have seemed worth the risk and expense? The mythology created by medieval mapmakers became embedded in European culture in ways that outlasted the maps themselves. Stories about Antillia influenced Spanish expectations about the Americas. Legends of Prester John's Christian kingdom shaped Portuguese exploration of Africa and Asia. The idea that the world's edges were populated by monsters and marvels became part of the European imagination, creating a sense that exploration was not just about trade routes and territorial expansion, but about discovering wonders that would justify the greatest risks. It took centuries for some of the most persistent geographical myths to completely vanish. The Northwest Passage, a hypothetical northern route connecting the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, appeared on maps for over 400 years before explorers finally confirmed that it didn't exist in any practical sense. Despite repeated evidence to the contrary, many maps depicted California as an island well into the 18th century. These weren't simple mistakes. They were examples of wishful thinking so powerful that it overrode contradictory evidence for generations. The decorative elements of medieval maps evolved into the artistic traditions that still influence cartographic design today. Modern maps may not include dragons or sea serpents, but they still use artistic techniques developed by mapmakers who understood that geographical documents needed to be visually appealing as well as informative. The elaborate compass roses, decorative borders, and careful attention to topography that characterize the best contemporary maps can be traced directly back to medieval cartographers who knew that presentation mattered as much as content. Most importantly, the medieval map-making tradition serves as a reminder of the complex relationship between information and truth. Those old cartographers weren't deliberately trying to deceive anyone. They were doing their best to synthesize limited, contradictory information into useful documents for their customers. They filled gaps in their knowledge with educated guesses, traditional stories, and reasonable assumptions that turned out to be wrong. In that sense, They weren't so different from modern experts who extrapolate from incomplete data and make predictions about complex systems they don't fully understand. The next time you use GPS to navigate to some place you've never been before, spare a thought for the generations of mapmakers who tackle the same basic problem with much less reliable information and much more creative solutions. They may have gotten the details wrong, but they got the spirit right. The world is a big, mysterious, wonderful place, full of possibilities we haven't discovered yet and wonders we can't quite imagine. And if you ever find yourself in a situation where you need to fill in some gaps in your knowledge with your best educated guess, remember that you're following in a long and honourable tradition. Just be careful not to include any dragons in the margins. These days, people tend to check those details. Sweet dreams, and may your maps, whether geographical, professional or personal, lead you to discoveries that are at least as wonderful as the ones you imagined along the way. Picture England in the 1500s, a damp, sheep-filled kingdom sitting off the coast of Europe, watching Spain haul shiploads of gold back from the Americas. While Spain was becoming incredibly wealthy from its New World adventures, the English were still trying to figure out basic matters, such as not executing so many of their monarchs. But sometimes underdogs are just getting warmed up. Elizabeth I, a woman sat on the throne, capable of engaging diplomatically in the morning and authorising a pirate raid by tea time. She looked at Spain's treasure fleet sailing past and thought the English deserved a share of that wealth. Enter the Sea Dogs, which sounds innocent, but was actually England's cheeky name for their officially unofficial pirates. These were men such as Francis Drake, who had the audacity to sail around the entire world just to prove it could be done, stopping along the way to liberate Spanish treasure. When Drake came home with a ship so loaded with stolen Spanish gold that it nearly sank, Elizabeth didn't arrest him. She knighted him. The Spanish, understandably, were getting tired of this behaviour. So in 1588 they decided to send a little reminder called the Spanish Armada, 130 ships packed with soldiers, heading straight for England's shores. You might expect this to be where England gets its comeuppance. David versus Goliath, except Goliath has cannons and centuries of naval experience. But here's where geography becomes destiny, and where England's terrible weather finally worked in their favour. Picture the Spanish admiral who had spent months planning this invasion, his ships loaded with troops, feeling confident. Then he hits the English Channel and discovers that English weather isn't just unpleasant, it's actively hostile. The wind starts howling, the seas turn nasty, and suddenly those massive proud warships are being tossed around violently. The English, meanwhile, had smaller, more nimble ships that danced around the Spanish fleet. They dart in, fire their cannons and zip away before the Spanish could respond. It was naval guerrilla warfare and the Spanish weren't ready for it. But the real hero of this story wasn't English bravery or cunning, it was the weather. A massive storm scattered the Spanish fleet, sending ships crashing into rocks, running aground and generally having the worst day in naval history. The Spanish called it El Viento Protestante, the Protestant wind. Even God, it seemed, had picked sides. When the dust settled, Spain's seemingly invincible navy was in tatters, and little England had proven that sometimes, being small and scrappy beats being big and powerful, your underweight friend somehow winning an arm wrestling contest against the gym's bodybuilder, improbable but undeniably impressive. This victory not only protected England from invasion, but also signalled the arrival of a new player in the global arena. The Spanish Empire, which had seemed as permanent as the sunrise, suddenly looked vulnerable. And England, that soggy little island that nobody had taken seriously, started getting some intriguing ideas about what it might accomplish on the world stage. The age of Spanish dominance was beginning to crack, and through those cracks English ambition was starting to grow. Persistent, unstoppable, and surprisingly resilient. The foundation was being laid for what would become the largest empire in human history. After beating the Spanish Armada, England had confidence but still relatively little money compared to its European neighbours. They needed a business plan, and unfortunately, the business plans of the 1600s often involved what we'd politely call morally questionable practices. Enter the merchant companies, organisations with grand names such as the Company of Merchant Adventurers. These weren't your typical corner shops. They were massive trading corporations with royal charters that basically said, go forth and make money, and don't ask too many questions about how. The East India Company was the crown jewel of these operations, and calling it just a trading company understates its true nature. Founded in 1600, it started as a simple idea: sail to Asia, buy spices and silk, and sell them back home for enormous profits. It became the world's first global corporation, except with more cannons and fewer HR departments. You have to understand, spices back then weren't just about making food taste better, they were incredibly valuable. Pepper was literally worth its weight in silver, and nutmeg was so precious that wars were fought over tiny islands that grew it. The Dutch had monopolised much of the spice trade, charging whatever they wanted, and the English decided they should get in on that business. But the East India Company wasn't content to just trade. They started hiring their own armies, making their own treaties, and essentially running their own foreign policy. A modern corporation deciding to start conquering countries, that's basically what happened, except with sailing ships and elaborate uniforms. The company's expansion into India perfectly demonstrates how ambition can snowball beyond anyone's original intentions. They'd started by just wanting to set up trading posts along the coast, little fortified compounds where they could store goods and conduct business. But India in the 1600s was a complex patchwork of competing kingdoms, and the Mughal Empire, which had been holding everything together, was starting to weaken. Into this power vacuum stepped the East India Company. They'd make alliances with local rulers, provide military support, and gradually become indispensable. Before anyone quite realised what was happening, the company wasn't just trading in India, it was running large chunks of it. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was one of those moments that seemed minor at the time but changed everything. Robert Clive, a company official who'd started as a clerk and worked his way up to general, defeated the Nawab of Bengal with a much smaller force. This unexpected victory paved the way for unprecedented power. But victory came with consequences nobody had thought through. Suddenly, the East India Company was responsible for governing millions of people across vast territories. They'd gone from being merchants to being rulers, and they were completely unprepared for this transformation. The wealth flowing back to Britain was staggering. Bengal alone was generating revenues that dwarfed many European kingdoms' entire budgets. The taxes that had previously benefited local rulers were now contributing significantly to British coffers, and the company's shareholders were experiencing unprecedented wealth. Naturally, the foundation of this wealth rested on systems that were fundamentally extractive and frequently cruel. The company exploited their territories, prioritising profit margins over the well-being of the people under their control. Famines became more common and more deadly when local resources were diverted to company profits rather than local needs. Back in London, people were starting to notice that their little trading company had somehow acquired an empire. The British government wasn't entirely sure what to do with this situation. The company was generating enormous wealth for the country, but it was also making decisions that affected international relations and the lives of millions of people. This was the beginning of a pattern that would define the British Empire for centuries: private ambition leading to public responsibility, commercial ventures growing into political control, and a small island nation finding itself responsible for governing vast populations across the globe, often without any clear plan for how to do it ethically or effectively. The stage was set for an empire that would span continents and reshape the world, built not through grand strategy, but through the accumulated decisions of merchants, soldiers, and administrators who often had no idea what they were creating. By the 1700s, Britain had stumbled into something resembling a strategy. Though calling it a strategy might be generous, it was more organised opportunism with excellent naval support. Britain had discovered that if you controlled the seas, you could control global trade, control the highways, and you don't need to own every town. You just need to control how people and goods move between them. This is where the Royal Navy enters our story with full force. By the mid-1700s, Britain was building ships constantly, everywhere, with the assumption that you could never have too many. They had honed their naval warfare skills to such an extent that any potential enemy found encountering a British fleet to be highly unwelcome. This naval strategy truly demonstrated its effectiveness during the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. While European powers engaged in land battles, Britain pursued a distinct strategy. They'd swoop in, capture strategic ports and islands, disrupt enemy trade routes, and generally make life miserable for anyone who depended on maritime commerce. Take the capture of Quebec in 1759, which sounds straightforward but was actually extraordinarily daring. General Wolfe and his troops had to scale supposedly unclimbable cliffs in the middle of the night, surprise the French defenders, and capture one of the most important cities in North America. It was the kind of plan that should have failed spectacularly, but somehow worked perfectly, though both Wolfe and the French commander died in the battle. The result of all this naval dominance was that Britain started accumulating territories at an unprecedented rate. Gibraltar controlled access to the Mediterranean. Malta was perfectly positioned for Middle Eastern trade routes. The Cape of Good Hope controlled the sea route to Asia. It was strategic positioning on a global scale, with each acquisition making the next one more valuable. From a logistical perspective, governing a global empire with a sailing ship as your fastest communication method presents unique challenges. Messages between London and India took months, which meant that by the time headquarters heard about a problem and sent back instructions, the situation had usually either resolved itself or gotten spectacularly worse. This communication delay created a dynamic where British officials on the ground had enormous autonomy. They couldn't ask London for permission every time they needed to make a decision, so they often just made it and hoped it would be approved retroactively. Some officials used this freedom responsibly. Others discovered that power exercised 8,000 miles away from any oversight can corrupt absolutely. You'd have company officials essentially running their own kingdoms, making treaties, waging wars and collecting taxes, all while technically being employees of a trading company based in London. The system worked when these officials were competent and honest, but it created opportunities for abuse that were difficult to control from such distances. The American colonies served as a prime illustration of the potential pitfalls of this system. Strapped for cash after the costly 7 Years' War, the British government decided that the Americans should contribute to their own defence costs. This seemed reasonable from London's perspective. After all, British troops had just spent years protecting American colonists from French and Indian attacks. But the colonists had gotten used to managing their affairs, and suddenly being asked to pay taxes they'd had no say in imposing felt fundamentally unfair. The famous "no taxation without representation" wasn't just a catchy slogan. It was a fundamental complaint about the impossibility of governing an empire when communication took months and local conditions changed daily. The British response to American complaints was essentially, "We've been doing this successfully all over the world, just go along with it." But North America was different from India or the Caribbean. The colonists were mostly British descended, shared British legal traditions, and had enough economic independence to cause real trouble if they organised. When that trouble finally came, Britain discovered that naval supremacy, while excellent for controlling trade routes and capturing islands, was less useful for fighting a land war against people who knew the terrain and had the support of the local population. You could control the coasts, but controlling the interior required different tactics entirely. The loss of the American colonies was Britain's first major imperial setback, but it wouldn't be the last. The lesson was clear. Empires built on naval power and commercial advantage were vulnerable when local populations decided they no longer wanted to be governed by distant foreigners, no matter how powerful those foreigners might be at sea. After losing the American colonies, Britain was hurt and embarrassed, but determined to prove they could do better elsewhere. They were lucky to have India, which was becoming their most lucrative relationship, even if it was unexpectedly complex. By the 1800s, calling India the jewel in the crown wasn't just poetic language, it was an economic reality. The wealth flowing from the subcontinent was extraordinary. Cotton, spices, tea, opium, and manufactured goods were generating revenues that made Britain one of the wealthiest nations on earth. But this wealth came with responsibilities and complications that nobody had really planned for. The thing about governing 300 million people across a subcontinent is that it's incredibly complex. You're managing people who speak dozens of different languages, follow different religions, and have centuries of complicated relationships with each other, and you're expected to make a profit while doing it. The East India Company had grown from a trading organisation into essentially a parallel government, complete with its own armies, tax systems and legal codes. Company officials lived lavishly, building elaborate mansions and hosting parties that would have impressed European royalty. But they were also dealing with famines, rebellions, and the constant challenge of maintaining control over territories larger than most European countries. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 served as a significant awakening. A mutiny among Indian soldiers escalated into a widespread uprising throughout northern India, thereby forcing the company to fight for its own survival. The immediate trigger was rumours about ammunition cartridges being greased with cow and pig fat, offensive to both Hindu and Muslim soldiers. But the real causes went much deeper. The company had been gradually taking over more and more aspects of Indian life, raising taxes, changing traditional arrangements, and generally making life more difficult for local populations while getting richer themselves. Eventually, the changes created enough resentment to explode into open rebellion. The rebellion was brutal on both sides, with atrocities that shocked even people accustomed to colonial violence. When British forces finally regained control, the response was swift and decisive. The East India Company was dissolved, and the British government took direct control of India. Someone responsible needed to take charge. The new arrangement, known as the British Raj, was supposed to be more professional and less extractive than company rule. The idea was that government officials, unlike company employees, would prioritise beneficial governance over pure profit. In practice, it was more a change in management structure than a fundamental reform of a system designed to benefit outsiders at the expense of locals. This period saw the construction of massive infrastructure projects, railways, telegraphs, irrigation systems, and administrative buildings that still dot the Indian landscape today. The British built these not out of altruism, but because effective extraction requires effective infrastructure. Better roads and railways made everything work more efficiently, but the primary beneficiary was still Britain. The railway system perfectly demonstrates this dynamic. By 1900, India had one of the largest railway networks in the world, which was genuinely impressive and useful. Trains connected remote regions, facilitated trade, and made travel easier for millions of people. But the network was designed primarily to move raw materials from the interior to coastal ports and finished goods from ports to markets, a pattern that benefited British manufacturers much more than Indian ones. Imperial wealth was simultaneously transforming British society. Bengali fortunes enabled the construction of grand mansions in the countryside. Entire families could live comfortably on the pensions of relatives who'd served in India. Indian textiles, foods, and ideas were influencing British culture, despite Britain maintaining strict hierarchies that kept Indians subordinate within their own country. Everyone recognised the irony. British officials in India lived in luxury while promoting the civilising mission of empire, whereas back in Britain, industrial cities were filled with workers enduring conditions often worse than those faced by many Indians. The wealth that made Britain a global power was unevenly distributed even among the British themselves, but perhaps the most significant long-term impact was educational. The British introduced English language education partly to create a class of Indians who could serve as intermediaries between British administrators and the local population. The unintended consequence was creating a generation of Indian intellectuals who could read British political philosophy, including ideas about democracy, individual rights, and self-governance. This educated class began to ask uncomfortable questions. If these principles were beneficial enough for Britain, why weren't they beneficial enough for India? Ironically, the British were sowing the seeds of independence through the very educational system they had established to enhance the effectiveness of their rule. By the mid-1800s, Britain had achieved something unprecedented in human history. They had become so globally dominant that they were essentially playing geopolitics alone at the top. But success brought its own problems. When you're the world's dominant power, everyone else starts looking for ways to knock you down. Enter Russia, with all the subtlety of a freight train. The Russians were expanding south and east, methodically acquiring Central Asian territories. From Britain's perspective, such activity was deeply concerning, because Russian expansion toward Afghanistan meant Russian expansion toward India, and nobody was allowed to threaten the jewel in the crown. Thus began what Rudyard Kipling called the Great Game, a decades-long strategic competition between Britain and Russia that played out across some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. It was expensive, dangerous geopolitics with real consequences measured in empires. The problem was geography. The distance between Russian territory and British India was filled with mountains, deserts, and tribal territories that nobody really controlled. Afghanistan was the key piece. Whoever controlled Afghanistan could threaten India, but Afghanistan had an inconvenient habit of being completely unconquerable. The first Afghan War, 1839 to 1842, was Britain's attempt to install a friendly ruler in Kabul, and it went disastrously wrong. The plan involved marching an army through mountain passes to impose a government on people who really didn't want one. The retreat from Kabul became legendary for all the wrong reasons. Of the roughly 16,000 people who began the retreat, only one British officer made it back to tell the story. It was a military disaster that should have made everyone reconsider their entire approach to foreign policy. But here's the thing about imperial momentum. Once you're committed to defending everywhere, you can't really afford to look weak anywhere. So despite the Afghan disaster, Britain kept expanding, building naval bases, signing treaties with local rulers, and getting drawn into conflicts that seemed to multiply endlessly. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, was officially presented as a conflict to protect the Ottoman Empire from Russian expansion. However, its true purpose was to maintain the balance of power that secured Britain's global position. Fighting in the Crimean Peninsula was difficult and messy, and nobody looked particularly competent. This was also the war that introduced the world to Florence Nightingale and modern nursing, which tells you something about how badly things were going, that the most memorable outcome was improvements in medical care for wounded soldiers. The charge of the Light Brigade became famous poetry, but it was famous because 600 cavalry charging directly into cannon fire was such a spectacular example of military incompetence that people couldn't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, the cost of maintaining this global empire was becoming astronomical. Britain's imperial commitments were accumulating steadily, and each one required its army and navy to maintain. The Royal Navy alone was larger than the next two navies combined, and maintaining that supremacy meant constantly building new ships to keep up with technological advances. When ironclad warships replaced wooden ones, Britain had to replace its entire fleet. When steam power became standard, they had to build coaling stations around the world. It was a never-ending cycle of expensive upgrades. On land, Britain was maintaining garrisons from Gibraltar to Hong Kong, and each garrison needed supplies, reinforcements, and local support. The logistics of empire were mind-boggling. Coordinating military operations across multiple time zones when your fastest communication was still limited by the speed of telegraph cables that could be cut by anyone with determination and basic tools. When local populations decided they'd had enough of foreign rule, the Indian Mutiny had demonstrated how quickly things could go wrong. Every British colony now needs enough troops to maintain order, but not so many that the cost becomes prohibitive. It was a delicate balance that required constant attention and enormous resources. Back home, British society was dealing with the contradictions of empire in increasingly uncomfortable ways. While the wealth from India and other colonies funded British prosperity, it also raised moral questions that were difficult to dismiss. How do you reconcile believing in liberty and justice with ruling over hundreds of millions of people who had no say in their governance? Some British intellectuals convinced themselves that empire was actually beneficial for colonised peoples, a civilising mission that brought progress and enlightenment to backward societies. Others were more honest about the economic motivations but argued that the benefits justified the costs. Still, others began questioning whether the whole enterprise was sustainable or ethical. These debates were mostly academic for ordinary British people, who enjoyed imperial prosperity without having to think too deeply about where it came from. But they were becoming very real for the growing number of educated Indians, Africans, and others who were beginning to organise and demand changes to the colonial system. By 1900, Britain's empire covered roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and ruled over 400 million people, which sounds impressive until you realise that managing that many people across that much territory was extraordinarily difficult. Trying to conduct an orchestra where half the musicians are in different buildings and none of them can hear the conductor. The first major crack in the imperial facade came from an unexpected direction. White settlers in South Africa who had the audacity to fight back. The Boer War, 1899 to 1902, was supposed to be a quick demonstration of British power, but it turned into a grinding conflict that revealed some uncomfortable truths about imperial warfare. Fighting Dutch farmers who knew the terrain and had good rifles turned out to be much harder than anyone had anticipated. The British response was to invent concentration camps, not the Nazi death camps, but the original version, where civilian populations were confined to control guerrilla warfare. It worked from a military standpoint, but the international criticism was severe, and the cost was enormous. Britain spent more money fighting a few thousand Boer farmers than they'd spent on most previous colonial wars combined. More troubling was what the war revealed about British society itself. Physical examinations of army recruits showed that a shocking percentage of young British men were unfit for military service, malnourished, diseased, and physically underdeveloped. The empire was so busy extracting wealth from other countries that it had neglected the health of its own population. World War I was supposed to demonstrate the empire's strength and unity, and in some ways it did. Troops from India, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and South Africa fought alongside British forces, and the combined imperial effort was genuinely impressive. But the war also accelerated changes that would ultimately undermine imperial authority. The thing about asking people to die for your cause is that it gives them certain moral authority to question it afterward. Indian soldiers who fought in Europe and Mesopotamia returned home with new perspectives on British power and new expectations about political rights. It's difficult to tell someone they're not ready for self-governance after they've spent 4 years fighting Germans in the trenches. The economic cost of World War I was staggering. Britain went from being the world's largest creditor to being deeply in debt, particularly to the United States. Running a global empire is expensive under the best circumstances, but trying to do it while simultaneously fighting the most destructive war in human history was financially devastating. The interwar period saw Britain trying to maintain imperial prestige on a reduced budget, which worked about as well as you'd expect. Although the Government of India Act of 1919 promised Indians greater self-governance, its actual reforms were so limited that they failed to satisfy almost anyone. Meanwhile, a lawyer named Gandhi was developing new methods of resistance that were specifically designed to make British rule look illegitimate and brutal. Gandhi's genius was understanding that the moral foundation of empire was already shaky. Most British people wanted to believe they were governing other countries for those countries' benefit, not just for British profit. By organising peaceful resistance that provoked violent responses, Gandhi made it impossible to maintain that comfortable fiction. When British authorities beat peaceful protesters with clubs or opened fire on unarmed crowds, the civilising mission started looking more like organised theft. In many ways, World War II was Britain's greatest achievement. Standing alone against Nazi Germany in 1940 required genuine courage and determination. But fighting that war required mobilising every possible resource, including the empires, and it became increasingly difficult to justify denying political rights to people whose contributions were essential to British survival. The Bengal famine of 1943, which killed between 2 and 3 million people, was a particularly dark moment. While Britain was fighting for freedom and democracy in Europe, imperial policies were contributing to mass starvation in India. It's challenging to maintain that you're fighting for universal human rights, while simultaneously presiding over preventable famine in your most important colony. By 1945, Britain had won the war, but lost the economic foundation of the empire. The country was exhausted, broke, and dependent on American aid. The Royal Navy, which had been the backbone of imperial power for centuries, was increasingly obsolete in an age of air power and nuclear weapons. Maintaining global military supremacy was no longer affordable and, frankly, no longer possible. The people running Britain weren't stupid. They could see that the old system was unsustainable. The question wasn't whether to end the empire, but how to do it in a way that preserved British influence and prevented complete chaos in former colonies. Some British politicians hoped they could transition to a new kind of relationship, informal influence instead of formal control, economic partnerships instead of colonial extraction. The idea was to maintain the benefits of empire without the costs and moral complications of direct rule. It was an attractive theory, but it assumed that newly independent countries would want to maintain close ties with their former colonial masters, which turned out to be questionable. The end of the British Empire wasn't sudden. It was more a very long, very complicated process involving dozens of countries, hundreds of treaties, and countless opportunities for things to go spectacularly wrong. Britain had spent centuries acquiring territories. Giving them back would prove to be almost as challenging as taking them in the first place. India's independence in 1947 was both the inevitable beginning of the end, and a case study in how decolonisation could go horribly wrong despite everyone's best intentions. Partition, the division of British India into India and Pakistan, was supposed to solve the problem of religious tensions between Hindus and Muslims. Instead, it created one of the largest forced migrations in human history, with millions of people fleeing their homes and somewhere between 200,000 and 2 million people dying in communal violence. The British government's role in partition was problematic. Lord Mountbatten, the last Viceroy of India, was given the impossible task of drawing borders that would satisfy everyone, which was roughly equivalent to being asked to divide a pizza in a way that makes everyone happy when some people want pepperoni and others are vegetarian. The irony is that Britain's departure from India was probably about 50 years too late to be graceful, and about 5 years too early to be properly planned. By 1947, British authority had already collapsed in much of the subcontinent, but the timeline for independence was so rushed that nobody had time to work out the practical details of creating two new nations from scratch. Meanwhile, other regions of the empire were coming to similar conclusions about British rule, albeit through different means. In Palestine, Britain found itself trying to balance promises made to the Jewish and Arab populations while dealing with increasingly violent resistance from both sides. The solution was to give up and hand the problem over to the newly created United Nations, which worked about as well as you'd expect. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was the moment when Britain discovered that being a former superpower means you still think you deserve special treatment, but nobody else agrees. When Egypt nationalised the Suez Canal, Britain and France invaded to retake it, assuming they could still act unilaterally on the world stage. The United States essentially told them to sit down and behave themselves, and Britain discovered that their special relationship with America didn't include permission to start wars without asking first. The humiliation of Suez marked the psychological end of empire, even though formal decolonisation would continue for decades. Britain could no longer pretend to be an independent global power. They were now a regional power with global interests. The process of decolonisation accelerated through the 1960s, with African territories gaining independence in rapid succession. Some transitions were relatively smooth. Guyana's independence in 1957 was managed by Kwame Nkrumah, who had been educated in British universities and understood how to work within British political systems. Others, like Kenya, experienced brutal conflicts that left lasting scars on both sides. The challenge for Britain was figuring out what came next. Having spent centuries telling themselves that they governed other countries for those countries' benefit, how do you maintain any influence once those countries are free to choose their relationships? The answer was the Commonwealth, a voluntary association of former colonies that would maintain cultural and economic ties with Britain. The Commonwealth was an attempt to preserve relationships after the formal empire ended. Some countries, such as Canada and Australia, were pleased to maintain close ties. Others, such as Ireland, wanted nothing to do with Britain beyond basic diplomatic relations. Still others had more complex relationships that varied depending on who was in charge and what Britain had done lately. By the 1970s, the transformation was largely complete. Britain had gone from ruling a quarter of the world to being a medium-sized European country with some overseas territories and a lot of historical baggage. The economic benefits of empire had been replaced by the costs of managing decline, dealing with immigration from former colonies, maintaining expensive military commitments that no longer served clear purposes, and figuring out Britain's role in a world where they were no longer automatically important. We are still working out how the legacy of empire continues to shape both Britain and its former colonies. In Britain, imperial history remains a source of both pride and discomfort, pride in the achievements and global influence, and discomfort with the methods and consequences. In former colonies, the impacts vary enormously, but they include everything from legal systems and languages to borders and ethnic tensions that can be traced directly to colonial policies. Perhaps the most lasting legacy is the English language itself, which became the global lingua franca partly because the British Empire spread it across the world. Today, more people speak English as a second language than as a first language, and the internet has made English fluency essential for global participation in ways that the builders of empire never could have imagined. So, there you have it, the rise and fall of the British Empire, from a soggy island with big ambitions to a global superpower to a modern nation still figuring out its place in the world. It's a story about how geography, technology and human ambition can combine to create something unprecedented, and how even the most powerful systems eventually face the limits of their own contradictions. Sweet dreams, and remember, empires may come and go, but the really good stories about them tend to stick around. Nicolaus Copernicus did not awake each morning expecting to redefine how humanity understood the cosmos. In his youth, he was a quiet observer of everyday trade, civic gossip, and the slow turn of seasons along the Vistula River. Born in 1473 in Torun, he lived in a land humming with activity, bustling markets, occasional outbreaks of illness, and whispers of new maps from distant seas. He absorbed all of it without making grand claims or seeking quick fame. His father, a merchant of modest means, died when Copernicus was still a child. This loss shifted the boy's path, placing him under the care of his uncle, Lucas Watson Rhodes, a bishop with strong ambitions for his nephew. But it was not a cosy arrangement free from pressure. In 15th century Europe, family alliances mingled with church roles. Watson Rhodes made sure Nicolaus gained a broad education, perhaps believing that a well-schooled clergyman could serve both faith and practical politics. By his late teens, Copernicus studied at the University of Krakow, a lively centre of scholarship. The city's streets teemed with visiting merchants who told of copper mines and foreign trade routes. Professors taught geometry side by side with astrology, half-lost Greek texts and careful reflections on the cosmos. Nicolaus listened eagerly. He devoured ideas about celestial spheres and puzzling planetary orbits, tucking them away while also training in law and medicine. As a student, he displayed no wild rebellion. Instead, he showed a quiet thirst for evidence. If a notion seemed inconsistent, such as the accepted idea that the sun spun around Earth, he filed it under needs more thought. Beyond the lecture halls, Copernicus encountered a swirl of travelling scholars. Some boasted credentials from Italy or distant corners of the Holy Roman Empire. They debated the relative positions of stars, whether Mercury followed a perplexing path, and if ancient astronomers might have overlooked simpler interpretations. Many dismissed alternatives outright, clinging to the comfort of tradition. But Copernicus felt a tug toward re-examination. Observing the sky with primitive instruments, he noted patterns that didn't align perfectly with existing models. He completed his basic studies in Krakow, then ventured beyond Poland's borders. Italy beckoned, with universities in Bologna and Padua promising more specialised knowledge. There, he immersed himself in the revival of Greek and Roman thought. He pored over manuscripts in dimly lit libraries, fascinated by calculations from centuries past. He also studied canon law, fulfilling family expectations that he build a solid ecclesiastical career. But when evenings came, he would slip outside and look heavenward, measuring angles between stars or charting planetary positions. Each observation hinted that Earth might be in motion, though he dared not announce such a claim prematurely. Although Copernicus was devout and respectful of the Church's authority, he had a careful mind. He saw how theological and political forces shaped knowledge. If a new idea threatened established beliefs, it might be scorned before it was tested. He acquired the skill of patience. Gradually, he compiled observations. He refined calculations taken from Greek sources, then combined them with modern star charts. Quietly, the shape of a new model emerged. Earth, in motion around a sun that commanded the centre of the system. Yet even these thoughts were incomplete. He lacked perfect instruments and recognised that the mathematics required further refinement. By the time he returned to his homeland to serve as a canon at Frombork Cathedral, Copernicus had developed an approach that blended caution with an innovation. In Frombork, he managed administrative tasks, financial matters, and community disputes, skills that gave him a grounding in practical life. Still, late at night, he observed the skies through tiny windows in the tower. Using rudimentary tools, he tested angles, compared them with references, and revised his growing manuscript. Few neighbours knew the depth of his curiosity. He did not proclaim that the earth moved, or that centuries of teaching were flawed. Instead, he continued to gather data, revise charts, and refine his emerging theory. He weighed the risk. To challenge the geocentric worldview was to question scriptural interpretations, academic tradition, and the power structures that shaped them. But the puzzle of planetary movement drew him forward, urging him toward a more convincing explanation. By the dawn of a new century, Copernicus's notebooks were rich with diagrams that contradicted accepted dogma. The seeds of a revolution were sown, even if they still rested in unspoken form, in the mind of a humble canon quietly scribbling in a remote corner of Europe. In secret letters to close colleagues, he hinted at his suspicions but held back his conclusions. By the early 16th century, Frombork was more than a spot on the Baltic coast. Its cathedral, perched above windswept waters, housed Copernicus in his role as canon. Here, he balanced church governance with private questions about planetary motion. Though smaller than Krakow or Bologna, Frombork offered something precious, quiet, steady hours for research. Europe was tense with talk of religious reform. Rumours of upheavals swept through ports, reaching Frombork in whispered fragments. Copernicus saw the risks of challenging official doctrine. If he declared Earth's movement, he might face condemnation. So, he worked cautiously, measuring the sky with simple instruments each night. His notes revealed that the sun, not Earth, likely held the centre. During the day, he managed church finances and mediated local problems. Officials admired his precision and calm. When currency troubles arose, he designed measures to stabilise coinage, bolstering his reputation as a logical thinker. Such behaviour helped mask his radical astronomy. The more respect he garnered for practical solutions, the safer he felt exploring unorthodox ideas in private. Still, he remained torn. In an age where the church shaped much of scientific understanding, proposing a heliocentric system was risky. Scripture seemed to confirm Earth's central place. Copernicus grasped that mathematical evidence alone might not sway those who believed questioning geocentrism was akin to heresy. He exchanged guarded letters with scholars, sharing parts of his data but rarely revealing the full extent of his model. Frombork's quiet aided his patience. He tracked planetary paths across months and years. Errors in existing models grew too large to ignore. The orbits, once force-fit to Ptolemy's system, made sense when the sun sat in the middle. Copernicus refined these insights in drafts he showed only to trusted friends. He feared the backlash if word spread prematurely. Meanwhile, the Reformation simmered in Europe. People questioned church authority on many fronts. The old structures were weakening. Copernicus observed that the pervasive uncertainty could potentially foster new ideas, but it also heightened the likelihood of severe retaliation if these ideas contradicted deeply held beliefs. He watched how daring thinkers risked exile or worse. Yet some found pockets of support, suggesting that a revolution in astronomy might eventually find acceptance. By the mid-1510s, his notebooks held a skeleton of the heliocentric model. Earth spun and circled the sun, joined by the other planets, yet he refused to publish a major treatise. He insisted on checking every calculation. Observational evidence had to be beyond reproach. Church superiors recognized his diligence and seldom pried into his nighttime research. They assumed he was honing church-related expertise, not drafting a cosmic shift. His life looked ordinary. He ate modest meals, cared for ill colleagues, and attended to canonical duties with unwavering focus. But once darkness fell, he scaled the cathedral tower to observe the planets. He aligned homemade instruments to gauge Jupiter's position, or noted how Venus vanished behind the sun's glare at times inconsistent with geocentrism. In the hush of the tower, he felt the weight of discovery, tempered by the knowledge that revealing it too soon could endanger him. This period also tested his resolve. Persistent calculations sometimes contradicted his earlier assumptions, forcing him to correct or refine his diagrams. Yet each setback nudged him toward a more robust framework. He realized that Ptolemy's centuries-old design no longer held up under meticulous scrutiny. If Earth truly revolved, it explained the irregular motion so many had labored to reconcile. The data whispered that ancient edifice of belief was cracking. In 1514, he drafted a concise outline called the Commentariolus. It circulated among a small circle, generating muted intrigue. Copernicus valued their feedback, which helped him hone his equations. He kept his tone measured, presenting heliocentrism as a hypothesis rather than a challenge to authority. He saw that acceptance depended on evidence, not strident proclamations, and so he persisted, day after day. He would read economic reports in the morning and engage in stargazing at night, constantly refining his observations. The locals viewed him as a prudent canon, never suspecting that his observations could unsettle the very foundation of cosmic order. Yet, in that remote corner of the Baltic, he gathered the pieces for a grand puzzle that would, in time, upend humanity's view of itself. By the end of this phase, his confidence had grown. The numbers spoke clearly to him, even if he kept them hidden from public debate. While Europe's religious tensions escalated, Copernicus quietly solidified his theory. He saw potential allies in a future shaped by fresh perspectives. By the 1520s, Europe's religious landscape was in upheaval. Martin Luther's Reformation challenged long-standing church authority, fueling tension across nations. Against this backdrop, Copernicus quietly refined his heliocentric theory. At Frombork, he juggled ecclesiastical duties with clandestine astronomical pursuits. Aware that a misstep could brand him a heretic, he shared star charts and observations through letters to scholars in Italy and Germany. Although some recognised that Ptolemaic geocentrism seemed forced, open endorsement of Earth's motion was risky. Copernicus tested each new data point, measuring planetary positions with homemade instruments. With each alignment, the sun-centred approach gained credibility, but proclaiming it publicly might trigger condemnation. The diocese entrusted him with greater responsibilities. He resolved financial disputes, attended synods, and occasionally travelled. Everywhere he went, he saw how Luther's ideas shook old pillars of authority. Quietly, he noted parallels to the cosmic debate. If Europe's spiritual core could be questioned, perhaps its astronomical beliefs might also be challenged. Still, caution prevailed. He wrote in Latin, making his drafts less accessible to the uninitiated. He tested retrograde motion under the new model, confirmed that Earth's rotation explained day and night, and that seasonal changes fit a planet circling the sun. He was building a rigorous, cohesive argument. Yet rumours spread that Copernicus harboured unorthodox views. Aware that unrefined manuscripts circulated without his permission, he worried about critics who might seize on incomplete data. Despite these fears, he found encouragement in quiet corners. Trusted colleagues marvelled at how neatly the theory explained planetary wanderings. Others, fearful themselves, advised him to hold back until Europe's religious confusion abated. He heeded that counsel, but he kept gathering observations. Night after night, he charted angles and times, refining calculations. He felt certain that Earth's motion was not just plausible, it was likely true. One of his challenges lay in reconciling scripture with a moving Earth. Many clerics took biblical phrases as literal proof of geocentrism. Copernicus believed the Bible employed everyday language, not strict cosmic geometry. He chose his words carefully, asserting that a sun-centred system needn't undermine faith. Privately, he wished for a church open to nature's revelations, but he recognised the risk of alienation if he pushed too hard. By the mid-1520s, Europe's political shifts touched him personally. He helped local officials with coin reforms, an effort that drew upon his mathematical precision. This success bolstered his standing as a practical problem solver, indirectly shielding him from suspicion. Yet church officials sometimes hinted that he should remain within traditional boundaries. They valued his service but seemed uneasy about whispers of cosmic novelties. His progress on the manuscript advanced. The geometry no longer relied on clunky epicycles. Heliocentrism explained phenomena more directly, with fewer forced corrections. He tested Mercury's orbit, verifying that its swift revolutions made sense in the new scheme. He noted how Venus's phases and brightness variations supported a sun-centered perspective. These observations, though rudimentary by modern standards, were groundbreaking. As Europe's religious conflicts intensified, Copernicus reflected on timing. Should he reveal his findings before the Church fully stabilized? He feared that any radical claim might be conflated with Lutheran heresies. He remained loyal to Catholicism, seeing no reason why a more accurate cosmic map should threaten spiritual truths. Yet he knew that misunderstandings abounded, and dogmatic zeal could swiftly erupt into persecution. By the late 1520s, he had assembled a near-complete draft. He called it De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres. He circulated sections to close confidants, soliciting feedback on calculations or clarity. A few suggested releasing it soon, hoping Europe's thirst for new knowledge might outweigh theological resistance. Others counselled patience, warning that the times were too volatile. Copernicus weighed both sides. He recognised that the Reformation had shattered old certainties. Perhaps the moment was ripe for new truths. However, the consequences of open defiance were significant. He decided to continue polishing the manuscript, ensuring that no detail was left unverified. In the event of condemnation, the evidence would undoubtedly bear witness. Meanwhile, life at Frombork proceeded with routine. He oversaw funds, settled disputes, and tended to the occasional patient. By night, he ascended the tower to observe the stars. They remained serenely predictable, orbiting the sun in patterns his mathematics could describe. This harmony sustained him, even as Europe's politics churned unpredictably. He remained resolute. Soon, he would finalize his cosmic blueprint. Copernicus was on the verge of a significant discovery. Years of painstaking work had reinforced an idea once unthinkable. Earth was neither the cosmic pivot nor immovable. In the hush of his study, he refined equations that could uproot centuries of belief. Yet for now, he kept them close, awaiting an opening in history's storm that might allow the light of his discovery to shine without calamity. Copernicus continued his delicate balance as the 1530s approached. Europe's religious turbulence showed no sign of easing, and he sensed that caution remained critical. Yet, with each passing year, his manuscript neared completion, the pages revealing a coherent system in which Earth, once deemed the universe's anchor, now shared the heavens with planets spinning around the sun. Quietly, he refined details that nagged at him. Because Mars seemed to be moving backwards, it needed extra care because its path showed there was a better way to solve the problem than the geocentric mess of spheres and epicycles. By focusing on Mars and Venus, planets whose orbits came closest to Earth, he strengthened the numerical backbone of his claim. His devotion to precision occasionally bordered on obsession, but this meticulousness, he believed, was the only shield against accusations of error. Frombork's daily routines persisted. In the cathedral's records, his signature appears on financial ledgers and property documents. He participated in church synods, debated currency standards, and offered medical consultations to fellow clerics. Despite his responsibilities, he was always fascinated by geometry and star charts. At times, he found it ironic that a man so deeply entrenched in the church's official structure was assembling a radical concept that could unseat centuries-old dogma. Yet Copernicus did not see himself as a rebel. He was not out to undermine faith, merely to rectify what he viewed as a flawed cosmology. The impetus behind his work was neither vanity nor rebellion, but a quest for a truer understanding of creation. If God had set the sun at the centre, then acknowledging that truth honoured, rather than defied, divine order. In these years, a handful of younger scholars began seeking him out. They heard whispers that an unassuming canon in a Baltic outpost was building a staggering new celestial framework. One such visitor was a bright mathematician who journeyed north, risking poor roads and uncertain lodgings, just to glimpse Copernicus's calculations. Though the older man was reserved, he recognized genuine curiosity in these guests, and sometimes shared glimpses of his evolving model. He stressed that it was still in flux, cautioning them not to spread half-formed theories that critics could easily dismantle. Occasionally, word of Copernicus's ideas made its way to academics in larger cities. Some expressed skepticism. They pointed to centuries of authority backing Earth's fixed position, or they raised theological concerns about dislodging humanity from the cosmic centre. Others quietly cheered him on, intrigued by reports that his geometry matched observations more neatly than Ptolemy's. This division in response only heightened his sense that timing would be everything. One challenge he faced was how to present his findings. The written text was dense, filled with geometry and astronomical tables. It would not be a casual read for the untrained. That was intentional. Copernicus believed that if his argument stood against theological scrutiny, it must first appear airtight to mathematicians. Once the mathematical skeleton was unassailable, he hoped reason would triumph, persuading even skeptics who feared contradiction with scripture. Still, he had lingering doubts about reception. Europe was in disarray, local skirmishes erupted over doctrines that now seemed fluid, and the threat of political entanglement loomed. When he read news of harsh punishments for dissenters, he wondered whether his cosmic theory might be lumped in with dangerous heresies. Yet he pressed on, guided by an inner conviction that the simpler explanation of planetary motion must eventually prevail. Between editing sessions, he still took time to observe the heavens. Nightly vigils were a source of comfort for him even in his 50s. The glimmer of Saturn or the brightness of Jupiter reassured him that the sky did not bend to human quarrels. It followed laws that beckoned to be understood. Inside Frombork's walls, Copernicus's outward life appeared unchanged. He was a dutiful canon, a measured official, and an occasionally stern caretaker of church affairs. Only a trusted few knew how deeply he wrestled with the final touches of his magnum opus. Some nights, by lamplight, he rearranged entire paragraphs, seeking a more precise way to describe planetary paths. Small errors had no place in a claim this bold. As the decade progressed, letters trickled in from scholars who'd glimpsed parts of his manuscript. Many urged him to publish. His seclusion, they argued, only delayed a necessary debate. Yet the swirling uncertainty in Europe gave him pause. He suspected that once his book was out, there would be no turning back. For now, he clung to a cautious optimism. Perhaps a new era would dawn, one open to re-evaluating ancient truths. In that hope, he saw the faint glow of a future shaped by calculation and observation. The dawn of the 1540s brought Copernicus an unexpected visitor, Georg Joachim Rheticus, a young mathematician from Wittenberg. Rheticus had heard the rumours. An ageing canon in distant Warmia was challenging the cosmos itself. Curious and bold, Rheticus travelled north to see if the stories were true. Upon arrival, he found Copernicus at his desk, surrounded by geometric diagrams, half-finished manuscripts, and star charts pinned to walls. Their initial conversation was guarded. Copernicus, ever wary, questioned Rheticus's motives. Was this gentleman a genuine scholar or a spy, sent by critics seeking ammunition against him? But Rheticus displayed both admiration and a profound knowledge of mathematics. Before long, trust replaced suspicion. The younger man pored over Copernicus's notes, impressed by the clarity with which heliocentrism solved planetary riddles. Retrograde motion, awkward epicycles, and the wandering paths of Venus and Mars became far more comprehensible in a sun-centered layout. Encouraged by Rheticus's enthusiasm, Copernicus cautiously shared more details. He explained how decades of observations pointed to the same conclusion. Earth was a planet orbiting the sun, spinning on its axis to create day and night. Rheticus, astonished, urged him to publish. If even a fraction of these calculations were accurate, the world needed to know. Copernicus hesitated. Europe's religious situation remained volatile. One misinterpretation of his work could see him branded a heretic. Still, Rheticus persisted. He offered to write a preliminary treatise showcasing the core arguments, a trial balloon to gauge reaction. Copernicus consented, handing over relevant tables and diagrams. Rheticus composed the Narratio Prima, describing heliocentrism in readable form. Circulated in scholarly circles, it sparked a mix of curiosity, praise, and alarm. Some lauded the elegant math, others bristled at dethroning Earth. The Church kept silent for the moment, perhaps not fully grasping the implications or too busy handling other controversies. Buoyed by the reaction, Rheticus urged Copernicus to finalise De Revolutionibus. He argued that reason and observation were on their side. If the book laid out each calculation thoroughly, it could withstand even hostile scrutiny. In private, Copernicus felt he was facing a pivotal moment. He had dedicated most of his adult life to this theory. If he died with the manuscript unpublished, all that effort might fade into obscurity, yet to publish was to risk condemnation. Even as he wrestled with these choices, life in Frombork marched forward. He oversaw church revenues, patched up administrative loopholes, and sometimes practiced medicine for local residents. Rheticus stayed for months, assisting with computations and clarifying textual passages. Their collaboration proved fruitful. Where Copernicus's Latin explanations felt dense, Rheticus suggested simpler wording. Where Rheticus hurried, Copernicus insisted on double-checking each figure. In time, the manuscript became more coherent and approachable. Rumours of this partnership spread, and some scholars travelled north to witness the synergy. They debated planetary speeds and elliptical hints. Though neither man realised it fully at the time, their exchange of ideas foreshadowed future scientific endeavours where collaboration would push boundaries of knowledge. Yet clouds of doubt hovered. Not everyone was ready for a world lacking Earth's cosmic privilege. Meanwhile, Copernicus received letters from distant colleagues warning him of potential backlash. A few devout theologians insisted that Scripture unequivocally placed Earth at the centre. Another faction, less tied to literal interpretations, expressed intrigue at the possibility of reconciling a moving Earth with God's grand design. In these missives, Copernicus saw both risk and hope. Divisions among intellectuals mirrored the broader rift fracturing Christendom. Increasingly, he leaned on Rheticus for counsel. The younger man advocated transparency, convinced that a well-argued treatise would find defenders among Europe's scholars. This optimism heartened Copernicus, though he remained wary. To reassure his friend and perhaps himself, he invoked the principle that truth, grounded in measurable phenomena, should endure. If the sun truly lay at the centre, no condemnation could erase the geometry proving it. Yet, as they rechecked tables and refined the text, Copernicus's health began to wane. Long hours at his desk, combined with the stress of potential controversy, weighed on him. Still, he pressed forward. In quiet corners of the cathedral complex, he paced, mentally rehearsing how to defend his findings if challenged. With each revision, De Revolutionibus solidified into a structured argument. Geometry and observation intertwined, forming a fortress of logic. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Rheticus suggested printing the manuscript. Copernicus reluctantly agreed, provided he could oversee the final stages to ensure accuracy. He wanted no sensationalism and no grandstanding. The data would provide sufficient evidence. A moving Earth wasn't just an opinion, it was a conclusion drawn from decades of meticulous inquiry. By the early 1540s, Copernicus was on the verge of publication. The quiet scholar who once hid his notes now inched toward revealing them. Europe might recoil or rejoice, he could not predict. But with Rheticus at his side, he felt less alone. The momentum was unstoppable. A swirl of ink-stained pages, fresh calculations, and cautious excitement gathered force. Soon, the world would learn of a cosmic shift that carried as much poetic wonder as it did sober mathematics. By 1542, Copernicus's manuscript was nearly ready for the printer, yet he fretted over every line. Even after Rheticus departed Frombork to handle affairs elsewhere, they continued exchanging letters. The younger scholar reported progress in securing a printing arrangement in Nuremberg, a city known for scholarly works. Although pleased, Copernicus also felt a pang of anxiety. Handing his life's labour to a printer meant relinquishing control over its reception. He braced himself for potential fallout. Whispers among clerics suggested that a harsh reaction could come from those who read the Bible's celestial references as literal scientific statements. And yet, the same hush also contained flickers of curiosity. Many churchmen with an interest in astronomy had privately acknowledged that the intricacies of Ptolemaic astronomy challenged their credibility. Perhaps, in time, a new system, if persuasively presented, might find acceptance. Before sending the final draft to Nuremberg, Copernicus added finishing touches, refined planetary tables, a preface in measured tones, and clear proofs of each claim. He took solace in Rheticus's vow to oversee aspects of the publication, but as he sealed the last packet of manuscripts, he could not quell a tremor of apprehension. There was no telling how Europe, embroiled in Protestant Catholic tensions, would react to an idea that seemed to rewrite creation's script. In the printing shop, trouble stirred. Andreas Osiander, a Lutheran theologian and mathematician, was enlisted to help with the publication process. Osiander, without Copernicus's direct approval, affixed a preface suggesting that we should treat the new model as a mere hypothesis, not a literal truth. Intent on shielding Copernicus from persecution, or so he claimed, Osiander's note implied that the heliocentric arrangement was just a convenient way to calculate planetary positions. This ambivalence grated on those who knew Copernicus's genuine conviction. Rheticus, furious at the alteration, sought to rectify matters, but the printing presses were already in motion. Copies of De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium rolled out, some with Osiander's unauthorized preface front and centre. When word of this reached Copernicus in Frombork, he was too ill to mount a vigorous protest. Age and sickness had caught up with him. Friends noted that his once methodical pace of life now faltered as he confronted persistent fatigue and bouts of confusion. Still, his resolve did not break. He had done what he set out to do, placed the Earth in motion and the Sun in the centre, with rigorous math to back it. In spirit, he rejected Osiander's suggestion that it was mere theory. For Copernicus, careful observation and calculation had laid bare the architecture of the cosmos. His only regret was losing a measure of control over how the public first encountered his opus. As the printed volumes began their slow dissemination across Europe, the initial response was muted. Many readers found the text too dense to pass quickly. Some scholars examined the tables and geometry, intrigued but unsure if they dared endorse such a radical viewpoint. Others dismissed it out to Moyer, citing scriptural or philosophical objections. Church officials, preoccupied with stamping out Protestant heresies, did not immediately focus on the treatise. A swirl of local controversies overshadowed Copernicus's cosmic claim. Meanwhile, in the hushed rooms of monastic libraries, a few inquisitive minds turned the pages with dawning realization. The logic was compelling. No matter how one tried to preserve geocentrism, the math kept pointing back to a sun-centered system. That a canon of the Church had authored such a text baffled some and inspired others. Indeed, whispers circulated that if a Catholic cleric could advocate a moving earth, perhaps the lines dividing faith and inquiry weren't as absolute as many believed. Back in Frombork, Copernicus's condition deteriorated. Accounts suggest he suffered a stroke. By May of 1543, he was largely bedridden, drifting in and out of clarity. Legend holds it that he received a bound copy of De Revolutionibus on his deathbed, though whether he recognised it is uncertain. Some say he opened it, saw the printed diagrams, and smiled faintly. Others claim he was barely conscious. The truth is lost in the haze of final hours. What remains certain is that he passed away soon after the book appeared. His life's work, once guarded in secret manuscripts, now circulated beyond his small domain. The seeds of revolution were in place, poised to challenge intellectual assumptions for generations to come. Like a spark igniting a distant fuse, De Revolutionibus would not detonate instantly, but it carried a flame that would burn steadily through halls of learning. In those last days, Copernicus's name was not yet legendary. Few grasped the enormity of the events that had unfolded, but in that small cathedral town, an exhausted scholar had released into the world an idea both stark and beautiful, that Earth itself was but one traveller in a grand cosmic dance. And though his eyes closed before the storm broke, the echo of his insight would ripple onward, bridging ages of darkness and light. After Copernicus's passing, his book lingered in relative obscurity. In the year 1543, religious controversies in Europe overshadowed a treatise on planetary motions. Many copies of De Revolutionibus ended up in university libraries, occasionally browsed by curious readers but not instantly hailed as a landmark. The pace of change in astronomy proved slower than myth might suggest, yet word of a new cosmic theory spread across scholarly circles. Mathematicians and astronomers who tested Copernicus's geometry found it persuasive. Some disliked Osiander's preface, recognizing that Copernicus himself viewed the subject as more than a mere computational tool. Others felt uneasy endorsing a concept that could provoke church censure. Even so, the heliocentric proposition, once unthinkable, steadily gained attention. People wondered, if centuries of geocentrism had been mistaken, what else might we be wrong about? In the decades that followed, defenders of the Copernican system refined his work. Errors or approximations in planetary tables were corrected, often with better instruments than Copernicus had possessed. Young astronomers who never met him still found guidance in his pages. Building on the foundation he left behind, a handful of them wrote treatises supporting the heliocentric view, adding incremental proof with each fresh observation. Opposition, however, was not trivial. Traditionalists saw Copernicus's ideas as an affront to human dignity. If Earth spun through space, how did that align with the divinely ordained centre? Dogmatic interpretations of scripture hardened, and some influential theologians declared the new system unscriptural. In certain academic halls, supporters of Copernicus sparred with conservative voices who refused to surrender the old model. Quietly, a battle of paradigms began. One figure who championed Copernicus's heliocentrism was Galileo Galilei, born more than 20 years before Copernicus died. Galileo's telescopic observations, decades later, provided striking evidence: the phases of Venus, the moons of Jupiter, and the sunspots that shifted daily. Though Galileo's story would unfold in its own tumultuous way, he traced a lineage back to Copernicus. Galileo might never have defied convention by pointing his lens skyward in the absence of that earlier text. Despite Galileo's eventual condemnation, Copernicus's seeds continued to sprout. Johannes Kepler, another giant of astronomy, built on Copernican principles to demonstrate elliptical orbits. Those elliptical refinements improved predictions beyond Copernicus's original data. Each subsequent advance validated the notion that the Earth travelled around the Sun. Newton's physics would later bind it all together, showing how gravity governed these celestial dances, weaving Copernicus's revolution into the broader tapestry of scientific lore. As these luminaries pushed the limits of astronomy, Copernicus's name gradually gained a venerable glow. Scholars looked back on his cautious approach and saw wisdom. He had predicted resistance, recognized the perils of an epoch riven by religious strife, and still managed to publish an audacious claim. Over time, the memory of him as a timid canon in a remote cathedral town transformed into an image of the brave father of modern astronomy. In the centuries to come, the Church itself would revise its stance. Though official condemnations of heliocentrism emerged decades after Copernicus's death, they were eventually lifted, and his works found a place in Catholic scholarship. That shift was neither swift nor simple, but it underscored how even massive institutions could adapt to new evidence, given enough time and debate. Legends about Copernicus blossomed. Some painted him as an unacknowledged rebel, others as a devout servant of the Church who happened upon a startling truth. The reality was more nuanced. He was part of a lineage. Ancient Greek astronomers, Islamic mathematicians, and European scholars all contributed pieces of the puzzle he finally assembled. Yet he was the one who broke from the gravitational pull of tradition, suggesting that Earth soared through space rather than resting at creation's centre. Today, in Turun, visitors see statues and plaques celebrating the hometown astronomer. His name adorns craters on the moon, testifying to his lasting imprint on our knowledge of the heavens. Schoolchildren learn of his achievements, often without grasping the centuries of struggle it took for his ideas to triumph. In the broader sweep of history, his story warns us that even widely held beliefs can crumble under the weight of rigorous observation and honest inquiry. And so, Nicolaus Copernicus's life underscores the power of quiet determination. He served as a canon, healed the sick, balanced church finances, and, through it all, reinterpreted the universe. Though he never saw the full upheaval his book would create, he lit the fuse. In the end, his legacy transcended his age, forging pathways for thinkers bold enough to look upward and question the obvious. By repositioning Earth among the stars, he gave humankind a gift both humbling and liberating. The realization that our vantage point is but one corner of a vast cosmic stage. Most likely you're wearing a watch at the moment. Perhaps it's cleverly buzzing on your wrist to remind you of meetings and to keep track of your steps. Maybe it's a classic watch that your father gave you, the kind that ticks in a nice way when you press it to your ear. The pocket watch, a small mechanical marvel that sat for centuries in the hearts of farmers, emperors, and everyone else in between, is the grandfather of all personal timepieces. The invention of the pocket watch was not a sudden horological miracle. No, it developed gradually, as most good things do. Clockmakers were working in their workshops in the early 1500s, attempting to reduce the enormous tower clocks that ruled European cities. These initial attempts were roughly as accurate as a sundial during a thunderstorm and as portable as a small refrigerator. When someone, whom historians still disagree about, figured out how to make a mainspring small enough to fit in something you could actually carry, that was the real breakthrough. This was more than just engineering. It was like packing a water wheel's force into a biscuit-sized object. The revolutionary idea behind those early pocket watches was that time was no longer bound by location. They were cumbersome, heavy devices that hung from chains like portable anvils. It's critical to comprehend what this meant. Prior to the invention of pocket watches, time was determined by the sound of church bells, the town square, and the cycle of sunrise and sunset. All of a sudden, time itself could be owned by regular people. They were able to plan meetings, schedule appointments, divide their days into manageable chunks, and, perhaps most importantly, arrive subtly late. The first pocket watches were expensive luxury items that most people couldn't afford in a year. They were mechanical wonders, conversation starters, and status symbols that gave their owners the impression that they were carrying a piece of the future. Rich merchants wore them as symbols of their success, and kings gathered them like precious gems. This is where the story starts to get interesting, though. The pocket watch was not exclusive for very long, as is the case with most high-end products. Craftsmen discovered ways to improve, lower the cost, and increase their dependability. By the 1600s, middle-class professionals wore simple timepieces, and by the 1700s, Even farmers were using their watches to determine when it was time for their afternoon naps. The initial designs were endearingly flawed. Some clocks were so bad at keeping time that their owners had to wind them several times a day, but they still showed up everywhere either fashionably late or embarrassingly early. The faces were frequently artistic creations, such as intricate enamel paintings of mythological characters, pastoral landscapes, or loved ones' portraits. Having one was similar to having a small gallery in your vest pocket. The way these early pocket watches altered people's perspectives on their days is what most intrigues me about them. In the past, you might have said, "I'll meet you when the sun is halfway down the sky." Today you could say, "I'll meet you at 3:15. This accuracy revolutionized social life, travel and commerce in ways their creators could never have predicted. Tower clocks were never able to achieve the same level of personalization as the pocket watch. Like feeding a pet, you wind the device each morning. You dozed off while listening to its steady tick. Not only did you lose track of time when it broke, but you also lost a friend. As symbols of love, husbands gave them to wives, fathers handed them down to sons, and lovers traded them. By the late 1600s, anyone who wanted to be respected had to have a pocket watch. Keeping up with a world that was starting to move at a more mechanical pace was more important than simply keeping time. When the 1700s arrived, pocket watches entered what could be described as their awkward adolescence. They were becoming increasingly sophisticated, but they still needed to mature. The fundamental idea was sound, but the way it was carried out needed improvement. It takes a lot of work. Accuracy was the primary issue. The accuracy of early pocket watches was comparable to that of weather forecasts. That is, they were accurate enough to maintain interest, but inaccurate enough to create serious issues. It's possible for a merchant who gets to the market an hour early to find out that his watch has been running fast for the past 3 days. Or worse, his watch might decide to take an unplanned break, causing him to miss a crucial meeting. The story becomes wonderfully obsessive at this point. Clockmakers throughout Europe were enthralled with the task of designing the perfect pocket watch. Like musical virtuosos, they were creating time itself, one tick at a time rather than symphonies. The balance wheel, a tiny rotating component that became the beating heart of any high-quality pocket watch, was the breakthrough. Consider it the more portable, smaller cousin of the pendulum. Time could be divided into remarkably accurate segments by this tiny device, which oscillated back and forth with such regularity. Delicate, precisely balanced, and calibrated with the accuracy of a master chef measuring spices, the best balance wheels were themselves works of art. The undisputed masters of pocket watch accuracy were English clockmakers, especially those based in London. They created methods for creating gears that were so smooth they didn't seem to tick, but rather whispered. They produced such exquisite cases that affluent clients purchased them for their visual appeal as much as their ability to tell time. But in surprising ways, the Swiss transformed the sector. Swiss artisans started thinking about mass production, while the English concentrated on making the most exquisite and accurate timepieces for the affluent. They created methods for producing dependable pocket watches that the average working person could afford. There were significant societal repercussions from this democratization of timekeeping. A factory worker could now own the same kind of precision watch as his boss for the first time in human history. Both could arrive at exactly the same time and know they were on time, but this didn't exactly level the playing field because the worker had a plain steel watch, and the boss still had a gold one that was encrusted with diamonds. Additionally, the pocket watch emerged as a key component of the professional culture. Teachers used them to organize their lessons, doctors used them to time patients' pulses, and lawyers used them to bill by the hour. "Time is money" was no longer merely a catchphrase. It was a quantifiable fact that you could grasp in your hand. The most endearing thing about pocket watches from the 18th century is how their designers couldn't help but add tiny details that made them fun to own, even though they had no functional use. On the hour, some performed little melodies. Others had miniature astronomical displays that displayed the planet's positions or the moon's phases. A handful of aspirational artisans produced timepieces with numerous complications, mechanical elements that could record the day of the week, the date, and even leap years. These were portable entertainment systems rather than merely watches. You could surreptitiously check not only the time, but also whether Saturn was in the right celestial alignment for making crucial business decisions during lengthy carriage rides or dull social gatherings. The cases themselves were transformed into artistic canvases. They were adorned with elaborate designs, family crests, and significant inscriptions by talented engravers. Touching personal messages like, "To my beloved son on his wedding day," "In memory of faithful service," or occasionally just "Time flies but memories remain," are found on a lot of pocket watches from this era. The railroad, which was invented in the early 1800s, would fundamentally alter how people perceived time. All of a sudden, taking a few minutes off was not only inconvenient, but also potentially fatal. You see, approximate timing was perfectly acceptable when long-distance travel was primarily accomplished by horse and carriage. Passengers just waited if the afternoon stage was running late. You catch the next one tomorrow or the day after if you missed the previous one. Time was still pliable and forgiving. Trains, however, altered all of that. They followed timetables that were measured in minutes rather than hours. More significantly, they were on the same tracks, which meant that two trains that were even slightly behind schedule could end up sharing a section of railroad at the same time, which would inevitably lead to disastrous outcomes. The pocket watch industry grew to meet the unprecedented demand for accurate timekeeping that resulted from this. Conductors, engineers, and station masters were required by railroad companies to wear watches that adhered to stringent accuracy requirements. These were precise devices that needed to maintain time within seconds, not minutes, so they weren't just any pocket watches. The railroad pocket watch evolved into a symbol of expertise. Large, sturdy, and built to continue operating precisely in spite of the frequent jarring and vibration of train travel, these timepieces were the norm. Because a conductor had to rapidly check the time, even in low light or while travelling at high speed, they had faces that were bold and easy to read. Railroad companies set up complex synchronization systems because they took accuracy and timekeeping very seriously. Railroad workers would be able to adjust their watches to match the master clock by using the telegraph to transmit official time signals at major stations. As a result, a truly standardized time system that covered great distances was established for the first time in human history. It had a huge social impact. Prior to the invention of railroads, each town maintained its own local time, which was typically determined by the time the sun rose. This implied that it might be 11:47 in Philadelphia and 12:13 in Boston at noon in New York. This had little bearing on day-to-day existence. It was chaos for railroad scheduling. Pocket watches became the tools that enabled the standardized time zones that were imposed by the railroads. All of a sudden, millions of people were adjusting their daily routines to the mechanical accuracy of their own timepieces rather than the sun or church bells. Significant advancements in the production of pocket watches also occurred during this time. In order to simplify repairs and increase manufacturing efficiency, American companies such as Waltham and Elgin started manufacturing watches with interchangeable parts. Each watch was no longer a one-of-a-kind, handcrafted object. Rather, they were precision-engineered products that were simple to maintain and could be assembled rapidly. The railroad standard pocket watch rose to prominence as a symbol of industrial accuracy in America. These watches were constructed to endure the harsh conditions of railroad work, passed stringent testing, and received accuracy certification. They were also beautiful items. Even the most practical railroad watch had tasteful hands, well-crafted numerals, and cases that were both practical and beautiful. However, the way that pocket watches became ingrained in professional identity was perhaps the most intriguing development of this era. A railroad man's watch represented his dependability, accuracy, and dedication to safety. It was more than just a tool. Since being able to tell the exact time was essential to their professional reputation, these men would spend their own money on the best watches they could afford. The practice of inspecting and certifying watches was also started during the railroad pocket watch era. Professional watch inspectors were hired by railroad companies to regularly check timepieces to make sure they adhered to the stringent requirements needed for safe operation. As a result, a culture of superior horology was established, which impacted watchmaking for many years to come. One could refer to the late 19th and early 20th centuries as the golden age of the pocket watch. At this time, the technical and cultural significance of these mechanical wonders peaked. Pocket watches were more than just timepieces during this time. They were technological marvels, family heirlooms, and statements all combined into one sophisticated package. The diversity was astounding. For a few dollars, you could purchase a straightforward, dependable watch, or you could commission a work of art that took years to complete and cost more than a house. This era's luxury timepieces were truly remarkable. Even today, the intricate timepieces made by master craftsmen seem almost magical. In addition to telling you the time, some watches can also tell you the date, the day of the week, the month, the year, and the moon phase. Others had minute repeaters, which were devices that, when a button was pressed, would chime out the time so that you could determine the hour even in total darkness. Perpetual calendars that automatically corrected for leap years and would stay accurate for centuries without human correction were among the most ambitious pieces. These weren't merely timepieces. They were tiny mechanical computers that were designed to track the intricate details of our calendar system with amazing accuracy. However, not only the affluent adopted pocket watches during this heyday. Working-class people could now afford dependable timepieces thanks to mass production techniques, and owning a watch came to be seen as a sign of respectability and responsibility. When a young man got his first pocket watch, he was taking part in a milestone as important as getting his first job or suit. The pocket watch was an integral part of everyday life. Winding your watch each morning was a meditative way to connect with your own timepiece. You would check the time throughout the day by using a familiar motion to reach into your vest pocket and pull out the watch by its chain. This wasn't merely practical. It was a little act that showed the world that you were a person who appreciated accuracy and timeliness. The chains themselves turned into fashion accessories. Some were straightforward and practical, while others were ornate pieces of jewellery with meaningful charms, decorative fobs, and intricate links. For socially conservative men, a watch chain was frequently one of the few pieces of jewellery they could wear without looking garish. Interesting tales about the owners of these pocket watches can be found in their cases. Numerous ones had initials, family crests, or private messages engraved on them. Some had hinged backs that opened to reveal pictures of loved ones, making them portable, private shrines. The way that pocket watches from this era became stores of meaning and memory is what makes them so poignant. A father would pass his watch to his son and tell him about its past exploits. It is possible for a wife to have a romantic inscription engraved on her husband's watch. Immigrants brought timepieces that linked them to the nations they had left behind, and soldiers carried watches that brought them back to their homeland. During this heyday, the quality of manufacturing was exceptional. American firms like Hamilton, Waltham and Illinois, as well as Swiss producers Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin, were creating watches that were not only precise but also long-lasting. More than a century later, many pocket watches from this era are still functional, which speaks volumes about the craftsmanship of their creators and the resilience of mechanical engineering. In ways that are difficult to imagine today, the pocket watch also became essential to professional life. They were used by doctors to track treatment outcomes and time patients' pulses. Attorneys charged their clients according to the exact timing of their consultations. Factory managers used stopwatch accuracy to coordinate shift changes. The pocket watch, a necessary tool that structured and organised daily life, was the smartphone of its time. Some of the most fascinating tales from the Golden Age feature unsung heroes who depended on pocket watches in ways their creators never imagined, despite the fact that we frequently associate them with affluent gentlemen wearing top hats. Consider nurses. Nurses found that pocket watches were crucial instruments for patient monitoring during a time when the medical field was becoming more scientific. They used to coordinate patient care, track pulse rates, and time medication intervals by pinning tiny, sophisticated watches, the forerunners of contemporary nursing watches, to their uniforms. Since precise timing could mean the difference between life and death, these women, many of whom were from low-income families, invested their own funds in high-quality timepieces. The relationship between rural mail carriers and pocket watches became almost mystical. These postal workers used a combination of landmarks, instinct and exact timing to navigate before GPS or even trustworthy road maps were available. A carrier might be aware that the walk from the Johnson farm to the creek took precisely 17 minutes, and that it took an additional 12 minutes to get to the Miller residence. They used their pocket watches as navigational aids to keep track of their schedules while travelling miles on country roads in a variety of weather conditions. Most astonishingly, blind people found that their pocket watches could be used as highly advanced assistive technology. In order to directly feel the hand's position, many pocket watches from this era had cases that could be opened with one hand. The first tactile timepieces in history were made possible by certain watches that were specially made with raised hands and numerals. A pocket watch became a means of preserving independence and navigating social situations with assurance for those who were unable to rely on visual cues. Pocket watches and the mining industry developed a unique relationship. Miners depended on sturdy timepieces that could endure harsh conditions because they worked deep underground, where natural light never reached and shift schedules were essential for safety. Because they knew that synchronized timing could prevent accidents and coordinate rescue operations, mining companies frequently included watches as part of their safety equipment to maintain the exact timing needed for their beacon operations. Lighthouse keepers, those lone protectors of coastal safety, used pocket watches. Every lighthouse had a distinct pattern of lights, a particular series of flashes that made it easier for ships to locate them. Lighthouse keepers became proficient at using their pocket watches to maintain these life-saving rhythms because maintaining these patterns required split-second timing. These professional applications are intriguing because they drove innovation in watchmaking in unanticipated ways. Watches that were easy to sterilize were necessary for nurses. Timepieces that could withstand explosions and cave-ins were necessary for miners. Watches that could remain accurate in severe weather conditions were essential for lighthouse keepers. In response, manufacturers created customized designs. To guard against industrial equipment, some watches had anti-magnetic shields. Others had reinforced cases that were resilient to severe physical harm. Using radium-based paint that glowed in total darkness, a few companies produced pocket watches with glowing hands and numerals, but they were unaware of the potential health hazards associated with this invention. Innovation was still fueled by the railroad sector, but in more complex ways. Some of the most sophisticated mechanical engineering of this era was found in the railroad pocket watches. Despite the physical demands of railroad work, temperature fluctuations, and continuous vibration, they had to maintain precise time. Railroad-approved timepieces had to remain accurate within seconds over weeks or months, which was a very demanding testing process. However, the most heartwarming tales are probably those of regular people who discovered extraordinary significance in their pocket watches. According to some stories, immigrants sold almost everything they owned but retained their family watches as reminders of their former homes. Veterans who maintained routines that aided in their reintegration into society by using their military-issued pocket watches. Farmers who used Swiss clockwork precision to time everything from livestock feeding schedules to crop plantings. Challenges in the early 20th century would drastically alter how people interacted with their watches. The world had never before seen such demands for precise timing as it did during the Great War, as it was then known. An unprecedented level of coordination was needed for military operations. Barrages of artillery had to be timed to the second. Across miles of battlefield, infantry advances had to be coordinated. Everyone had to follow the same exact schedule in order for units to communicate with one another. Military leaders initially believed that conventional pocket watches would satisfy these requirements. After all, for decades, railroad companies and other industries had benefited greatly from these timepieces. However, the limitations of pocket-based timekeeping were soon exposed by the realities of trench warfare. When carrying equipment, crawling through mud, or operating heavy machinery, soldiers found that it was frequently impossible to reach into a pocket to check the time. Even worse, removing a pocket watch could reveal a soldier's location to enemy observers. Military personnel needed a discreet and speedy way to check the time. Unexpectedly, women's watches provided the answer. Watchmakers have been making tiny wristwatches for decades, mostly as jewellery for affluent women. Serious men tended to dismiss these bracelet watches as frivolous decorations and viewed them as feminine accessories. However, social convention was overruled by military necessity. At first, soldiers used makeshift leather bands, or even bits of wire to strap tiny watches to their wrists. They found that, in addition to being more practical, wrist-worn timepieces were also more accurate than pocket watches in combat situations. The change took time. Throughout the war, many military officers preferred conventional pocket watches over wristwatches because they were seen as unmanly. However, enlisted men rapidly embraced wrist-worn timepieces as necessary gear after encountering the practical realities of contemporary warfare. This change reflected a wider shift in how people lived and worked, not just a change in fashion. Compared to the leisurely Victorian era that gave rise to pocket watch culture, the post-war world was quicker, more mobile and more demanding. Wristwatches were more appropriate for the more active lifestyles of women, who had joined the workforce in previously unheard of numbers during the war. Workers in factories found that timepieces worn on the wrist were less likely to snag on equipment. Outdoor enthusiasts and athletes discovered that wristwatches were more useful for keeping track of physical activities. At first, the watch industry opposed this shift. Manufacturers were reluctant to give up their decades of experience in developing pocket watch technology. However, adaptation was ultimately compelled by consumer demand. Businesses started producing wristwatches with the same accuracy and dependability that had made pocket watches popular. But the change didn't happen all at once. Pocket watches continued to be popular among specific age groups and professions throughout the 1920s and 1930s. Because railroad rules had not yet been changed to allow wristwatches, railroad employees still preferred them. Compared to their wrist-worn counterparts, older gentlemen regarded pocket watches as more formal and dignified. An intriguing generational divide resulted from this. While their elders saw pocket watches as symbols of tradition and sophistication, younger people embraced wristwatches as symbols of modernity and progress. Choosing between a wristwatch and a pocket watch has evolved into a subtly expressed statement about your values and position in a world that is changing quickly. This transition became even more complicated as a result of the Great Depression. Long after wristwatches had gained popularity, many families continued to use inherited pocket watches because they could not afford new timepieces. As a result, pocket watches started to be linked to both tradition and improvisation. Ironically, some of the most inventive pocket watch designs ever produced were also influenced by this economic pressure. Desperate to keep their market share, manufacturers started creating watches that could be worn as wrist and pocket watches. These adaptable styles included detachable cases that could be strapped to the wrist or worn on chains as needed. By the 1940s, it was clear that pocket watches would become commonplace timepieces. The post-war economic boom made new wrist-worn timepieces affordable for nearly everyone, and World War II accelerated the adoption of wristwatches for evidently practical reasons. But rather than just vanishing, something intriguing occurred. Unexpected places gave pocket watches new life, and they took on significance that their original designers never intended. They evolved into wedding tokens, retirement gifts, and graduation presents, items selected for their symbolic value rather than their usefulness. In addition to passing on a timepiece, a grandfather who gave his grandson his pocket watch was also imparting a link to an alternative perspective on time. Those early proponents of pocket watch accuracy, railroad companies, gradually loosened their standards for allowing certified wristwatches. However, out of habit, pride in their jobs, and sincere love for these mechanical companions they had depended on for decades, many veteran railroad workers kept carrying pocket watches. During this period of transition, the medical field developed a complex relationship with pocket watches of its own. Many older doctors still carried pocket watches as a sign of their professional authority and ties to medical tradition, while nurses had mostly shifted to wrist-worn timepieces and pin-on watches. The situation for watchmakers was intriguing. Although there was still a significant need for repair and maintenance services, the market for new pocket watches had all but vanished. This led to the development of a specialised craft that was more concerned with maintaining already existing timepieces than with making new ones. Master horologists took on the role of vintage auto mechanics, repairing devices that were too valuable and significant to be abandoned but were no longer being produced. Unexpectedly, pocket watches started to show up in counterculture movements in the 1960s and 1970s. Adopting pocket watches as symbols of individualism and a link to pre-industrial values, young people rejected the conformity of conventional wristwatches. This wasn't about nostalgia, rather, it was about demonstrating that you worked on your own time, independent of the fast-paced nature of contemporary business life. Collectors started to acknowledge pocket watches as authentic works of art and historical relics. Museums began collecting important examples for their permanent collections, and auction houses began holding specialty sales with timepieces from well-known manufacturers. Once commonplace items became cultural treasures deserving of preservation and study. Mechanical timepieces appeared even more outdated with the quartz revolution of the 1970s and the digital watch boom of the 1980s. However, this advancement in technology also brought attention to the unique qualities of conventional mechanical watches. A well-kept pocket watch symbolized durability, artistry, and the joy of possessing something that was made to last for generations in a world of throwaway electronics. Pocket watches now hold a special place in how we relate to time and technology. They are both outdated and timeless, deeply significant and impractical. Some artisans continue to create new ones, typically as collectors' specialties or luxury goods. We still purchase, sell, restore and cherish vintage examples. The most amazing aspect of the pocket watch narrative is how these mechanical contraptions influenced and produced our contemporary conception of personal time. Prior to pocket watches, time was governed by local clocks, church bells and organic rhythms. Time became precise, individualised and portable after pocket watches. You're continuing a tradition that started when early clockmakers tried to fit the power of a tower clock into a pocket-sized device every time you look at your smartwatch or check the time on your phone. The basic human need to carry time with us, personalise it, and use it to plan our lives with the people and activities we care about has not changed despite the significant advancements in technology. We learned from the pocket watch that mechanical accuracy could be beautiful, that time could be owned, and that being on time could be a virtue. We're still learning how those lessons influenced the modern world. It's not bad for a tiny metal disc that fits neatly in your pocket. Picture yourself on the front porch of a house in a small town in America on October 31st, 1909. It's about 5 o'clock in the evening, and the light in the fall has that special quality that photographers spend their whole lives trying to get golden slanting, making everything it touches look like it belongs in a painting you'd find in your grandmother's parlour. The air is cool like it is in October, which makes you happy to have a cardigan or wool jacket, but not so cold that you need to hurry inside. You can't make the smell in the air artificially. It's a mix of wood smoke from someone's chimney and the earthy smell of leaves that fell yesterday and got wet in the rain. Underneath it all, there's that smell of autumn that can't be put into words. You could be in any number of towns like Oberlin, Ohio, Concord, Massachusetts, or Galesburg, Illinois. In 1909, these towns all had tree-lined streets with maples that were putting on their annual fireworks show of colour. Houses that were close enough to feel like neighbours but far enough apart for privacy. And a pace of life that modern people would find either relaxing or maddeningly slow, depending on their mood. Most of the houses on your street are made of wood and are painted in sensible colours like white, grey, or sometimes a bold cream. These are not the perfectly restored Victorian homes you see in historic districts today. These are homes that people live in, and some of them need a little paint touch-up, while others have porches that sag a little in the middle from years of use. But they're all well taken care of, with walkways that are swept and windows that catch the evening light like amber. The big party that October 31st, 1909 would become wasn't yet a big deal. People still called it Halloween or Halloween, which is a cute old-fashioned way to say it. But it wasn't a day that needed to be planned weeks in advance or taken off work. Kids went to school like usual, adults went about their daily lives, and the parties that night mostly took place in homes and church social halls instead of turning entire neighbourhoods into haunted displays. At this time of day, the streets are starting to quiet down. Men are coming home from work, stores and offices. They are walking home because in a town like this, most things are close enough to walk to. They're dressed up in suits, but not because it's a special occasion. That's just what men wore to work. They wore dark wool suits with vests, pocket watches on chains, and hats that they would hang on coat racks as soon as they got home. Women can be seen through lit windows, moving around their kitchens in the strange dance of making dinner. In 1909, cooking dinner didn't mean following an online recipe, or reheating something from the store. It was a big deal that needed constant attention, coal or wood stoves, ingredients that had been picked out the day before or that morning, and skills that took years to learn and were passed down through generations like family heirlooms. The kids are all excited, and this is where Halloween starts to show itself. Their parents are trying to keep them calm until after dinner. There will be parties tonight after dinner and the dishes are done. Not the kind you're thinking of, with loud music and lots of people you don't know. These are gatherings in parlours and church basements where games will be played, fortunes will be told, and the line between the normal world and something a little stranger will seem to blur for a few hours. You can tell it's fall from the porch as the evening gets darker. There are things that make it clear that this is fall, no matter what year it is. There are pumpkins on the porches. These are not the carved jack-o'-lanterns that will become popular later. Instead, they are whole pumpkins, some of which are quite large, that were bought from local farms to be used as decorations and eaten later. Some might have simple faces carved into them, but just as many are left whole. The orange colour is enough to make them look like Christmas. People have tied corn stalks to the railings of their porches and the posts of their fences. They're already dry and rustling in the light evening breeze, making a sound that is both sad and somehow comforting. Some homes have put them together in shocks, which are tent-like structures that farmers use in fields but are smaller for decoration. You might also see gourds in different shapes, autumn leaves tied together in bundles, and maybe some pots with late-blooming chrysanthemums in them. The decorations from 1909 are handmade, seasonal and temporary, which shows a different way of thinking about material goods. There are no plastic or mass-produced items here. Everything has been made, bought or found locally. These decorations won't be put away in labelled storage bins for next year when November comes. Instead, they'll be composted, burned or returned to the ground, and new ones will be made in October. When it starts to get dark, which happens around 6 o'clock in late October 1909 without daylight saving time, you can see candles being lit in windows. In 1909 there are electric lights, but they aren't everywhere, especially in small towns and rural areas. A lot of homes still use gas lights or kerosene lamps. Even homes with electricity might choose candles tonight to set the mood. These aren't the fake flameless LED candles you have now, or even the scented candles that come in pretty jars. These candles are made of tallow or beeswax, and some are hand-dipped while others are moulded. They all give off a warm, slightly flickering light that makes every room look like a painting by a Dutch master. The light doesn't fill rooms like electric bulbs do. Instead, it makes pools of light surrounded by soft shadows, which makes homes look both cosy and mysterious. To get a better idea of what Halloween meant in 1909, you need to go back even further in time, to when this night had other names and served other purposes. Don't worry, this won't be a boring history class. Think of it more like figuring out the layers of tradition that have built up on this date over time, like rings on a tree. Each layer adds meaning without completely erasing what came before it. Like many stories from October, this one starts with the ancient Celts, who lived in what is now Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and parts of France thousands of years ago. Samhain was a festival that people pronounced Samhain, like the female pig, not Samhain, which is what most people think. The Celts thought of winter as a time of death, just like they thought of spring as a time of life. Samhain marked the end of the harvest season and the start of winter. But from your cosy spot in the present, here's what makes Samhain interesting. It wasn't mostly a scary holiday. Yes, the Celts thought that the line between the living world and the world of the dead became less clear on this night. Yes, they believed that spirits could cross over, but they didn't respond with fear. Instead, they were friendly but careful. They left food out for wandering spirits, lit bonfires to help the souls of the dead find their way, and were happy to be able to talk to their ancestors who had died. Picture this. Once a year, the barrier between you and your beloved grandmother who died becomes so thin that she can come over for dinner. You wouldn't lock the doors in fear. Instead, you'd set an extra place at the table and hope she'd share her knowledge with you one more time. That was more like the spirit of Samhain than the scary Halloween we know today. As Christianity spread through Celtic lands, which took hundreds of years and wasn't a single dramatic conversion moment, the church did something smart that they had done with many pagan festivals. Instead of trying to get rid of Samhain completely, they just took it in and made All Saints' Day on November 1st and All Souls' Day on November 2nd. All Hallows' Eve was the night before All Saints' Day. Over time, it became Halloween. This Christian layer didn't get rid of the older traditions. Instead, it baptized them, giving them new meanings while the old ones still echoed underneath. It became a Christian tradition to light candles for the dead, but it wasn't that different from the Celtic bonfires. The idea that the dead were somehow closer on this night stayed the same, but it was seen through a different religious lens. When these customs got to America, mostly through Irish and Scottish immigrants in the 1800s, They had already changed a little from where they came from. The immigrants brought memories of home that were part real folk practice and part romanticised nostalgia. They remembered the parties, the games, the fortune-telling, and the general feeling that this night was special, even if they weren't sure why it had started. Halloween in America is still figuring out who it is in 1909. It won't be a holiday for kids to get candy until the 1950s. Instead, it's mostly an evening for teens and young adults to hang out, play games, and most importantly, tell fortunes about love. One of the most common beliefs about Halloween, which has changed over time, is that it was a good night to find out what your love life would be like in the future. People who celebrated Halloween in 1909 probably didn't know much about Semane's history, or the complicated theological talks that went on in the medieval church. They know that their grandparents and parents celebrated this night, that there are certain things you do on Halloween, and that there's something nice and mysterious about a night when you look into the future and realise that the world might be stranger than it seems. You could say that this is Halloween in the middle of a change. It has changed a lot since its folk roots, but it hasn't yet become the commercial powerhouse of your time. It lives in this interesting middle ground where folk traditions mix with Victorian parlour games, rural harvest celebrations mix with urban social entertainment, and real belief in the supernatural turns into playful superstition. Once the sun goes down in your 1909 neighbourhood, the real work of getting ready for Halloween begins inside the houses. This is where you'd see how people celebrated holidays in the past compared to now. There are no costume shops, no places to buy a lot of pre-made decorations, and no party supply warehouses. You have to make everything by hand for tonight to be special, and making things is part of the celebration itself. Let's take a look inside a normal home that is hosting a Halloween party. The parlour has changed. If you don't know what a parlour is, it's the formal sitting room where guests were entertained. In homes of working class or middle class people, this might be the only room besides bedrooms that is used for both everyday living and special events. In wealthier homes, the parlour was used for guests, while the family used a less formal sitting room for everyday life. The everyday furniture has been moved around to make more room for tonight's gathering. The heavy upholstered chairs and settees, which are made to last for generations and weigh about as much as modern cars, have been pushed back against the walls. The middle of the room is open for games that might require some movement, but not too much. Keep in mind that this is 1909, and Victorian manners are still affecting how people act, even though the Edwardian era is making things a little more relaxed. The decorations show both creativity and a lack of it. Black and orange construction paper chains hang from the corners and loop across the ceiling. Someone, probably the teenage daughter of the house and her younger siblings, spent the afternoon cutting strips of paper, making them into circles and sticking them together with flour paste. Some of the circles in the chains are more perfect than others, which gives them the charming imperfection of things made by hand. There are cutouts of black cats, witches on broomsticks, and crescent moons on the walls. These were probably copied from templates in women's magazines like Ladies' Home Journal or Woman's Home Companion, which often had craft projects for holidays. The silhouettes are simple and easy to recognise, and they make the room feel festive without being too scary. This decoration is meant to make you feel playful and mysterious, not scared. The jack-o'-lantern is probably the most atmospheric decoration, but in 1909 it might have been a turnip lantern, or a hollowed-out gourd instead of a pumpkin. The custom of carving vegetables into lanterns started in Ireland and Scotland, where they used turnips and rutabagas at first. Irish immigrants brought the tradition to America and found that pumpkins worked even better because they were bigger, softer, and easier to carve. The jack-o'-lantern on the table or mantelpiece has a face that is more funny than scary. The features are simple: a triangular nose and eyes, a gap-toothed grin, and a lot of patience and a strong knife. A candle flickers inside, making the face look like it's moving and dancing in the low light. The smell of slightly burnt pumpkin flesh adds to the mood, mixing with the other smells of the night. Speaking of smells, the house is full of them, which might be too much for someone who is used to modern air conditioning and places that don't smell. The smell of wood smoke from the stove, The tang of apples from a bowl waiting to be used in the evening's games, the sweet spicy smell of cider warming on the stove, and the smell of a house that has been closed up against the cooling evening. It's a mix of wood, fabric, old paper, and people living there that isn't bad but is very alive. People are getting ready for the snacks that will be served later in the dining room or kitchen. This isn't a full meal. Guests would have eaten dinner at home before coming. Instead, it's what people of this time called light refreshments. This usually means cider, both regular and maybe some spiked for the adults, cookies or small cakes, candied apples, popcorn balls, and maybe roasted nuts. The kitchen is a place where people work hard. The stove, whether it's a coal range or one of the newer gas models, has been going for hours, keeping the right temperature for each dish. In 1909, baking was more like chemistry done by instinct and experience than following exact recipes. A woman who has been in charge of a household for years can tell if the oven is at the right temperature by how quickly a piece of paper browns. She can also tell if bread is done by the sound it makes when tapped on the bottom. The treats being made are based on both tradition and what is going on in farming in October. Apples are a big part of this time of year because it's the height of apple season, and they've been a big part of Halloween for hundreds of years. Some apples are being candied by dipping them in a mixture of sugar, corn syrup, and red food colouring, and then letting them harden on waxed paper. It's a sticky and somewhat difficult process that makes treats that are so sweet they hurt your teeth, and so hard you have to work hard to chew them. Some apples are meant for games instead of eating. They've been polished until they shine and put in a big metal tub or wooden barrel that will be filled with water for apple bobbing. This is one of the most traditional and popular Halloween activities, even though it's hard and not very dignified. A big pot on the stove is making popcorn. The kernels were bought in bulk from a general store and are kept in a jar in the pantry. You have to keep an eye on the pot and shake it hard to keep the popcorn from burning in 1909. After they pop, the fluffy white kernels will be shaped into balls and held together with molasses or sugar syrup. These treats are part candy, part snack, and all seasonal. Usually more than one generation works together to make these drinks. The grandmother of the house might be in charge while her daughter does the harder work. The kids can help with easy tasks like polishing apples or counting out cookies onto serving plates. Even getting ready is a kind of visit, since family members work together and talk about the day's events, gossip and opinions. As the time for guests to arrive draws near, probably around 7 or 7:30 in the evening, a final check of the preparations is made. Are there enough seats? Is the jack-o'-lantern in a place where people can see it, but not accidentally knock it over? Are the games set up? Is the fire in the fireplace keeping the room warm without making it too hot? The house is as ready as it's going to get. It's changed from how it usually looks into something special. The change isn't big. No one would think this is anything other than a nice middle-class home, but there is a purpose behind it, and it seems like effort has been made to make the place feel right for this mysterious night. As guests start to arrive, walking through the darkening streets because most people live close enough that they don't need cars, the real heart of a 1909 Halloween party starts to show itself. This is a night mostly for games, but not just any games. These games are meant to show you what your romantic future will be like. These days, Halloween is less about costumes and candy, and more about young people trying to figure out who they might marry. You need to know what's going on in society to understand why this is so important. Romantic relationships in 1909 were both more limited and more important than they are now. Young men and women didn't date a lot of people at once, live together before getting married, or spend years trying to figure out what they wanted. Courtship was a serious matter that had real effects on people's lives and finances, and marriage was the most important thing that happened to most people, especially women. So an evening of games that might show you your romantic future wasn't just a fun way to pass the time, it was a way to deal with a real worry through the socially acceptable form of light-hearted superstition. No one really thought that bobbing for apples could tell them who their future spouse would be, but no one really didn't believe it either. It was in that comfortable space between what is certain and what is possible that makes folklore work. The host family greets the first guests at the door, and for a brief moment people move from the cold October night to the warm candlelit inside. People take off their coats and hang them on the coat tree in the hall. Hats are carefully put on the right surfaces. People greet each other properly, which may seem stiff to modern people, but gives social interactions a comfortable structure. Most of the guests are young people in their late teens and early 20s, but some older friends or family members might come along to keep an eye on them, or just because community social events aren't as age segregated as they will be later. Everyone is wearing their best clothes, which aren't fancy formal clothes, but nicer day or evening clothes that show respect for the event and the hosts. The games start when enough people are there to make a real party, and the first game is almost always apple bobbing, which is an old game that somehow manages to be both silly and serious at the same time. The apples are floating on the surface of the big tub or barrel of water. They bob up and down slowly, making them look like they are easy to catch. The rule is simple. You can only catch an apple with your mouth, not your hands. The truth is that it's a lot harder, especially when you think about how strict fashion and propriety were in 1909. The young women wear blouses or dresses with high collars and fancy fronts that absolutely cannot get wet without causing real social problems. The young men wear collars that will wilt right away if they get wet, ruining the carefully starched look they had before. So the game is all about trying to keep your dignity while you dunk your face into cold water and chase slippery apples around with your teeth. The first brave person to try usually walks up to the tub with confidence, but that confidence quickly fades after the first try. The apple moves away just as your mouth gets to it. Pushed by the ripples your own movement makes, you come up sputtering and your friends laugh at you. Your hair is wet and your pride is a little hurt. But social pressure and real fun make you want to try again, and if you're lucky or persistent, you finally win with an apple in your mouth. Tradition says that the first person to bob an apple will be the first person in the group to get married. This is where the romantic fortune-telling part comes from. It doesn't really matter if anyone believes this. The attempt is fun, the success is a small win, and the prophecy gives you something to laugh about for the rest of the night. Another fun game is to hang donuts or apples on strings that are attached to a rod or the ceiling. People have to eat the treat that is hanging without using their hands, which is harder than it sounds because the target moves away with each bite. The good thing about this game is that it keeps everyone's clothes mostly dry, while still being funny and hard. There are also quieter, more mysterious games that use real divination instead of just playing to win. One of the oldest ones is to sit in a dark room in front of a mirror, eat an apple by candlelight, and look over your shoulder into the mirror as midnight approaches. People say that if you look in there, you will see the face of your future spouse. Not many people take this ritual seriously. They usually laugh, make nervous jokes, and feel better when nothing strange happens. But the attempt shows that Halloween is supposed to be a night when the normal rules are broken and you might see something beyond normal reality. Putting nuts on the hearth of the fireplace is another way to tell the future. 2 nuts are named after a couple, and as they heat up, their behaviour is supposed to show what will happen in the future of the relationship. The relationship will be good if the nuts burn quietly next to each other. If they pop and jump apart, the love is over. The fact that nutty behaviour when heated probably has more to do with moisture content than mystical revelation doesn't make anyone less interested in seeing their romantic future supposedly revealed in little explosions. Another way to tell the future is to peel apples. The goal is to peel an apple in one long unbroken strip of skin and then throw the peel over your shoulder. The way the peel lands is said to make the first letter of your future spouse's name. You need to be good at peeling apples and have a lot of imagination to figure out what the shapes mean, since they don't usually look like letters. In between these more traditional activities, people play card games and parlour games. People play games like charades, progressive euchre, and other guessing games that were popular at the time. The games are meant to help people who don't know each other well get to know each other better. They are social, not solitary, and competitive, but not cutthroat. The entertainment for the evening shows a different way of dealing with boredom and fun than you're used to. When conversation slows down in 1909, there are no TVs, phones, or internet to look at. People have learned how to make entertainment instead of just watching it, and they have the skills and patience to do things that require a lot of focus and engagement. This means that charades, which might seem old-fashioned or boring to someone who is used to constant digital stimulation, can be really fun when it's the only thing to do, and the audience is good at both acting and guessing. The slow pace of the evening, getting games ready, playing them and finishing them, feels nice instead of boring, because no one is always comparing it to faster-paced options. As the evening goes on and the parlour games come to a natural end, someone suggests one of the most popular Halloween traditions of the time, a walk through the night. This wasn't a planned event like trick-or-treating would later become. Instead, it was an unplanned trip into the dark that served many purposes at once. For the teens at the party, a night walk gave them something rare in a time when adults were always watching them, some privacy. Chaperones might go with the group, but once everyone was spread out along a dark country road or village street, couples could drift apart a little and have short conversations without old people watching every move. It wasn't exactly scandalous, but it was a rare chance to be alone with someone in a world where most courtship happened in public. The group meets in the front hall and gets their coats and wraps from where they left them earlier. The women put on wool cloaks or coats, and sometimes shawls to keep warm. The men put on their suits and overcoats, as well as the hats that no respectable person would go outside without. Someone lights a lantern, either an oil lamp or a flashlight if they are lucky enough to have one of those newfangled devices. The moon, if it is visible, also provides surprising light once your eyes get used to it. Going outside is like going to a whole new world. The air has that crisp, clear quality that autumn nights have, and the temperature has dropped a lot since sunset. The cold feels good instead of bad. When you breathe, you make small clouds that quickly disappear. The smells from earlier in the evening, like wood smoke and damp leaves, have gotten stronger. You might even be able to smell frost, even though it hasn't gotten cold enough yet. It's hard to imagine how dark it was in 1909 in most places today. There aren't any streetlights in neighbourhoods, porch lights that stay on all night, or shopping centres or office buildings that give off light. The windows of individual homes let in warm light, but these little spots of light only make the darkness around them seem deeper. If the sky's clear, the stars are beautiful. Lots of light that people in your time usually only see in planetariums. The group leaves without a specific destination in mind. They walk along streets and paths that everyone knows during the day, but that look different at night. Landmarks that are easy to find turn into strange shapes. The tree that marks the edge of someone's property becomes a shadowy figure against the sky, which is a little lighter. You don't notice the fence you pass every day until you trip over it and need to pay attention to it. Voices sound different at night than they do during the day. They sound clearer and farther away. The group's talking makes a bubble of human sound that is surrounded by the sounds of the night, like the rustling of leaves, the barking of a dog in the distance, the hooting of an owl, and the wind moving through bare branches with a sound like running water. These natural sounds aren't scary. They're more like friends, reminding us that the dark is full of life going about its business. While the group is walking, someone might tell ghost stories or stories about the area. In 1909, every town had these things. The house where someone died in a strange way 50 years ago. The crossroads where a headless horseman is said to ride. Washington Irving's story was published in 1820 and had become very popular. And the cemetery where lights are sometimes seen floating among the graves. These stories aren't meant to scare you. Remember, it's a gentle Halloween. They're meant to remind you that there might be mysteries in the world that you don't see every day. The storyteller talks in a low voice, not to scare everyone, but because it seems right to talk quietly about these things in the dark. The people who hear it laugh nervously and shiver a lot, showing fear more than feeling it. If the group goes past a cemetery, which is often close to homes in small towns, they might stop at the fence. Not to go in, because that would be disrespectful to the dead, but to recognise the place and maybe think of friends and family who are buried there. The Victorians and Edwardians had a complicated relationship with death. They were more familiar with it than people today because it happened at home instead of in hospitals and the death rate was higher. They were also more sentimental about it. The walk could take you to a place that is important to the area, like a hilltop with a view of the countryside, a bridge over a stream, or a big old tree that has been a landmark for generations. At these places, the group might stop, not for any planned reason, but just to enjoy the night, the October air, and being young, alive, and part of a community. This night walk gives some of the group a chance to think about the deeper meanings of Halloween. It's easier to believe that the veil between worlds is really thinner, and that those who have died are really closer when you stand in the dark under the stars. These thoughts don't have to be scary. It's comforting rather than scary to think that your grandmother or a friend who has passed away might be nearby. The practical parts of the walk are charming in their own way. Women walk through the dark while wearing long skirts that get caught on plants and shoes that aren't meant for rough ground. Men offer their arms to help women over hard places, which is both practical and romantic. The person carrying the lantern becomes important for a short time. They hold the light that keeps everyone on the path and draw the group's attention. Eventually the group goes home because it's too cold, it's too late, or they're just too tired from all the fun they had that night. The walk back often seems shorter than the walk out, which is what happens when you walk home. People might be talking less now and thinking more, and the energy from earlier in the evening has turned into satisfied tiredness. As they get closer to the house where the party started, the warm light coming through the windows looks especially inviting after being in the dark for a while. The group is grateful for the warmth and light when they come back in, especially since it's so cold and dark outside. This change from dark to light and cold to warm is small, but it touches on something deep down that makes a home feel like a safe place. Once back inside the warm house, with cold cheeks and hair that have been messed up by the wind, the conversation often turns to the spooky parts of Halloween. But in 1909, beliefs in the supernatural are in a strange place between real faith and fun, between old-fashioned beliefs and new-fashioned doubt. You should know that 1909 is an interesting time in history for people who believe in the supernatural. This is an age of growing scientific knowledge, widespread education, and technological progress that is changing how people live every day. Spiritualism, the idea that the dead can talk to the living through mediums, was very popular in the late 1800s and still has a lot of followers. The ghost stories and gothic literature of the last 100 years have made supernatural encounters seem very romantic. As a result, most educated people in 1909 don't really believe in the Halloween superstitions, but they don't completely disbelieve them either. You might not believe in astrology, but you still know your zodiac sign and feel good when your horoscope says good things are coming. The supernatural is one of those things that probably aren't real but could be, and it's fun to think about them anyway. In 1909, Halloween folklore was mostly about spirits of the dead, not demons or other evil beings. People believe that the night is a time when people who have died can come back to see the people and places they loved in life. Instead of being scary, this is usually shown as a soft, even beautiful chance. The custom of leaving food for the dead, which goes back to Celtic Samhain, is still going on, but in a less strict way. Some families might set a place at the table, or put out a plate of treats to show that their loved ones who have passed away are welcome to come by if they want to. You don't do this out of fear or dread. You do it out of the same kindness you would show to living relatives who might stop by without warning. The stories told at Halloween parties are more likely to be sad than scary. Someone might tell a story about a grandmother who died and whose favourite perfume was in her old room on Halloween night, or about a father who died and whose pocket watch, which had stopped at the moment of his death, rang once at midnight on All Hallows Eve for no reason. These stories talk about loss and grief, but they also say that love lives on after death. The ghosts in Halloween stories from 1909 aren't the evil ghosts that show up in later horror stories. They're more like kind spirits who might help or comfort you if you treat them with respect. The fortune-telling games that were played earlier in the evening seem to call on these spirits as sources of information about the future. When you look in the mirror and hope to see your future spouse, you're asking the spirits to show you what they know. Even the scary parts of Halloween these days are very mild compared to what they used to be. There are black cats and witches in the decorations, but they are more stylized and decorative than scary. The witch on a broomstick isn't a bad old woman who eats kids. She's a symbol of folk magic and wisdom from the countryside. The black cat isn't a sign of bad luck. It's a creature that is linked to mystery and the line between home and wild spaces. Most of the time, the local legends told at night are about strange things that happen, not real horror. The lights in the cemetery could be spirits or marsh gas. The fact that it's not clear what they are is part of what makes them interesting. The strange sounds near the old mill could be ghosts or the wind and one's imagination. The fact that we don't know for sure is what makes the story interesting instead of just scary. Halloween also has a lot of what we might call protective folklore. There are ideas about how to tell the future, and there are also ideas about how to keep yourself safe from bad things that might happen on this night. Evil spirits will be confused if you turn your clothes inside out. Having a little salt in your pocket will keep you safe. Walking around your house in the direction of the sun, clockwise, before bed will keep it safe. These protective customs are done with a wink and a smile as if to say, just in case, and they don't cost anything and might help. You don't really believe that these things matter, but the ritual of acknowledging them connects you to generations of people who found comfort in these small protective gestures. It's like how you might avoid walking under ladders or feel a small superstitious pleasure in finding a penny heads up. In 1909, Halloween had more religious meaning than it does now when it is more commercialised. The name itself, All Hallows Eve, which means the night before All Saints' Day, keeps the link to Christian tradition, even though the holiday has many older pagan elements. Some families go to special church services on November 1st to remember saints and family members who have died. This makes Halloween part of a longer time of remembering and spiritual reflection. Most people don't seem to mind that Christian and non-Christian elements live together. The Christian calendar has always been open to including local customs and folk practices. By 1909, this mixing of cultures is so common that most people don't even think about it. You can honour Christian saints and also bob for apples to see what your love life will be like in the future without any problems. The lack of light adds to the supernatural feel of the night. Keep in mind that electric lights aren't common yet, and even where they are, people don't use them very often. There are candles, oil lamps, and maybe even the light from the fireplace in the parlour. This makes the kind of lighting that filmmakers spend a lot of money trying to copy. Shadows that change and move, faces that come out of the dark and into pools of light, and corners of rooms that stay mysterious. In this light, it's easy to think that you might see something strange. A shadow that moves in a strange way could be an effect of the candlelight, or it could be something else. That feeling of being there when you're alone in a dark room could be your mind playing tricks on you, or it could be a loved one who has passed away checking in. The uncertainty is part of the experience, and it seems that most people in 1909 are happy to leave it that way, instead of insisting on either total belief or total doubt. The fact that people in 1909 were more comfortable with not knowing about the supernatural shows a bigger cultural difference between then and now. In today's world, there is a lot of pressure to put things into one of two groups: scientifically proven facts or superstitions that aren't true. But in 1909, people are more okay with the idea that some things can't be known, that mystery has value, and that not everything needs to be explained or explained away. As the night goes on and people settle into comfy chairs with cups of warm cider, the conversation might turn to the idea of thin places, which are places where the line between the normal world and something else seems to be very thin. There are such places in every town: the old churchyard, the crossroads at the edge of town, the ancient tree that was already old when the first settlers came, and the spring that never freezes even in the coldest winter. People don't think these thin places are dangerous. Instead, they think they are special and should be respected and given attention. People don't stay away from them. Instead, they go to them knowing that they might find something strange there. Halloween is a time when people believe that the veil between worlds gets thinner. This makes the whole night feel like a thin time when anything could happen. The party is now in its last phase, the calm time before midnight when everyone is tired but not too tired to have fun. The group has enjoyed the snacks, played the games, and had their fortunes told, with varying levels of faith in how accurate they were. Then they went outside into the October night and came back safely. This is the time for quieter activities, for talking that has become more personal as the night went on and people let their guard down, and for thinking about what Halloween means beyond the games and traditions. If the family is rich enough to have a piano, someone might be playing soft music that fits the time of day. There are both popular songs from the time and older songs that have been passed down through the years. If you listen to music from 1909, it will sound very old-fashioned to you. The lyrics are sentimental and the melodies are simple, showing how people thought in the Victorian era, but with a more positive view of the Edwardian era. But in this case, with the October night pressing against the windows and the candles burning low in their holders, the music does its job of setting the mood and giving people something to do with their attention that isn't as demanding as games or deep conversation. Some guests have already left, especially those who have to walk a long way home or whose strict parents are waiting up for them. The elaborate politeness rituals of the time mark their departures, thanking their hosts several times, putting on their outdoor clothes, making last jokes, and promising to see each other soon at church or around town. Those who are still there are the strong ones, the ones who haven't quite let go of the magic of the night yet. The mother of the host family might be in the kitchen, quietly starting to clean up the mess that can't wait until morning. She might be putting away food that will spoil, washing cups and plates, and banking the fire in the stove. This work is done without complaint or martyrdom, just because it's part of being a host. There will be more cleaning up in the morning, but the worst of it can be done now while guests are still there but busy. If there are any younger kids in the house, they have long since gone to bed. However, they may still be awake in their rooms, trying to stay alert for any supernatural visits, or just excited by the strange sounds of a party going on late into the night. They will remember this night in their own way. The strange shadows cast by the candlelight, the guests' laughter, the special snacks they got to eat before bed, and the feeling that something important and magical was going on, even though they weren't old enough to fully take part. As the clock, whether it's a mantelpiece clock, a wall clock, or someone's pocket watch, gets closer to midnight, people often take a moment to acknowledge it. Halloween night is traditionally the most powerful time of the year, and midnight is when the veil between worlds is thinnest, spirits are most likely to be present, and divination is most likely to be accurate. The group might stand by a window and look out at the night, which is now very still and dark. As families go to bed, most of the lights in nearby houses have gone out. If you can see the moon, it has moved across the sky since the party started. The wind could have gotten stronger or weaker. The temperature has definitely dropped even more, and by morning there will probably be frost. In some places, people have a tradition of being quiet when the clock strikes midnight, and listening for sounds that might not be from this world. We do this with open hearts, not scared ones, because we know that if spirits are around, this is when they might show themselves. The silence is friendly, not tense, and the only sound is the clock's mechanism getting ready to strike 12. When the clock strikes midnight, there is often a small collective exhale, as if everyone has crossed a line. This can be marked by chimes, bells, or just the quiet agreement of those checking their watches. All Saints' Day has started, which means that Halloween is over. The magical time is over, and while people were aware of and welcomed the spirits, no one seems to be upset that nothing dramatic or supernatural happened. What mattered was the possibility, being open to the unknown rather than knowing it. Someone might raise a glass with the last of the cider or other drink. The toast could be to all saints, to friends who can't be there, to the winter that everyone needs to get ready for, or just to the success of the night's events. People raise their glasses or cups and drink the toast, which makes the party feel like it's over. Now is when the last departures really start. Even the most dedicated partygoers know that the night has come to an end, and that tomorrow, technically today, will come soon with its demands of work, school, and other daily tasks. The front door opens several times to let groups of guests out into the night. Each time they say thank you and goodbye, and remind everyone about upcoming community events. For the host family, there is a strange mix of tiredness and happiness that comes from having successfully entertained. The house is a mess, the candles are almost out, and there is still work to be done, but the evening did what it was supposed to do: bring people together, honour tradition, acknowledge mystery, and give young people a chance to hang out in a safe, structured way. When the last guests leave for the night, the house becomes quiet in a different way. It's not the quiet of waiting for the party to start. It's the quiet of an event that has ended. The parents, and maybe some older children who helped host the party, start the process of turning the house back into a home. This process has its own calm rhythm. One by one, the candles go out and the light gets dimmer and dimmer until there are only 1 or 2 lamps left to work by. The decorations will stay up for now. They'll come down tomorrow or in the next few days. The furniture, on the other hand, is starting to move back to its normal places. The cushions are fluffed, the windows are checked to make sure they're properly latched against the night air, and the front door is locked with a solid sound that lets everyone know the house is ready for sleep. The last cleaning in the kitchen is done quickly because of years of practice. The stove heats the water for washing dishes, and the towels that have been warming up nearby dry them off. Then, the dishes are put back in their places in the cupboards. The leftover food is looked at to see what can be saved, what should be eaten tomorrow, and what can be given to the chickens if the family has them. In a world where most families lived much closer to the edge of subsistence than we do today, there was no such thing as waste. The mother of the house does one last check of the rooms where guests are, making sure there are no forgotten items, that the candles are really out and don't pose a fire risk, and that she knows what needs to be done in the morning. This isn't obsessive caretaking, it's just the responsible oversight that comes with running a household. It requires a lot more attention to safety and maintenance than modern conveniences do. The father might go outside one last time before bed, partly to make sure everything is safe and partly for that private moment under the October stars that men of his age liked. He might smoke one last pipe on the porch or in the yard, thinking about the night and the season. Everyone can feel that winter is coming in the colder night air. There are still things to do to get ready. Hang storm windows, split and stack wood, and get the garden beds ready for their winter sleep. Climbing the stairs to bed. Most of the time, bedrooms were upstairs in houses with a second floor in 1909, made me feel good about the day. The stairs might creak with familiar sounds. The banister feels smooth under your hand, and the darkness of the upstairs feels cosy instead of strange now that Halloween is over. By today's standards, bedrooms were cold in 1909. Most homes don't have central heating. Downstairs rooms might be warmed by stoves or fireplaces, but upstairs rooms get most of their heat from the rising warmth of daytime fires, which has long since gone away on a late October night. People expect bedrooms to be cold, and they are for sleeping, not lounging around. Getting ready for bed includes both cleaning up and relaxing rituals. People wash their faces by pouring water from a pitcher into a basin. Indoor plumbing is common in cities, but not everywhere. Tooth powder or paste is used to clean teeth. Women especially do the ritual of brushing their hair 100 times, which was thought to be good for hair health. Taking off clothes carefully and either folding them up to wear again if they're clean enough or putting them in the laundry. In 1909, nightclothes were heavy. Women wore long nightgowns, men wore nightshirts, and they might have sleeping caps and bed socks when it was cold. People sleep with more clothes on than you're used to, partly because it's cold and partly because modesty standards apply even when you're sleeping. Earlier in the day, the bed was made with smooth sheets and arranged blankets, and quilts were added or taken away depending on the season. When you slip between the sheets, they are cold at first but will warm up from your body heat. For a moment, your body can finally rest after hours of standing, walking and performing socially. The pillow is just right, the blankets are heavy and warm, and the bedroom is completely dark in a way that modern people don't often experience. There are no LED lights from electronics, no street lights shining through the curtains, and no ambient urban light. In this darkness and quiet, thoughts might go back over the events of the evening. The games and laughter, the talks and flirting, the time spent outside under the stars realizing that life may be more mysterious than it seems, and the comfort of community and tradition. These thoughts mix with the start of dreams as consciousness lets go and sleep comes. Morning comes like it does in November, late and unwilling, with grey light that seems to come from the air itself instead of from a specific direction. The first person to wake up has to start the fire again by cleaning out the ashes, putting down new kindling and coaxing flames from embers or matches. This will gradually build the fire that will warm the house and cook breakfast. The light on November 1st shows that the house is still decorated for Halloween, but in the light of day the decorations look less mysterious and more like what they are: paper and vegetables arranged for a short time. These decorations will be taken down in the next day or two. You could cut the pumpkin up for pies or stews. The paper decorations will be carefully taken down and either stored or burned in the stove, since new ones will be needed next year anyway. But today, All Saints' Day, for those who follow the religious calendar, there's no need to break up the magic from last night right away. Every day people have to make and eat breakfast, do their chores, and go back to their normal lives. But the memory of the party is still fresh, giving people something to talk about at breakfast, and when they run into neighbours and friends during the day. On November 1st, the town feels a little different than it did on October 31st, but someone looking in from the outside might have a hard time figuring out what has changed. It's partly because the calendar has changed to a new month, partly because the weather is getting colder, and partly because the feeling that a holiday, no matter how small, has come and gone and taken its special quality with it. People who went to Halloween parties the night before might be a little tired from staying up later than usual, but it's a nice tiredness that comes from having fun with friends rather than from stress or worry. People will talk about different parties at work and school, share funny stories, wonder if the fortune-telling games were right, and tease those whose romantic futures were supposedly revealed by apples and nuts or looking in a mirror. For those who go, the church service on All Saints' Day is a more serious counterpoint to the fun of Halloween. This day is for remembering the dead, recognising the communion of saints, and thinking about death and faith. There may be prayers for the dead, hymns that talk about eternal life and meeting again in heaven, and the reading of the names of church members who died in the past year. There is no conflict between the games from last night and the seriousness of this morning. Halloween and All Saints' Day are both ways to remember the dead. Halloween does this with fun and hope, while All Saints' Day does it with respect and prayer. Both of them know that death doesn't end a relationship, it just changes it. As November 1st goes on into the afternoon and evening, the change of seasons becomes more obvious. The sun sets noticeably earlier than it did just a few weeks ago, even though it is already low in the sky at noon. The evening comes on with that special kind of November darkness that isn't as golden as October's but is more complete. This kind of darkness will last for the next few months. Farmers and people with gardens are getting ready for winter. Before a killing frost ends the growing season, the last hardy vegetables need to be picked. You need to dig up and store root vegetables like turnips, carrots and potatoes. You need to get rid of any dead plants in your garden beds. You can either add them to compost piles or let them break down over the winter. The change from October to November also helps people get ready for the holidays. There will be a series of holidays coming up: Thanksgiving, Christmas and New Year's. These will break up the dark months, but on November 1st those holidays still seem far away. For now, the main thing to do is get used to the fact that winter means shorter days, colder weather, and having to spend more time inside. Families start to think about winter projects, or things they can do when they can't work outside. Women might plan sewing projects, like making quilts, fixing or changing clothes, or making new clothes. During the winter, when they have to stay inside, men might have to fix things, sharpen tools, or finish projects in barns or workshops. Kids know that school days will start and end in the dark, and that recess might be too cold for them to play outside comfortably. As the months get darker, remembering Halloween night is a bright spot to look back on. The games, the laughter, and the time spent under the stars in October all become stories that can be told again and again, and private memories that can be enjoyed. Depending on your mood and beliefs, the predictions made by fortune tellers can be funny or serious. The party helped people feel like they were part of a community, which makes the coming winter feel less lonely. Now that it's been over 100 years since that Halloween night in 1909, it's worth thinking about what was lost and what was kept, as Halloween changed into the holiday you know today. In many ways, Halloween 1909 was the end of an era. It was the last time the holiday kept its folk character, before commercial interests changed it into something completely different. At first, the change happened slowly. By the 1920s, Halloween was becoming more about kids. Schools and community groups were throwing parties that were like the ones that happened in homes in 1909, but they were more organised and less mysterious. Trick-or-treating as we know it started in the 1930s, but it didn't become popular until after World War II. In the 1950s, Halloween became a candy holiday for kids, with store-bought costumes and decorations. Every change had its pros and cons. Halloween today reaches more people, gives millions of kids fun memories, and makes people really happy and excited. But when folk traditions turned into a commercial holiday, something was lost. The real sense of mystery, the connection to ancestors and traditions that go back hundreds of years, and the focus on fortune-telling and romantic futures that made Halloween special for young adults. The Halloween of 1909 was a part of a cultural history that couldn't last. It needed a slow pace of life so that people could make decorations by hand and play long games. It needed communities that were small enough for most people to know each other and feel comfortable meeting in homes. It needed a connection to darkness and the supernatural that more electricity and science education would weaken. It needed a social structure for dating and marriage that would change because of how gender roles and romantic freedom changed in the 20th century. But the main ideas behind Halloween in 1909 are still there in modern versions of the holiday. The desire to play with fear in a safe way, the appeal of changing through costumes, the joy of celebrating the seasons, and the recognition that the line between life and death needs to be respected. All of these things are still around, but in different ways. The fortune-telling games that were such a big part of Halloween in 1909 are mostly gone now. This is because people's views on marriage have changed. People move around more, and people are less likely to believe in divination. But their spirit lives on in the silly superstitions that still surround Halloween, like the idea that some costumes bring good luck, the rituals that go along with eating candy, and the small thrill of staying up late and walking around neighbourhoods after dark. Modern Halloween events like harvest festivals at churches, school parties, neighbourhood trick-or-treating routes that get people out of their homes at the same time have kept the focus on community gathering. Even adult Halloween parties are like the social events of 1909, but with less fortune-telling and more costumes. The link to the supernatural has changed instead of going away. Modern Halloween focuses on fake scares, like haunted houses, horror movies, and scary decorations, instead of real interactions with the idea of spirits. But even though commercial horror is scary, there is still a recognition that death deserves to be remembered, that the line between worlds can be playfully crossed, and that darkness and mystery are a part of being human. From your point of view, the most interesting thing about Halloween 1909 is how gentle it is. The spirits were nice, the darkness was friendly, the fortune-telling was more fun than serious, and the celebration brought people of all ages and interests together instead of separating them. It was a holiday that recognised mystery without requiring belief, that respected tradition without being strict about it, and that made room for love, hope, and connection with others. This gentleness shows that people in this culture had a different view of fear and the supernatural than they did later in the 20th century. Even though people say the Victorian and Edwardian eras were very strict, they were actually very open about death and spirits. People talked about death fairly openly, and it was a part of life through mourning rituals and memorial practices. The thought that the dead might come back for a visit wasn't scary. It was comforting. It was like saying that love and connection live on after death. By making death a medical issue and taking it out of the home, culture in the later 20th century made it both less familiar and more scary. Halloween changed to reflect this, becoming more about fear and horror than about gentle mystery and family ties. People stopped being careful about the supernatural and started to be afraid of it. Spirits turned into scary beings instead of loved ones coming back. But that October night in 1909, when we spent time together, Halloween was still the same as it had always been. It was a night for young people to dream about their romantic futures, for communities to come together in warmth and light while acknowledging the cold darkness outside, for traditions to be honoured and passed on, and for the possibility of mystery to be acknowledged without needing proof. As you get ready for bed, with your own October night pressing against your windows, think about what parts of that Halloween in 1909 might be worth keeping or getting back. Not in a nostalgic way that tries to bring back the past, because that past had its own problems and limitations that we shouldn't romanticize. Instead, we should think about what human needs those traditions met, and how those needs might still be relevant. The decorations made by hand in 1909 were both necessary and creative. In a world where holiday decorations are made in factories, the idea of making your own decorations, even simple ones, is appealing. For example, cutting out shapes from paper, carving pumpkins with care, and arranging autumn leaves and corn stalks into arrangements that celebrate the season. The fortune-telling games were silly and fun, but they had a point: to remind people that the future is unknown, and to give them a chance to think about their hopes and dreams in a fun way. We don't often let ourselves play with uncertainty like this because modern life is so focused on planning and control. There may be merit in pursuits that amalgamate amusement with mild contemplation of our aspirations. The night walks of 1909 made it possible to experience darkness, which is becoming less common in modern life. When was the last time you walked in real darkness, without streetlights, flashlights, or phone screens? When was the last time you felt what it was like to be a human being for thousands of years? It's good for you to get away from artificial light every now and then and experience the natural rhythms of day and night. The community aspect of Halloween in 1909 met people's needs for connection and belonging that don't go away just because we have social media and texting. Even in our connected age, it's still worth it to share physical space, play games together, and make memories in real time instead of writing them down and posting them later. The most important thing about the 1909 Halloween is its relationship with the supernatural. It was open to possibilities without needing to be sure, and it accepted mystery without being scared of it. This is a good way to deal with the unknowns in life. We live in a time when everything needs proof and evidence, which is useful in some situations but not in others. Some experiences, such as love, beauty, meaning, and the potential for something beyond everyday reality, elude empirical validation, yet remain significant to human existence. That Halloween night in 1909, with its candles and cider, games and gatherings, walks in the dark of October and back to the warm light, and the idea that spirits might be near without being scary, was a way of being in the world that focused on connection, community, mystery, and gentle joy. You might picture yourself at that 1909 party as you fall asleep. After coming in from the cold night, you can feel the warmth of the parlour. Apple cider has a sharp sweetness that you can taste. Listen to the laughter as someone tries to bob for apples with more enthusiasm than skill. You can see the candles flickering and the shadows dancing on the walls that are covered in hand-cut paper. You can smell the wood smoke, the fall air, and that hard-to-describe smell of a house full of people celebrating. You're part of a tradition that goes back hundreds of years. It connects you to the Celts who lit bonfires at Samhain, the Christians who prayed for the dead on All Hallows' Eve, the fortune-tellers who looked into mirrors in the Victorian era, the 1909 gathering where young people laughed and played and hoped for happy futures, and every Halloween celebration that has recognised that mystery and darkness, and the chance to connect with others beyond the normal world. November will keep moving toward winter tomorrow, but tonight, in the space between waking and sleeping, you can rest in the kind spirit of that Halloween in 1909, when spirits were friendly, darkness was kind, and the future was uncertain but full of hope. Sleep well, surrounded by the customs of those who came before and those who will come after. These customs connect us across time because we all need to mark the changing of the seasons, gather together to stay warm against the cold, hope for good things to come, and remember that the world may hold more mystery and magic than we see in our daily lives.